Good morning. 1 second, please. As with all Counterpoint streams, we must begin with the music.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We do have an interesting show for you today. Of course, we will be checking out Mr. Drew Pavlou going on the Alex Jones show. We'll be getting into that real quick later on. But for now, we're going to be breaking down the Idubbz. Mr. Idubbz. I'll give you all the background in a moment. But Jonah Boy, good morning. Eben says number 1. Dang, because he missed it. Number 2. Got him. Sultan Al Fahim. Good morning. Good to see all of you. Beautiful people. What's today's date? It's June 5th, 2025. So just sharing, even though, I know more people will be coming in momentarily, so they're going to miss it, but that's fine. Tomorrow, Valor Media Network is going to be doing a stream from Washington, D.C., where they will be doing a protest, like a veterans march in Washington, D.C. So we're actually probably not going to be live tomorrow. I might go live on the Counterpoints channel, but realistically, tomorrow is a travel day. I'll be catching a train. Good morning, Kay. Good to see you as well. And Sacred Snow, good to see you. I'll be catching a train down to South Florida. I'll be staying the night with my parents because I love them and they're cool. But on Saturday, I will be going to shoot guns with Stephen Bennell II, a.k.a. Destiny, a.k.a. Flo Rida. We'll be shooting guns in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we'll be going to the studio in Miami in order to do an AMA. Just being transparent about it. In my opinion, I think lots of people are scared to talk to Destiny because of the pending civil litigation. Obviously, the pending civil litigation is serious. And even if the case gets dismissed, that doesn't mean that Stephen didn't do anything wrong. But I do think that it's going to be kind of funny. Funny might not be the right word. But bear in mind, I'm tired. I'm just waking up. So my apologies. But I do think I'll use the word funny in absence of a better word. I think it'll be funny having all the drama of November through February. Ryder, please go get the dogs. Get the dogs. Thank you. Sorry. I told my son that I was going to be working, so he needed to get the dogs if they barked in order to come back in, and then the dogs barked, and I didn't hear any movement. So, holy crap, what was I talking about? So I think people are scared of Stephen right now because there's the pending litigation, but I think the litigation is probably, based off of the signs that I'm seeing, on the verge of getting dismissed. Now, if it doesn't get dismissed and it goes through, I think we still know the facts of the case enough that we know that Stephen isn't a serial killer. At least we don't have any evidence of him being a serial killer. And so as a result, I'm not going to treat him like a serial killer. So, I've never been a wussy or a coward. So if I like Stephen enough to talk to him on stream and he wants to hang out and shoot guns and talk in real life, I'll hang out with him. So it is what it is. Give me 1 second. Now the dogs are desperately trying to get into the office. Anyways. So we'll be hanging out with Steven on Saturday. Like I said, the train. Yes, Florida has a train, and I'll be catching a train. I'll be staying with my parents. I'll be hanging out with Destiny on Saturday, and then I'll be catching a train home. So we'll have some content for you, even if it's not on this channel specifically. And then if there's good content, we'll cut that content and we'll post it to this channel for your review. Sacred Snow says, learning to love myself says good morning. Good morning to you as well. Sacred Snow says good morning. Just wanted to mention it was since we reviewed Not So Erudite on Tim Pool. She didn't push back on a lot of the Trump stuff because she has an open immigration case. True. That should have been, I should have thought about that a little bit. I should have brought that up because I've heard that in the back channels back when Trump started mass deporting people. Kyla, I think there was some content where she mentioned that she didn't want to argue about American domestic politics a lot because it could risk her immigration visa. Yeah, that's a good point. Morning all. Good morning, Kay. Catching a train in America? Ridiculous. True. Pew, 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 pew with the content man. Pew, pew, pew. True. Then Learning to Love Myself says, Sultan Al Fahim. Hey, cool. I hope you guys are mutuals from a different server. I like Destiny, and I think he's going to win his court case. Probably. It does seem like the case is going well for him so far. True. Hilarious is a better word. Ah, you're being mean, Sapient Green. The dogs. True. Cinema, some might say, says Evan. True. Call the hounds. I just hope that he has to pay. I just hope he has to pay a bunch of money to Pixie. I mean, we'll see, man. So just to share what's going on from the outside. For those of you who don't know, Stephen Bonnell II has been accused of making homemade pornographic content with some of his lovers because he is a promiscuous man. And then what he ended up doing was he took the videos that he made consensually with his lovers, and then he shared it with some of his new lovers. Well, what happened was one of the new people that he shared it with ended up getting hacked by a boyfriend, or it was the new lover themselves, and they leaked all of the homemade pornography. Stephen, I'm just going to mention it as well, even if it's unoptical for Stephen. But he's also been accused of audio recording consensual sexual encounters without the consent of the people involved, which is all, let's face it, it's kind of gross. You know, like don't do any of that, right? Don't do any of that stuff. But what happened was with the homemade pornography that got released is one of his former lovers, Pixie, got mad and said, you know, you didn't have my consent to be sharing all this content with everybody all the time. What the hell? You know, this is like 2 years after our liaison. And then as a result of that, she's suing him in federal court. The main thing that might get dismissed is that the voluntary sharing of the video that got leaked happened before that law was in effect. So there might be an issue where federal court just dismisses it outright. So that could be a thing. Sultan Al Fahim says, what if it breaks through and Steven loses? Will it be worse for his career? I don't know. It could be about the same. I think the damage is already done. I think that's part of the reason why he's fighting it so aggressively. Marfin42 says, Bizd, what a disgusting loser you are. Not looking good for Pixie. The last hearing was so bad, her lawyers tried to get the transcript sealed after the hearing. Listen, relax, guys. You can hate, you can dislike Steven's actions. You can hope that some money goes to Pixie, and it's not a moral indictment of a person if they think that Pixie was wronged and is owed some level of civil justice. I think I said that repeatedly. Grassroots Hegemon says, I hang out with plenty of bad people who have done plenty of bad things, but they apologize and acknowledge the damage they did. Steven hasn't done that. Right. I don't know if Steven is capable of that. Marfin says, not only has Steven apologized, but his apology was seen as an admission of guilt and used against him. Marfin, what we mean is, yeah, we're going to have an internal fight in chat before we even get into the content. What we mean is, if Steven was contrite in a traditional sense, then what he would do is he would fire up a live stream. And by the way, I'm not talking shit. I'm just being descriptive. He'd fire up a live stream and he would say, hey, I did some things, not proud of them. I messed up. I hurt some people. I'm going to work with those people in the background in order to make it right. Boom. That would be like the end of the public stuff, right? And then he would actually work with Pixie and the other people who have been affected by this behavior, and he would come to like some kind of civil negotiated settlement. That would be what would happen if he was like contrite in a classic sense. Instead, a lot of his behavior in the past 6 months, you could construe as going on the offensive, where he has maligned Pixie. Maybe she deserves it based off of some of the details that I got behind the scenes. But that also could be part of the propagandistic effort by people who are sympathetic to Steven to kind of cover for Steven's sins. So, you know, either way, man, either way, it doesn't matter. But this isn't, the truth is it's close to resolution, right? It's close to resolution one way or the other. But I would say my chat should not be fighting tooth and nail for Steven to be the most righteous human being who's ever existed, a reincarnation of Jesus Christ. And it should not also be fighting that like Steven is the ultimate serial killing scumbag, because neither of those positions I hold. Not that you can't hold your own position. You can hold your own position. I'm just saying that's not my position. Zoe says, are we going over Trump's country ban, or did you go over it already? I haven't gone over it, but listen, it's just Muslim ban 2.0, right? It's a hastily done executive order that's going to screw over a bunch of immigrants. Boom. There's the story. Evan says, Connor, that was never really brought to court substantiated in any manner and will likely not see the light of day regarding the claims of Sherry. Well, right. And that's the thing is a lot of people very early on, they were like, oh, Sherry filled out a police report. And I'm just telling you, she has to sign a police report that's willing to prosecute. Then she has to go to a state attorney in Florida and say, I want to prosecute this. Then she has to be willing to travel for the prosecution. And I think it's the wiretapping law, which can be like a 3rd-degree felony, but she has to be like super aggressive about it. Because if you go to a Miami State's attorney's office, the Miami State's attorney's office is dealing with like rapes and murders and strong-armed robberies and vehicular homicides and DUIs with injuries and like all that kind of shit. That's what they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So if you say, hey, this dude made an audio recording of us having consensual sex and then he leaked it on the internet, they're going to say, okay, were you identifiable in the audio recording? And then if you say no, they're going to be like, okay, technically the statute applies, but I don't really care because, you know, I got like rapes and murders to deal with. So if you want to go for it, you're going to have to be really aggressive in order to go for it. I think that's what any state attorney would say. So unless Sherry is willing to travel repeatedly to Florida in order to prosecute Steven for a wiretapping 3rd-degree felony that's going to get knocked down to a misdemeanor, and she's not getting any money, he's just maybe getting incarcerated for a day, and then he's getting a slap on the wrist, probation, then that's not happening. That's not going anywhere. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't mean that Steven's alleged behavior was correct, but it does mean that it's probably not going anywhere legally unless Sherry is very aggressive. And I have not heard anything in those indications. Sherry is in J-Stock's orbit, and I would have assumed that if there was forward momentum on that, we would have heard about it. HLock12 says, good morning, everyone. It's a great day. It is a great day. Thank you, HLock, for hanging out with us. Sapien Green says, yeah, the internet seems to care less about law and more about reputation. True. Steven is winning the lawsuit. We'll see. Gen X says, good morning. Good morning to you. Mellow D says, good morning. Good morning to you. Kay says, some people have issues with what it seems Pixie was extorting them with threats of suicide, and that is gross. Sure, but that doesn't mean that she can't be emotionally fucked up by what happened. Kyle says, what I'd miss. We're talking about the Destiny sex drama before we get into the Idubbz content. Sacred Snow says her lawyers are R-slurred. They tried to put a gag order on Destiny for going over the case on stream after Pixie dumped all the details on the case. I feel bad for Pixie, but what she's doing is wrong. Okay. Understood. Melody says, I was hoping we were watching the Destiny versus TikTok video. We should. Actually. Sorry, Drew Pavlou. I do want to watch that. Good point. The what was the Destiny TikTok live debate? I don't know if it's going to pop up immediately. There was this one, but that's a short. Where would I find the big one? If you know where the big one is, that's fine. I saw that clip where he was saying that like, oh, well, this clip.
I'm just curious on a scale from like.
Let's just watch this real quick. And then if we can find a longer clip, let's find a longer clip because I would be interested in watching this.
1 to 10, where 10 is somebody actually lynches somebody and 1 is like somebody calls somebody a big meanie, how bad was everything that happened? Like when you say we exposed bad behavior, like where on the scale from 1 to 10 are we rating this?
Well, I think that it should be, I don't think I should be rating it, right? Because if you...
So this is already absurd. And by the way, sorry if I'm pausing. If you want to watch the original, go watch the original. Type in Destiny TikTok Live into your YouTube search, go watch the original. It's absurd that progressives cannot tell the difference in severity between a race-motivated murder and passive aggressiveness, again, alleged passive aggressiveness by Z against black women, where she allegedly did a microaggression. That's already absurd. So having a progressive black woman say, well, I don't think that I should have to scale the difference between a racialized murder and somebody being mean to me on a TikTok. It's like, boom, we're already losing, right? Like I'm not, again, I'm a never Trump Republican. I like to laugh at leftist infighting because frankly, there's plenty of things that like far left people want to achieve that I think is antithetical to everything that I believe. However, in order to be politically effective, Democrats and liberals have to build a coalition with some progressives, right? And they probably have to build a coalition with some moderates, which is insanely difficult to do. But it's even more difficult to do if you have progressives who will not scale the difference between a racially motivated homicide and somebody being rude to you on TikTok.
If you were to like say something inappropriate right now, I probably would call you out quite literally in this moment. Now, what do I wish for you to be deplatformed and demoted from your position? Not necessarily.
I understand that, but okay, so I'm gonna ask again on a scale from 1 to 10. On a scale from 1 to 10,
Then how much racism is acceptable?
yes.
And how much racism is acceptable?
Yep, that's my question, Santana. How much racism is acceptable?
Destiny, none. No racism.
Okay, Santana, is there a single white person that has no racism?
There are white people that are actively deconstruction.
You notice how you didn't answer my question? Santana, is there a single white person who has no racism?
Racism and acceptability, no.
Santana, I'm going to ask you again. Is there a single white person with no racism?
Again, no.
Okay, then you just said that no racism is acceptable. So that means you're creating a movement, literally, that is racially segregated. No white people can be a part of the movement?
I said after that, Destiny?
You said that there are white people that are actively deconstructing their racism, which implies that there are no white people that aren't racist. So you're saying that your movement has no room for white people.
Yeah, that's not what was said.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's re-ask the questions. I'm sorry. You said that no racism was acceptable, correct? And then you said that no white person has no racism, correct? So tell me how does this syllogism not work? Tell me. I'm just curious.
Dude, so not only boom, owns, but this is actually like a real problem. So seeing Steven going after it, I think is kind of refreshing. Listen, the whole white people shut up and, sit at the proverbial back of the movement and just let people of color take over the movement and we'll get back to you when we feel like it. That obviously didn't work. That obviously deflated progressive and liberal and democratic momentum for a really long time, right? Because number one, for me, I'm not going to be in a coalition in that. You're not telling me to shut up. I love talking. I'm never stopping talking. I'm going to talk until I have dementia and I'm ranting to one person in chat and it's my wife who's being nice in order to watch my stream, right? So the fact that, you think you're going to get me to shut up is funny. Then the next thing is she's saying I can't scale racist offense. Already that's a problem because if you can't differentiate verbally between TikTok passive aggressiveness and a homicide, we got problems, right? Because you're not willing to grapple with reality. And then Santana saying no racism is acceptable, but simultaneously all white people are racist. What you're doing is you're making it so white folks that all they can do is like quietly moderately support everyone else instead of actually taking leadership within a movement in order to make things happen. And the truth is that if you want, this isn't about like ideological purity, which is what these people want. They want ideological purity. This is about, some level of ideological alignment. And then it means winning elections. It means winning political power in order to reduce the amount of bad things happening on the planet. So the fact that these people they still have the talking points of 2016, but it's 2025. It's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. And then I don't know if you guys saw. Not all of you would have been with me, And we're still warming up. So if you're like, hey, Connor, where's the content? Don't worry. We'll get into the content momentarily. But the snap, when it came to the Win the Fight live, there were a couple of black male creators who were just spouting, like, I'm just going to be real, like really aggressive, progressive baloney that I think that if you poke it with a needle, it pops like a bubble. But they were like insistent on their giga progressive rhetoric. And I'm like, dude, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to attract young men. This isn't going to build a healthy coalition. This isn't going to win against MAGA. And the fact that nobody in the room is pushing back against this, like, I get it. It's supposed to be like a cheerleading, like a pep rally for the Democratic Progressive Alliance in order to go defeat Trump. I understand that that's what it is. But if it keeps going in that direction, you're just going to lose. So let's catch up with chat, and then let's do an intro and get into content. Grassroots says, yes, that would be fine and acceptable. An apology with substance and a change in behavior. There you go. Now, Grassroots, in Steven's defense, he might have done the change in behavior, but he might not have done the apology. As an example, I know a lot of people don't believe this. They're quite skeptical of it. But Steven's had the same girlfriend for, I think, like 2 years now, right? He keeps it pretty quiet because he doesn't, want her to get harassed because they've been dating. But I was hanging out with them, during the PV stuff, like probably a year and a half ago, and they were dating then. And I'm sure they're not monogamous. I'm sure they're some polycule progressive, they date people on the side, whatever thing. However, if you have the psychosocial stability in order to maintain a relationship for a few years and it's quiet and it's not dramatic, then that might actually be an indication of some level of emotional and mental growth. So that's what I'm hoping for. Gen X says that $15 million demand made it impossible for him, and in his mind, it pissed him off, and he's on the offensive now. I agree. We can understand Steven's emotional state without saying, certain behaviors are good or bad. Marfin says, I'm just going to sit back and drink some coffee. Okay. I'll try not to piss you off too much. I don't want you to have a heart attack. Quick and to the point. Lol, true. Gen X says, Connor, it will never be resolved. His actions aren't in dispute. Whether his actions are the actual cause of her harm is what the court will decide, and whether it decides was or wasn't. Yeah. No, I want to do it because I want to pick the times. Although, actually, sorry, my wife's asking me about train tickets. Can you buy afternoon tomorrow, but can you buy late night Saturday? Okay, cool. Sapient says, I get where you're coming from, but one, admission of guilt requires a perception of guilt, and two, I think it's pretty financially risky for any rich famous person to admit guilt. You guys can understand it logistically. Grassroots and I think we're talking about morality. We're not talking about, I think we can all understand that if he's like, yeah, I did it, then boom, he might have to settle more money. I understand that. We're talking about morality, not necessarily money. I understand he might be more concerned with money than he is necessarily like perceptions of his public morality. Sacred Snow says, J-Stock is just mad that Jew-Stalker name stuck, I guess. Sultan Al-Fahim says, but why does J-Stock talk about it like Steven, like Pixie already won? I don't know, man. I wouldn't have that level of confidence. Kay says, at the end of the stream the other day, interesting. Connor, go to the Destiny channel. Okay, I'll check that out. This is the only one I found. Wait, link to the stream. They canceled a woman over a microaggression. Yep. Connor, I know where the big one is in the last 45 to 50 minutes. Okay, we'll take a look. Someone being mean to me is worse than genocide because I'm nice and cute. That's true. Kyle says, more than that, they'll have to build a coalition with other third parties and interact with people on the ground and galvanize them. Right. I sent you the stream link on X. Thank you, Kay. Bro, he killed the entire nonsense position with this, just drove the nail into the coffin. Excellent. The right wing will keep winning because of this. Maybe. Whatever 4690 says, I never saw white victims of police brutality on BLM signs. Yeah, but if they had, then maybe it would be a more broad movement. Brandon Zero says, also, Connor, that Santana dude is a Dean inner circle. He's like a third dude in the TikTok Dean orbit hierarchy, if we want to put it that kind of way. That sucks. Melody says, one lady came out as racist the next day. It was hilarious. Nice. H-Lock says, this hurt my brain watching it live. I don't think there is a VOD yet. Okay. Although I'll check out K's stuff. Conservative liberalism says this hypocritical race thing was a pretty contentious topic in 2015. Are people still doing it's okay to be white? Hashtag just me. Well, it's okay to be white. All right. How's the head today, Connor? I think I might have forgotten to take my pills yesterday. And then I didn't get enough caffeine. So I think we'll be all right today. She went to Israel with him. Also, the honey, the star of the DGG is her kitty. Yeah. She has cute cats. Which effing one? Sorry, Connor's mom. True. Adam Gross. Lol, Steven marriage just failed almost 100% because he fell in love with someone else because clearly poly relationships don't work. His current relationship will fail to do the same thing. Maybe, but maybe she's like a chill poly person. Maybe they'll be like hippies, right? What's the there's a silly movie. I forget what it was. I think it has Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd, Jennifer Aniston commune movie. Yeah, so this one, Wanderlust. I'm just gonna mute it real quick, but basically, I don't know what the premise of it is, but I always see clips coming out of this where Jennifer Aniston and Paul Rudd, I guess they're going on a road trip or something, and they're visiting family, and they're finding stuff out. But one of the famous scenes is there's this like hippie commune like this that they're hanging out in, but then this hippie commune all like they all hook up with each other. And yeah. So anyways, I'm not making a point. I'm just saying when you said that the polyamorous stuff never works, that I got flashbanged by a clip from this movie. Anyways, my apologies. K Sogo says, I don't need an apology from Steven, nor would I want him to apologize. Go and win your case, buddy. I'm going to sit back and drink coffee. Jeez, bunch of DGG Simpson here, huh? I love you, though. Don't leave. Sapien Green says, don't leave me. Sapien Green says, morality doesn't exist in a vacuum, and while the optimal thing might be accepting guilt, when you have something to be guilty about, it also puts you in a position that can be exploited. Sure, I think we understand that. Grassroots says, I think he's legally fine. I think he's morally busted. As a recovering addict, Destiny is every single bit an addict. I'm assuming sex addict is what you're saying. Wanderlust is the movie, says Bo Dickerson. Big Wanderlust fans here. Adam Gross says, I know zero young men who look up to the Harry, Dean, and Parker type of debate bro woke liberal. If I was the Democratic Party, I would run away from these types as fast as I can. They can be good in debate, though. Yesterday, we watched Dean versus Nick Fuentes, and Dean did okay. But I do understand that they're quite, in my opinion, they're quite soy. They're very soy. Adam Gross says, Steven is actually the type of liberal ideologically they should stand by and try to emulate for young men. He isn't woke and can debate people's ideologies into the ground. Adam, we agree with that part of it, but this is all in the context of the sex drama. That's what we've been talking about for like 30 minutes. Possum Nation says, commune always gets crazy with relationships, usually very unequal by the end. Free love. Yeah. All right. Anyways. Harry is 100% the best of the bunch by far. Yeah, and he was caught sexting 11 girls at one time. Lol, toxic masculinity much? But anyways, I caught up with you guys. I parasocially love you. We already hitting 60 on YouTube. That's crazy. That's crazy this early in the morning. But let me set up the content. Let's get into the content. And then hold on. I think Kay said that she sent me... I don't want YouTube. I want Twitter. I think she said that she sent me the TikTok live. So I'm going to check out hearing went well this morning. And then I think you said the last 45 minutes is the YouTube live. And I think I got it. Here we go. Nice, 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 nice. Thank you, Kay. Thank you. So we'll do this in sequential order. We'll do concern trolling first. We'll do the Destiny hearing. And then if we have time, we'll do the Drew Pavlou versus Alex Jones. It's not that I don't like Drew's content. I like Drew's content a lot. And it's not that the Alex Jones debate wouldn't be good. It would be good. It's just that I agree with Drew. So I don't know if I want to pause every 5 minutes and just be like, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Alex is dumb for this reason. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if that's good content. So Destiny, TikTok, Implosion, Drew Pavlou versus Alex Jones. I'm just changing the title. Forgive me. Forgive me, people who want me to just get into content. We're still waking up and getting caffeinated. All right, let me do an intro and let's get cracking. I'm going to try to do an extemporaneous intro, but this is actually like a really complicated drama, so it's going to be tough. So let's give it a shot. So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I like breaking down the scene of alternative media and online politics, and I have a crazy show for you today. What I'm going to be breaking down is a gentleman by the name of Idubbz. He used to be like a sketch comedian, commentary guy. Commentary is another word for drama. But what happened is a few years ago, he kind of became more woke, more progressive. And I'm not necessarily saying that pejoratively, although I'm going to leave it up to you on whether or not it's a pejorative. What's happened recently is he got into a debate between two characters. Hassan Piker, who is one of the biggest political streamers in the Western world, who is pro-Palestine, and Ethan Klein, who is one of the biggest podcasters in the Western world, who is not really pro-Israel, but just doesn't want all of Israel to be slaughtered off of the face of the map. And so as a result of those two creators falling out in drama, Idubbz jumped onto the side of Hassan Piker, despite previously being friends with both. Since that time, there has been a lot of drama, a lot of online smack talking, all that kind of stuff. And Idubbz recently made a video breaking down concern trolling from his perspective. And so without further ado, I'm going to let the man begin the content on his own. I'll be pausing intermittently and breaking down his perspective from my own perspective.
Now, thankfully for me, I have the majority of this video already recorded. This is just a little addendum. I think an addendum is something that you put at the end, but this is a predendum. I'm throwing in a little predendum. Something that I've been struggling with for a long time on YouTube is concern trolling. The thing that I really struggle with is not identifying concern trolling. The difficult part of it is when there are people who have authentic concern out there and the concern trolls are concerned over the same thing. So I'm like, oh fuck, I'm giving in to the concern trolls by addressing, you know, this segment of the population or this segment of my fan base who have genuine concerns. So I don't want to let the trolls inhibit my ability to communicate to my fans or people who are confused out there. So I want to talk about Creator Clash. I want to talk about the structure of the business and how it's changed over the years, and just sort of put to rest any of the lies that are being spread out there about Anissa, about me, and about the event.
I need to give you some more context for this. So Idubbz was, like I said, a popular drama YouTuber for many years and probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of that. But then he stopped producing the content that made him popular. And so as a result, a lot of his audience, in their opinion, have believed that he's fallen off. That's the way that they would phrase it. Excuse me. And so he's like a fallen creator. Well, one of the things that he did, though, while he was quote unquote falling, that salvaged his reputation, was a charity boxing event. And that charity boxing event is called Creator Clash. And the first one was pretty successful. He got a bunch of semi-popular YouTube figures. They boxed each other in the ring. They raised a ton of money, made a ton of money for the event, but they also donated $1.1 million to charity. And so as a result, they had a lot of grace in the community. Now, what ended up happening, though, was with Creator Clash 2, they structured it in such a way that they just assumed success, and they didn't promote it a lot, and they weren't very aggressive. And they also had a lot of expenses. They got the Tampa Bay Lightning stadium out of Tampa. They threw galas and parties and post-event, hangouts and all that kind of stuff. And they hired a comedian and a singer and a live band and all that jazz. And what ended up happening was they went 250 grand in the hole. So what Idubbz ended up having to do was do a live stream in which he raised 400 grand, which is crazy, but good for him that he's clouded up enough in order to do that. And then not only did they make up the $250,000 shortfall from Creator Clash 2, but they ended up donating 200 grand. Now, against all advice, because you had a huge event, you had an event that crashed out and barely made enough money in order to donate anything to charity, they went for a third round of Creator Clash 3. Now, what happened was in the lineup to Creator Clash 3, Idubbz released a drama video taking Hassan's side in the drama. But what ended up happening because of that is one of the fighters, who was an H3H3 employee, so she worked for Ethan Klein, who was one of the people involved in the drama, she dropped out of the fight. So they lost a fighter 60 days before the event. And then, because of the ensuing drama was tied up in Israel-Palestine, a bunch of the other creators who were fighting started feeling uncomfortable about it, and another fighter dropped. Then another fighter dropped. And then, because they had 3 fighters drop 60 days before the event, they had to postpone the event. And then when they postponed the event, another fighter dropped. And so they basically lost like half of their lineup for the charity event that had already failed previously. And then what was the other detail that was interesting about that? So they screwed up the event. And then not only did they screw up the event by involving themselves in this drama, but then they dropped out. They dropped Anissa Joma and Idubbz, who were the faces of the Creator Clash charity boxing event. They left it because their controversy was so toxic that the partial owners of the organization wanted them to leave. So they left. But effectively what they did is they just tanked the third event. So not only did they fail in the second event, not only did they have a bunch of expenses that screwed over the second event, but they screwed up the third event. And now the third event has this like reputational pall hanging around it where they don't know whether or not they're going to be able to run it successfully as a brand. So he effectively imploded a multi-million-dollar business, a multi-million-dollar charity business. Jonah Boy says, J-word, talk about counting the chickens before they hatched. Yep. He didn't. He donated nothing. If you meet his audience, is that what you mean? You're trying to say that the audience bailed him out? Sure. Hassan used Ian for sure. Yep. Hassan used this guy, Idubbz, as a shield to fight Ethan Klein. Whatever says, honestly feels like Idubbz just does what his OnlyFans girlfriend tells him. Well, that's funny. Some of the drama around that kind of says that. Don't forget about their secure their bag. Oh, yeah. For Creator Clash 3, they structured the event so they would take like 34% of the revenue from the event. And then they said like, oh, yeah, well, actually, that's going to be in this video. So I'm pre-reacting. Grassroots says he undonated. Some of those people might have donated to charity had you just not robbed them initially. That's actually a good point, Grassroots. So because everyone who donated spent money on all the galas and parties and the boxing event, that's actually like, there's probably $1 million in there somewhere that could have gone to charity, but didn't go anywhere because it was wrapped up in the parties. Aren't there people they could hire to organize these sorts of things? Yeah. And they're currently in charge of Creator Clash, the brand. Sacred Snow says, not only did Hassan use Ethan, he also discorded him to dodge the katana drama. Yeah. And I'm not going to address that just because if we do, we're going to be here all day addressing all the micro dramas. But actually, real quick, micro drama, when this guy was doing a hit piece against a Jewish creator that didn't want to see Israel get slaughtered off the face of the map, he held a katana that had a swastika on the hilt. You can say it's a manji. It's like an Eastern Buddhist symbol. It's a swastika, bro. It's a swastika. Anyways, let's go.
The main incentive for sharing this information is that I have felt extremely handcuffed by Creator Clash these past years because I'm not an expert communicator and I don't know how to convey things, not over communicate, not do all these things that potentially put the event at
He's in the wrong career field. He's a YouTuber. He should know how to not under and over communicate.
risk and put other people at risk. And that's kind of why I wanted to step away from this event. It feels like it's inhibiting my ability, like the business side of things, like inhibits my ability to communicate openly and effectively, especially when there's so many people counting on me to do that well. So it's a lot of pressure. And now that Anissa and I have stepped away from it, I want to just clear the air because I don't feel that same pressure that I did when I was part of the event. If you look into charity events, they come in so many different shapes and sizes, and there is really no format that is completely obvious for creator boxing plus charity. For the first Creator Clash, we had the business model of after everyone has been paid for, the expenses of the event, all profits go to charity. That was the business model, and it was successful. Thankfully, it worked out the first year. Now, some people will be critical of one of the costs being parties for Creator Clash 2 and actually Creator Clash 1, because that's where we got the idea from. It was very successful for Creator Clash 1, or the event was successful. We don't know if the party worked to encourage people to promote the event, but that was the idea. You get a bunch of creators to show up to a fucking hotel the night before their fight.
And then I'm going to show you the swastika katana, because we had somebody jokingly ask, was it red and black? No, but it was straight black. So this is the original picture. There's 4 creators who participated in the hit piece against Ethan Klein. Here's the swastika sword. And dude, you can't tell me that that's not on purpose. It's on purpose, man. It's a frickin' swastika. It's a manji, so it's going in the opposite direction of a swastika, but it's a frickin' swastika. He has a long, successful career. Right. Yeah. So you think that communications would be his thing. Now, I'll go ahead and accept this argument from him, that him saying that the parties is part of the promotion. I'll accept that. But at the same time, you have to look at ROI, return on investment. So if you're going to spend 30 grand on a stand-up comedian and 20 grand on a live band and 50 grand on the hotel rooms for everybody, so you're in the whole 100 grand, then not only do you need 100 grand in donations to make up for it, but you need an additional 100 grand to say that you're getting a good ROI, return on investment. So that's where I can accept the fact that the parties were part of like the gala atmosphere in order to promote donations and like buzz around the event. I can accept that. But if you don't ask the people that you invited and spent tens of thousands of dollars, you know, in order to get them to come to your event, if you don't ask them to in turn donate to the event, then you're kind of missing it, aren't you? So Mr. Bombastic says H3 stream yesterday was wild. Yeah, his I'm just going to share that with the chat real quick. His former boxing coach said that Idubbz and Anissa screwed over all the boxers that helped train them, where they treated them like social pariahs because they didn't have clout when they were doing the galas. And then not just that, not only did they snub the people who helped train them for the fighting, but also Anissa Joma was only excited to videotape Idubbz when he fought one specific fighter that she had a crush on. And that was the only time that she was ever enthusiastic about Idubbz fighting, was when she was crushing on one of his sparring opponents. And like, dude, if that was something that was said about me, I would just like slam my head into a brick wall until I lost like 50 IQ points and I forgot what the internet was. That is horrible. Horrible. AF says, so maybe communicate well or know how to talk to humans. I mean, that would be, you know, a skill set that you think would be involved with being a YouTuber. You made that stuff up, says making videos is different than communicating in real time. I agree. It's different skill sets, 100%. Adam Gross says nobody sees that symbol and doesn't think it looks like a swastika. Nobody is that naive. Yeah, plenty of leftists are insisting that that's not a swastika. Kyle says, actually, that's a katana from Bleach. The swastika shape is from Bankai's second release. See, already told you. And Kyle is Jewish, I'm assuming. Orksy says, hey, aren't you the guy that wants to bring back slave labor with immigration? You are getting deported to El Salvador because you are evil. Yeah, that's me. I love slave labor. You're first. Cool. All right, back to the content.
And they're going to post about it on social media, and the internet will be abuzz. And the event was successful, so we thought that strategy of having, you know, a little hubbub, a little hullabaloo before the event and after the event was a good idea. So we ran with that strategy again, hoping that creators will post about it and be excited about it and buzz will be generated, but it didn't happen. Or maybe it did happen, but it just didn't sell tickets. I would cross that off my list as a learning experience of, well, if you do this strategy, you either gotta force people to post about it or you have to fucking, I don't know, not do it. You gotta make sure that people are slapping each other during the weigh-in. That's probably what I'd change it to, because it's cheaper, you know? It's a lot cheaper if people slap each other during the weigh-in. I just wasn't about that. I was just like, I don't want this fake drama shit. For the second Creator Clash, we used the same business model. This time we increased the budget, we had more fighters, we had a bigger arena, and more expenses in general. As a result of that, there were a lot more costs, and our ticket sales did not make up those costs. It seemed very obvious that this was not the way to run the charity boxing event. We told our business partners, we are not going to do this event again unless it can be promised to us that there was a way to guarantee money for charity. And the business model that was presented to us was what we're enacting, or what we did enact this year with Creator Clash 3. And that is, the for-profit side of the business is unincorporated with the charity aspect. So the charity partner is its own fundraiser that we sort of like push people to, you know, before, during, and after the event. I think where some of the confusion is that many people don't understand how...
So Kyle is talking about the sword. Look up Bankai. Bankai. What, the sword? Yeah, bro. I mean, I get it. The bleach manji sword is not the same as an actual swastika. I understand that. I get it. It's not being used. That I'm going to make a joke. This sword isn't the Jew Killer 3000 in the Bleach anime. Okay, that's not the name of the sword. I understand. This isn't like a SS trooper armed with a katana. I get it. Okay, but if you look at manji symbol, this is a manji. Okay, this is the Eastern symbol. This is a swastika. You literally click flip horizontal and you have a swastika. Okay, that it's a freaking swastika, man. Okay, and in the context of it being used, they have a freaking pro-Palestinian Turkish guy who's being critical of a Jew, right? So if you want to tell me, like, yeah, the manji isn't the same as a swastika, okay, sure, I'm with you. But if you say the reason why they picked that sword and posed with it wasn't because it was in the context of criticizing a Jew, I find that I can't be I can't say it in a polite way. I find that naive to think that they didn't use it in that context. No, it's the other Aryan swastika, idiot. Nice. Sycamore says, lol, that scene in Curb Your Enthusiasm when the gay kid sews a swastika pillowcase. Yeah, that's the vibes. Adam Gross says, nobody thinks it's an actual swastika, but all our brains go, oh shit, look, that's a swastika when you see it. Yeah, Adam, that's what I'm talking about. Sycamore says, oh yeah, that was it. That would be really funny though. Joe Vasquez, the problem is the context in which it was used. Exactly. Brandon Zero says, by the way, yesterday on stream, we have a micro debate about your name on stream, Connor. How the fuck are we supposed to call you? Counterpoint, counterpoint? Dude, it's counterpoints. It's written down. It's on the channel. It's called Counterpoints. My name is Connor. Holy shit. Adam Gross says, which is our slur to buy. Well, dude, it's okay if you buy it. Maybe just don't use it in your video hit piece against a Jew. You know what I'm saying? Conserve liberalism says, people know the sword wasn't made for the swastika in mind. It's the fact that Hassan brought it up with that in mind. The Finnish used the swastika decades before the Nazis. They called it hakaraisti. Yeah, there. Dude, we all know. It's just the context. It's exclusively the context. And I think what's so funny, what's so frustrating about that is for the past like 5 to 10 years, we've been told by lefties over and over again, stochastic terrorism, Tucker Carlson, Lauren Southern, Tim Pool, excuse me, they're all stochastic terroristic propagandists because they just bring up all these like crime stats and jihadist terrorism and immigrant numbers and all that kind of stuff. And they also bring up the possibility of ethno-religious civil war. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to get white people to get ginned up for a potential civil war and to commit terrorist attacks. Don't you understand? It's all stochastic. Dude, I've heard the word stochastic 10,000 times in the past decade. And then when it comes to a sword that has a frickin' swastika on it, used in the context of a Jewish creator hit piece, they're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. They're like, it's a manji. It's obviously not a swastika. It's a manji. And it's like, bro, I'm getting gaslit. Like leftists are gaslighting the shit out of people about this. And it just makes them untrustworthy. That's what it really boils down to. They're trying to win the battle instead of the war. And so as a result, they're just... I don't trust leftists. I don't trust leftists because they're either, and leftists, I mean socialists and communists. I don't trust them because they're either delusional, at which point you shouldn't trust them, or they're lying, at which point you shouldn't trust them. So that's where, for me, like go ahead and say that it's not a swastika. I'm just going to assume that you're a liar. Jonah Boy says, even watched Bleach as a kid. I thought the hilt on the Bankai looked like Nazi symbol. Yeah, exactly. In the Western context, that's a freaking swastika. It's counterpoints. Kyle says, if he's using it in an anti-Jewish context, then yes, it's hard to believe that it wasn't intended. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. I'm not the only person getting gaslit. Sapien Green says, it was funny how Hassan just denied responsibility for the sword when he talked to Ethan. Yeah. They're just gaslighting the shit out of me. Me and only me. Conservative liberalism says my eye twitches when somebody makes stochastic terrorism arguments. F all that noise. Well, there you go. But these are the people who are like the kings of stochastic terrorist propaganda, right? Whatever says you have to ask, why is he holding the sword in the picture? Not accidental. Agreed. Mr. Rimbasic says they spent the last few years calling out crypto Nazis, so of course they know the tactics very well. You would think. Kingslayer Damocles says, just remember until the H3 drama, Hassan would refer to as the swastika sword. Exactly. So they're either lying or they're delusional. Either way, they shouldn't be trusted.
Charity events operate, because to be honest, they're all very different. And with something like a charity boxing event, there's a lot of money that you have to front to put it on in the first place. And if you have an investor, you're able to do that. That investor is going to want money, they're going to want profit, but that at least gives you the initial funds to put on the event. There are other charity initiatives and events that allow people to spend money for a ticket and immediately get a product, and also their money goes to charity. Those are usually big fucking conglomerates, giant companies that can afford that cost because they're selling you other things. Some people have an idea of charity events as being like a strictly altruistic thing where everyone is just sacrificing their time and energy and money for the charity. To put on a boxing event costs a lot of money. And even in other examples like GDQ, Games Done Quick is a charity event, but they're not like a charity themselves. You know, they run a business and they partner with a charity and they fundraise for the charity. They send people to the charity, and thankfully they have, you know, multiple ways of being paid and paying the people who are running the show. That might be through payment from the charity, that might be through their own like Twitch stream or merchandise. I just know that for a charity boxing event in the form of Creator Clash, there aren't too many ways to recoup your money other than ticket sales. And that was obviously the biggest challenge of the previous two events. When it does well, awesome. But when it doesn't, it's a huge problem. All
right, so hold on. God Explorer says, as a pastor of 20 some odd years, the concept of having a charity event with an investor feels anathema to good nonprofit hygiene. Probably. But I get what he's saying. And unfortunately, this is something that I bumped into in the private sector. There was a Harley Davidson. Somebody was a salesperson for Harley Davidson, and they were talking to us about the charity. So they were saying that what they can do is a charity giveaway of a bike. And the bike can cost 30 grand, 50 grand, whatever. But what they can do around it is they can actually give away the bike, and they can do $200,000 in raffle ticket sales. So they offer $50,000, but the buyers buy $200,000 worth of stuff. Well, what you can do is you can have so many administrative costs where this person is in charge of the charity event itself in totality, and this person does the marketing, and this person does the flyers, and this person buys the flyers, and this person does that, and this person does that. And so what happens is, I think the way that the tax structure is set up is that it's not criminal if only like 10% or 5% of the actual money generated goes to charity. So out of that $200,000 raised, you can donate $5,000 or $10,000. And as long as nobody calls you out on it and you don't get caught, the federal government doesn't care. And so as a result, this guy from Harley was basically saying that they were running bike raffles that were donating to charity, but they made stupid profits for the people who participated in the charity marketing campaigns because they got the goodwill of it being a charity, and they got stupid money from the raffle ticket sales, and the federal government didn't care. And most people just wanted the bike. They didn't even care about the charity. And so as a result, it was just like win, 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 win across the board, when realistically only 5% or 10% of the money ever went to a charity. Kind of skeezy, if you ask me, but you know, who cares? That's the world. Brandon Zero says, Connor, are you one of those people who can't listen to videos on 1.5? I listen to all videos at 1.25 or 1.5. I just don't do it because when I listen to Chud Logic or Queeman or Nick Diorio, I actually find that if I listen to myself, I have to put myself at 1.25 or 1.5 because I already know half the things I'm going to say. But if I'm listening to somebody else, it's actually cool to relax at a 1.0. Kurt Lurt says, you are a maggot. Give me something more to deal with. You are vermin. Okay? What's your problem? Give me something more, Kurt Lurt. You're not saying anything. Can you do a shout out to my friend Cobson Powell? Sure. Hi, Cobson Powell. How are you? Adam Gross says, am I missing something? Why didn't Idubbz fight out all the logistics before telling participants to train for it? Because they didn't know how much money they were going to make. Seraph702 says, must be doing better. We are getting troll migrations. No, I have a crazy tweet that got like 160,000 likes for saying how much do white American laborers cost. So all the maggots and MAGAT, they're freaking out because they're like, don't you want white American laborers to make $50 an hour? We can do that at the end of the segment. At the end of the segment, we can talk about the economics of immigration. Anyways, yeah, can the critics, because there's like two of you, there's TPDA and Kurt Lurt. Can you give me something substantive to deal with? Because just like doing the insults or whatever, it's kind of lame. Like you could be like, actually, Connor, we can deport 10 million people and then the cost of labor will go up. But because the economics of everybody will be making more money because the labor costs will go up, and then we'll be able to buy more stuff. Like, can you give me an economic explanation? You are a Magog? No, Magog is like a desert deity. I'm a human. I'm human. Anyways, let's continue. Work on your insults, guys. Work on your insults.
Remains to be seen whether the for-profit business side of the event will be successful, but the main controversy, I would say, is that it was revealed with the change of ownership that Anissa and I, because we're 1/3 ownership of Creator Clash the business, that we were getting 34% of the profit share. We weren't anticipating this event doing well. Like, we wanted to do well enough to pay back the investors, of course. So that's one of the reasons that we were, okay with the profit share thing. But another part of it as well is that the contract wasn't structured in a way that the profit share could just directly go to charity. It was told to us, like, you could just donate your portion of the profit share to charity after the event. So we were like, okay, fine. Now, I know some people will find it hard to believe that Anissa and I were just going to give our portion of the profit share to charity. There's nothing I could really say to, I think, convince them otherwise. It was up to our discretion at the end of the day, and if you don't believe us, I can't say anything that'll change your mind. I guess my only appeal is that year one, we made a bunch of money for charity, and I just got the fighters' pay like everyone else. In year two of the event, we definitely got nothing. So yeah, having said all of this, I know that there's probably a lot of you out there who honestly don't care, and you're just like, you want to see boxing, or you just want to see regular videos. I get that. For my soul, I needed to communicate it. So yeah, that's a big relief for me. I'm very happy that, this year money is being raised for charity, and I'm glad to know that it's already more successful than year two. Mission accomplished as far as I'm concerned.
I responded to his personal attack with a joke, and then he hit me with a concern troll.
From the right, there's a lot of concern trolling around small businesses.
This is the...
Actually, so let's go ahead and rewind it. And let's go ahead and address the worms. Address the worms in chat. So, and by the way, your guys' insults suck. Okay? Like, you are a disgusting human being. It's like, you're not even, what am I supposed to do with that? It's not even something that I can play with. But let me go ahead and find my notifications. So, this is what's going on. Let's break this down. Charlie Kirk. I ratioed the fuck out of Charlie Kirk. Wait, I was told repeatedly that Americans can't do these jobs. And there's 20... As a matter of fact, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, Let's count it again to see if we have a good head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then you have the cameraman as well. But we'll just go with 9. Okay. So the point is that roofing is hard work. Okay. Nobody is denying that. Roofing is a difficult job. It's a pain in the ass. Okay. And I'm not saying these guys aren't doing a good job. Looks like they're doing a great job. You know, they're moving a little fast. They're getting a little crazy. I would want to make sure that my nails were a little bit more nailed down than that. That he's going too fast, in my opinion, but that's okay. You got to be efficient, right? So anyways, they're doing this. Looks like they're doing a good job. Now, the thing is, yeah, exactly. Eben says moving far too fast. In my opinion, you know, I haven't done roofing myself, but I've done construction admin. Like where you shoot a nail and how deep you shoot a nail and all that kind of stuff, that can affect how you do it. So there's plenty of criticisms of different roofers and how they operate. So that's actually, you know, scary to me. So world-class roofing. So if you want to hire world-class roofing, there you go. But the point is that this white crew, and I'm not hating on them, right? Yes, I get it. I'm gay. Thanks, Wowman542. Yes, I'm a man who spends my time covering other men and their opinions on stream. Therefore, Connor is gay. Thank you, Wowman542. You own me in the marketplace of ideas. Okay. But the point is that if you have somebody who comes in from Central or South America and they're willing to do this work for $7 an hour, let's do 7 times 9 times. Let's say that this is like a 4-day job. Okay. So $7 times 8 hours a day times 4 is $224. Okay. And that's per person. And there's 9 people. And let's just double check the math real quick. 7 times 8 times 4. And bear in mind, this is all, I understand that my numbers aren't accurate. I'm just trying to get a ballpark. Okay. Times 9 laborers. That's $2,000. Now, in my opinion, if I was going to climb up onto a roof and sweat my nuts off and then also work my ass off and break my back and all that kind of stuff, I'm not doing that for less than $20 an hour, right? And realistically, I want $30, but I'm going to do 20. Like I'll do 20 for the sake of argument, just because there's young men who might be willing to work for less than me. So let's write this down again. $7 an hour times 8 hours a day times 4 days. Bear in mind, sometimes these guys are working like 12-hour days, but still. And then times 9 is 2016. So let's just keep $2,000 in our mind. All right. Then let's say that there's white guys and they're working for $20 an hour. And this isn't a moral indictment of anybody. I'm just trying to be descriptive. So let's do $20 an hour times 8 hours per day times 4 days. That's $640 times 9 laborers, 5,760. So minus 2,000, and you've effectively doubled or tripled the labor cost. Okay. Now, if you want to say you individually want to hire North European laborers for triple the rate in order to do that, because you want them to you want them to have a good life. You want them to have a good job. You want them to do whatever. That's totally fine. I don't care. You hire white laborers. But what I'm telling you is that most people want a cheap roof, and most single family homeowners have been used to spending $20,000 on a roof. So if you're going to increase the cost of it by 30, 40% because you're increasing the labor, then what you're talking about is instead of $20,000 roofs, you're talking about $30,000 or $40,000 roofs. Okay. So if you want to spend that, go ahead. That's perfectly fine. But what I would like to do instead, I support cheap labor. Yeah, I love cheap labor. You're right. I'm a capitalist. Ooh, shocking. Shocking. The Republicans have gone communist and the never Trump Republican is a capitalist. Ooh. Google Maps, Mexico. But who will pick the cotton? They're not picking cotton, Shadow 2 Bravo. I expected better out of you. Now, keep shit posting along your thing. But yeah, sure. Who will pick the cotton, actually? But the point is that when you have guys who are willing to labor for $7 an hour and they're willing to cut down your labor costs, it's called a seasonal visa. Thank you, Kingslayer Damocles. But what happens is not only are you reducing the costs of what's happening in construction and agriculture, but then not just that, but these dudes who are living in the United States, they're living with 2 or 3 roommates and they're sending half their money home, is guess what they do back home? They build their own houses. They make their own middle income, labor bullshit. They're able to put their kids through school. They're able to put their kids through college. And so as a result of putting their kids through college and putting their kids through school, Mexico becomes better. Central America becomes better. South America becomes better. And they stop being anarchic shitholes. So what you're doing is you're cutting off Central and South America. They're going to remain economically worse and destitute. And then what you're doing is you're increasing costs in the United States. So if you want to do that, go for it. But I think you guys are like fucking pussies, right? Number one, your insults suck. You're like, you're a bad person. And it's like, fuck off. That's not even like a good insult. And then number two, you're more economic redistributivist, authoritarian, whatever, in reference to the economy than I am. So no, go fuck yourself. I don't care. So I have a different view on world economics, and that's a moral indictment. Pound sand. Severin says, Valor Media Network, if you get a chance, I would love to hear your analysis, position, and predictions on Rojava. Really interesting project, way to the left of me, but more anarch than communist. Are you talking about the Kurds? Then sorry, hold on. I like Shadow 2 Bravo, but he says, but who will pick the cotton? Okay. This is another thing that's really annoying that I'm going to explain. So, pictures of chattel slavery. So we have chattel slavery. This is what you're talking about. So we have Africans who are kidnapped from Africa by the Kingdom of Benin. They're put into a slave ship that has a whole bunch of disease and dysentery. They die at 30% the rate. They get whipped and beaten whenever they try to escape, and they get shot if they do, try to escape as well. And then they spend 12 hours a day or 8 hours a day picking cotton, and then they live in less than subsistence, working conditions where they effectively live and sleep and eat and shit out of a shack. You're comparing that to 3 Central Americans working together in agriculture and in construction, which those white guys weren't enslaved, right? They were doing the same things that the Mexicans were doing. Then after an 8 to 12 hour day, they go hang out in an air-conditioned apartment. They pass out from exhaustion. They wake up, they do it the next day. I'm not saying they're not working their asses off. They are working their asses off. But they can go to Mexico whenever they want to. They can go to Central America whenever they want to. They can go to South America whenever they want to. They can leave whenever they want to. No one's beating Central American and South American slave laborers. Nobody's hitting them. Nobody's enslaving their children. No one's killing them with dysentery. So you comparing it to chattel slavery, I kind of find absurd. Now, there's absolutely abuses within the industry that I find repellent, but you know how I would fix that? I would fix that the way Kingslayer Damocles said, with seasonal work visas. So they get minimum wage. They get, hopefully, like medical and dental and all that kind of crap. They get like benefits, some kind of minimum benefits for work. They get workers' comp. They get injury stuff. And then we keep the prices for agriculture and construction low while also economically buoying Central and South America. Pretending this is slavery, I think is just like, it's cope. It's cope to me. It's just straight cope. And I almost guarantee you that MAGA is going to be bitching in the next year when grocery prices and construction prices go up. They're going to be like, oh, this is the aftershocks of the Biden economy. And realistically, it's like, no, you deported 5 million Central American migrants and the Central Americans have stopped working as much. So costs went up. You know what I'm saying? So sorry. This is just like straight cope. Shout out to Cobson, the Patriot. He will violate you. Okay. I'll violate him right back. Right in the butt. These replies to Connor are woke. Yeah. Severin says, if you get a chance, yeah, that was Rojava. Oh my God, it's modern day slavery. I'm totally not woke. Yeah. Way better than the rest of the region. Concerned about Turkey incursions? Sure. Cobson, Patriots in control, standing by. Dude, if you guys just keep being annoying and not engaging with the content, you're just going to get banned. You're undercutting American workers. Well, shout out to Bravo. I think that American workers should be getting educated. And what I mean by that is not just 4-year degrees. I also mean that they should be getting HVAC. They should be getting mechanic certifications. I basically want a GI Bill for American citizens, regardless of whether or not they do military service. So plumbing, HVAC, what's the other one? Electrician, trucking. I'm trying to think of all those industries. But there's all these industries that are blue collar, but with a certification and a little bit of training, you can make double or triple what a drywaller or a painter or a person who does gable cornice returns. With a simple certification, you can do blue collar work that makes double or triple what a roofer makes, right? So what I would want Americans to do is I would want to incentivize education to the point that if they want to go into white collar work, they can go into white collar work. But if they want to go into blue collar work, then effectively their journeyman's, their apprenticeship, their whatever is subsidized by the government to the point that they get certs and then they start making triple what a roofer makes. Why don't these people just hire Americans right now? Because they want to save money. Don't you know how hard it is out there? I do, but it makes me sick over 100 feet. Sure, you're a meanie bobini coca head. Dude, that's what they're saying. It's crazy. Their insults suck. Bring back whips and chains. You guys are crazy. Oh my gosh, Democrats are the real racists for not deporting immigrant slaves who traveled 1,000 miles here. God, you guys are fucking annoying. As your local immigration hawk, I'm totally down with seasonal and other temporary visas. I'm even down with increasing legal immigration. I'm just Mr. Deport illegals. And Kingslayer, we could split the difference on this. I would say seasonal work visas and work visas for the people who do come here in order to help out with the labor costs related to agriculture and related to the construction industry. And then it doesn't have to be permanent at all. Around 25% of construction workers are undocumented. Yep. Bo Dickerson, we're not going to have anyone around to wipe our butts. Vermont, Representative Becca Baint. Sure. Dude, if you guys want to do the let them eat cake Connor's pro-slavery comments, go for it. I don't care. It's even higher among roofers. I think it's close to 40%. Yeah, we Googled that the other day. Money is only part of it. Money doesn't care who spends it. It's whether or not it's the cartels or a mom and pop shop. Right. And I would rather Central and South American laborers who bust their ass in order to make the economy work. I would rather they have the money. Oh, thank you, baby. Thank you. Oh, I just like Americans, and I mean all Americans. Shout out to Bravo says, if businesses didn't have illegal workers to undercut American, the wages would be there. Yeah, okay, but shout out to Bravo. You're ignoring what I said about certifications in order to get Americans jobs that pay triple what laborers get paid. Severin says, autonomous region in northern Syria, mostly Kurds. Okay, that was in reference to Rahava. Why seasonal work instead of like years-long contracts and roads to citizenship? We could do both. Fat guy with a soy beard is pro-immigration, another right victory. Woke right victory. Brother. I think he's talking about me. So let's go full screen. Here. You don't get it, chat. We work out on stream. We lift weights. I got triceps, bro. I got biceps, bro. I got forearms, bro. I might be a little chunky, but you know, that's neither here nor there. I still lift, bro. Why deport illegals to Saqqat when you can just make an inroad to citizenship for the ones? Dude, we're going to have such a huge fight in chat right now because we got like Trumper deport them all patriots mixing in with neoliberals and leftists. So I'm gonna stoke the fires of chat for like another 5 minutes and then we'll move on. Bro, they are already blaming Biden for the dips in the economy after 100% tariffs. Yeah, I know, dude. It's total cope. Grassroots says, I'm incredibly good at insulting people, only hampered by having to apologize to your mom 300 times per day. True. Gen X says, you forgot grape slaves. I'm a bit behind. Yep. Melody says, Valor Media Network, why seasonal work? I already answered that. I said we could do both. There are too many people holding CDLs. There are far too many drivers. What are you talking about? Commercial truck driving. Is there a commercial truck driver shortage? Yes, there is a commercial truck driver shortage in the United States. The American Trucking Association has been forecasting a shortage for many years, and the issue has been ongoing for at least 15 years. The ATA estimates that the industry was short approximately 80,000 drivers in 2022. The truck driver shortage costs freight industry $100 million per year. So shout out to Bravo. You might know a bunch of dumbass truck drivers who suck. I understand that. But you understand that there is an 80,000 person trucker shortage, and by 2031 it'll be 160,000 people. So you're saying we have too many truck drivers. The industry is saying the opposite. Stream buffering. Brandon Zero says, legit question, Connor. Would a white American really ask like double of what a migrant can get? Hell yeah, they would. Dude, migrants will work for $7 an hour because $7 an hour will go infinitely further in Central and South America than it will here. Whereas a native is going to ask for at minimum 15 to 20 bucks an hour in order to climb onto a roof and sweat their balls off for 12 hours a day. Are you shitting me? The lack of drivers is solely pushed by large corporations. Bro, I'm literally trying to get you more drivers and you're saying, no, they're Mexican. What are you talking about, man? I'm saying Mexicans and Central Americans come in and they take the day labor jobs. We get the Native Americans, citizens. We get citizens CDLs. We get citizens journeyman certificates. We get citizens electricians stuff. We get them HVAC stuff, and we get them 4-year degrees if they want 4-year degrees. They want to study like gay underwater poetry. I don't give a shit. But the point is, you get them educated so they can make decent money. What are we talking about here, man? The stream has turned into 100 men versus a gorilla, and Connor is the gorilla. Yeah. All right, I'm catching up. Oh, no, notice how they fucking disappear. How all the fucking critics who are talking about, labor, how they fucking evaporate and have nothing serious to say the second I started addressing them. Think about that. Laugh my ass off. It's insane. They believe the opposite reality. We already have a lot of seasonal visas. Okay. Afro Jew says we only have foreigners to thank for American population decades increases, by the way. Truck driving is base, not with Starlink, should improve the quality of life a lot. This sounds dirty, but money is a lubricant. It eases the passage of my butt. Sure. Guys. Gay underwater poetry. Okay, I caught up with you guys. Yes. Bo Dickerson says, turn all Americans into the managerial class and import low-skill labor. Unironically, yes. Do you want to make $20K a year being a drywaller, or do you want to make $60K a year being construction administration? What do you want? I guarantee you, even if you say that you want to be a drywaller, you'll last for 5 to 10 years, and then you'll be trying to get into the construction admin job so you can sit your ass in the fucking air conditioning. Don't fucking hit me with this bullshit. They come in, fucking pussies. They evaporated too. The second I started addressing them, they all fucking poof. No points. Losers. Absolute losers. Fucking losers. I can't believe that. I start addressing them and they disappear and they don't have any points. That's embarrassing. Clip this. You want to come in on my quote tweet because I ratioed Charlie Kirk and I was talking about white labor versus central immigrant labor. I address all of your problems. I address all of your concerns. I talk about macroeconomics and you evaporate. Clip this. You're fucking pussies. You're pussies and you're losers. Can't even defend your own position for more than 5 minutes against somebody who's not a moron. I could do better lines of argumentation for your position than you can. That's what's embarrassing about it. That's what's embarrassing. I could make the argument, no, we just need to eat it. Central America and South America need to handle their own economic problems. The working class has been suffering under neoliberalism for the past 50 years for so long that, the truth is that the working class truly needs a break. And so if that means deporting people, it is what it is. I can make better arguments for the white labor than you can, and yet you disappear the second I start talking about it. Cowards, idiots, morons. Bro. Wow. Nothing. Cobson's Gods won, by the way. You didn't do anything, Kurt. You didn't do anything. You showed up and you said nothing. You offered nothing. You're the only person left. All of your boys ran away. You got anything? Kurt, do you have anything? I just gave you a macroeconomic description of exactly how I viewed economics working in Central, South, and North America. And I told you how it's mutually beneficial to North America and Central America. I even broke bread with Kingslayer Damocles, who is an immigration hawk. All that happened is you said, lol, we won, but you didn't offer anything. Do you have anything? Do you have anything to say? Or do you actually have an 80 IQ? Because if we're talking about the great replacement, I think we should start with you if you can't offer any kind of argumentation. Come on, brother. Earn your keep. You want 20 to 30 bucks an hour. You got to be faster than that. Come on, man. You can't walk in and say, you're disgusting, my parasocial person won, and not offer any argument. What argument you got, bro? You got a keyboard. We're all waiting for you. We got 60 people. They're waiting on bated breath for your economic argument. Come on, man. You could be typing. Type away. Earn your 20 to 30 bucks an hour. You want a new American economic empire. Let's go. Nothing. You got nothing. You've had a full minute of me ranting to type out something smart, and you got nothing. You're fucking embarrassing. You're embarrassing. That's sad. That's sad, bro. I don't even feel bad. Well, hold on. I do feel bad. I do feel bad. I feel bad. I feel bad that Cobson has you as a community member. I have 60 beautiful 3,000 IQ, super smart souls on my chat. You are an embarrassment of a chatter. You're embarrassing. Run back to Cobson. Maybe he'll coddle your 50 IQ ass. But anyways. So he got 65K on being proud of seeing white people doing day labor. I got 200K on a quote tweet, which is, you know, it is what it is. You know, like ratios, I don't really care about it. And notice too how I didn't say, like, yeah, Central American labor is amazing. I said, cool, what's their hourly rate? Because I'm trying to point to the increase in construction costs. And all of the comments are like, oh, you hate whites, you hate whites, you hate whites. And it's like, that's not what I said. I said, what's their hourly rate? And then he says, do we need Americans for you to afford services? Maybe. I don't know how much it costs. And then I say, how much do Americans cost? I haven't made any descriptive or prescriptive claims. I've literally asked 2 questions and all these people freak the fuck out. So anyways, 10 ply. Yeah, you're fucking 10 ply, blood. You're fucking 10 ply. So anyways, embarrassing. So anyone who wants to talk about macroeconomics, you're welcome. You're welcome into my chat. We can talk. All right. Let's continue. I'm going to mute myself so you don't have to hear me eat.
I responded to his personal attack with a joke, and then he hit me with a concern troll.
From the right, there's a lot of concern trolling around small businesses.
This is the most boring kind of concern troll.
Get Snoop Dogg and Tupac the concern troll.
Concern trolling. You need to address this issue, man, because you are offending the trans community. Shut up.
That is such poor concern trolling.
Lindsey Graham did a lot of concern trolling about this.
His concern trolling is empirically wrong.
Oh, dude, this is like the hardest concern trolling I've ever heard in my entire life, dude.
You don't answer to the concern trolls.
Concern trolling about homeless people.
This guy's an example of a concern troll.
Concern trolling about fairness.
They sit on the sidelines and they concern troll.
It's basically concern trolling.
There's a lot of people do concern troll.
Concern trolling.
As concern trolling.
Concern trolls.
Concern troll. Concern trolling.
Concern trolling. Concern trolling.
Quintessential concern troll.
That was some expert concern trolling.
Yes.
I've been working on my laugh lately. I'm trying to get it to a level where it's contagious. I haven't figured it out. I'll let you guys know when I figure it out. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Idubbz Complains. In the last couple of videos, I got a lot of comments. Now I don't have time to read all 150,000 comments, but I also don't want to let down my audience, you know? I want them to know that I hear you. I hear your concerns and I'm listening. I've put all 150,000 comments into the AI and I told it to condense it down into a singular comment that is representative of the whole. My hope is that the one comment will perfectly represent a small fragment of everyone in the audience so everyone is equally happy. Okay, hold on a sec.
I'm eating, so I'm muting myself so you don't have to hear my disgusting mouth noises. But listen, I'm going to share this because I kind of went hard on the people who were coming into chat. If you're an economic protectionist, if you think that targeted tariffs can be good for an economy, if you think that American laborers do need better protections, better wages, better benefits, etc., in order to create a more vibrant economy, if you think that immigration needs to be controlled strictly, I don't care. We could probably even break bread on a healthy chunk of that where we could find some kind of centrist position in order to make sure that we control agricultural costs through labor subsidization, through immigration and also construction costs, but then also make sure that the Americans work here have a dignified wage. We can find that level of like nuance and like good policy that's good for laborers as well as it's good for the country. I'm perfectly fine doing that. But if you're going to say, well, I'm just down to pay whatever costs it costs in order to get an American to do it, you might implode the economy, right? So when it comes to like agricultural costs, it's massively subsidized by immigrant labor. When you're talking about construction, it's massively subsidized by immigrant labor. So if you click your fingers as a genie and you make all that labor disappear, obviously costs are going to go up. So my point isn't so far as you can say that you just want that. You just don't care about costs. You just want domestic workers. And I'll say, okay, we disagree, but it's, you know, no skin off of my ass. I'm not an immigrant, right? But at the same time, just, you know, actually have the conversation, right? Because you're not going to be able to control costs in agriculture and construction and eliminate immigrant labor. It's just not going to happen. So don't tell me that in an idealized world, everybody makes $100 an hour and we also have cheap services and cheap goods. It's not a thing. Jack Darko says, I don't know who Cobson is, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. We got like 6 of them. We got 6 Cobson D riders, and I don't know who Cobson is. So, you know, good luck to you, Cobson. Kesoko says, Connor, don't pander to these trolls. They have no intention to stick around and break bread. Yeah, sure. I'm not trying to pander them. I'm just saying that like we have, you know, 60 giga IQ, 3000 IQ Chads in chat right now. And so as a result, I'm just saying with the Chads, if you disagree with me on economics, that's fine. But we actually just need to talk about the economics and what you're prepared to suffer in order to realize your economic vision. That's all I'm saying. So you don't have to agree with me 100% on my American empire, unified Western hegemony idea. You don't have to agree with me on that, but that's just my perspective. So if you have a different perspective, we can talk about it, but talk about it. He can suck on my knobson. Yeah, exactly. Cobson can suck on my knobson. Kyle says, under their protectionist model, how are they going to get an unwilling population to go along without state violence? State violence. They would say good pay, but I doubt they're willing to pay for good pay. I Googled Cobson and QAnon and couldn't find anything. Must be a subcult. Good for them. How about being a dignified person? Well, I mean, I agree. I don't know if you're talking about labor right now or me being very rude to people. I don't know what you're talking about, grassroots. But what I'll say is, I think even Central and South Americans are entitled to a level of dignity. Now, if they're willing to have 3 roommates in a 2-bedroom apartment and they're willing to work for $7 an hour because to them, it's like an offshore oil rig job, right? I don't know if you guys have ever bumped into these opportunities, but you can make 60 grand, 50 grand in a quarter. You can make 60 grand in 3 months. But the way that you do that is you're willing to work with your hands. you're willing to get roughed up, you're willing to get injured, and you're willing to spend 3 months offshore, right? So you go to Texas, you join a roughneck crew, you fly out via helicopter to an oil rig, and then you work there for 3 months and you make $60K in 3 months. Now it's backbreaking labor. It's hard as hell, but you can make a shitload of money. And then when you make a shitload of money, you can buy a motorcycle, or you can buy a Corvette, or you can buy a house, or you can buy your girlfriend. You know, you can make shitloads of money being an oil worker. And so the oil workers are kind of like seasonal workers in that they spend 90 days offshore, but then they make a shitload of money. And so that's kind of the same way that immigrant labor, and you're like, well, immigrant labor, they only make $7 an hour. It's not that much. $7 an hour isn't a lot of money here. But in the Dominican Republic, as an example, a Coca-Cola cost 6 cents. Okay? It costs 6 American cents. So if you scale the economy down to the costs, now you can't get all of the luxury goods that you want, but you can get meals for really cheap. You can get a house for really cheap. You can rent properties for really cheap. So if you live in Central and South America, your dollar goes infinitely further. So if you have these Central American migrants who are willing to come here as if it was an oil rig job, and then they're making only $7 an hour, but they're able to live off of half of that because they have roommates and they eat on the cheap, but then they're able to send all that money home, then their families back home are doing super good. So it's a mutually beneficial economic relationship. That's why I don't get what these guys are saying. It's very frustrating. Excuse me. Grassroots says, I work 110 hours a week, but it seems sunny. Well, if you love your job, then awesome. K-Soko says, when I was younger, I almost took a job on a stone ferry on Lake Erie. Pay would have been amazing. I chose an easier career. Yeah, me too. Me too. I could have been a roughneck. Dude, they had a program specifically for military veterans in order to become oil rig workers. And I strongly considered it because it seemed like exciting and cool work. But I wanted to get my 4-year degree, and I wanted to drink and hang out with girls, you know? I had just gotten back from a deployment, and I'd been with like 1,000 men for 7 months with 10 females. I wasn't ready to do that again. Seraph702 says, I had an army buddy with a Derrick in North Dakota, offered 100K for 6 months, 80K for 4 months. These guys listening to our convo offered. He flew them out and hired them for 6 months. Yep. Whatever says, how do you stop your seasonal workers from becoming illegal immigrants, Connor? Strong border controls. Dashing Rogue says, the big thing that no one wants to talk about is when it comes to laborers and automation. I think we might have an agricultural revolution beforehand. They will make all laborers obsolete. We'll see. We might need to actually like space mine in order to get enough rare earth minerals and metals in order to manufacture a slave population of robots, which would be dope, because if robots don't give a shit about what they do all day, then they could just labor in perpetuity, and then boom, we all become a leisure class. Wow Man says, I wish more pundits just highlighted American companies and vote with their wallets over cheap Amazon stuff like Hawkins Leather Company wallets. Very based of you to say. Infinitely further? Okay, maybe not infinite, but a lot further. All right. Anyways, but the point is that I just wanted to say that these people, they're not here for the hard arguments. And if they were, I would respect them more. Heartbender says, dude, who the fudge works 110 hours a week? Get fucking real. I was doing 80-hour weeks and I was dying. Well, Grassroots Hegemon, who makes a shitload of cash. So I think he probably enjoys his work on some level, or else he wouldn't work that much. Lol, 1,000 men and 10 women. Man, you were a busy, busy boy. Fuck you, K-Soko. Oh, 1,000 men in one day. Come on. You guys are rude. These people. What do you mean, these people? Please, future robot makers, don't make them so smart they demand to be free from slavery. True. All right. Anyways, you guys are being super rude. You're calling me a gay prostitute, and this is my chat. What the hell? But anyways, we got 73 people. I parasocially love each and every single one of you. You all have 3,000 IQ and perfect taste in content. Thank you for choosing to spend some of your day with us. Please remember to like the stream, enjoy the content, all that kind of stuff. Also, these VODs, we're currently demonetized, but we're working on that. It's basically an admin thing on the back end. So we should have that fixed for you in the next couple of weeks. So you can give super chats and memberships and all that kind of stuff. If, however, you want to catch the VODs, like you got to dip out for lunch, dip out, take care of your family, all that kind of stuff, then go ahead and go over to Counterpoints, type in Counterpoints Politics into your search bar. You'll pull up my VOD channel and you'll be able to catch these as post-recorded VODs. So, yes.
So I'm kind of lost. Who's
AF brings up, this is an important point. We're good looking too. You guys are also, not only do you have 3,000 IQ, you're also good looking.
Hassan again? But hey, it's cool to see a content cop after all these years. Still, I gotta say, something feels different, man. Did we lose the plot somewhere? I miss the old days, but whatever. Keep doing you, I guess. Anyway, peace out. I'm gonna go rewatch some Filthy Frank now. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a big fan of the one comment because I feel like it perfectly encapsulates a comment from like a normie viewer who maybe watched you 5 years ago, but you know, they don't keep up with the drama or anything. When I first started my research on concern trolling, I was trying to find scholars on the topic. I know it hasn't been around for that long, but I'm like, surely there's someone who is well versed in the art of the troll.
He's mastered that art of trolling.
To my surprise, the scholar on this topic is Anita Sarkeesian. Yeah, it's been almost a decade since like the Gamergate time, and go figure, the white guy 8 years later is like, I think Anita Sarkeesian was kind of onto something. There's a lot of assholes on the internet, and they're kind of misogynistic too, I think. It's crazy what a little CTE or the love of a woman will do to you.
Unfortunately, that's not the only species of concern troll out there.
The most obvious definition for concern trolling is when someone is pretending to be concerned about a particular subject or cause, when in reality, they don't give a fuck. They're just doing it to either get attention, start a fight, derail a conversation. To be honest, it's very effective, because back in the day, you could identify someone trolling pretty easily, and you can kind of scroll past it. They'd have a name like Shit is Fuckus, and they would say fake and gay. But nowadays it feels like the average troll is going to give you a paragraph or two, and you will not be able to identify.
I'm not going to lie. I'm going to use bad words, but seeing Shit is Fuckus saying fake and gay, it was almost like nostalgia. I got hit with nostalgia from the old internet. It was great. Wowman542 says, bro, are we trapped in 2016 timeline? Gamergate, Trump, and Anita Sarkeesian are back again? Yeah, because Idubbz took a decade in order to catch up on this concept of concern trolling.
Identify straight away if someone is fucking with you or not. Do they hate me? Are they making a point here? Should I rethink my behavior? What the fuck? It seems like they'll oftentimes give you their fan resume to like prove that they're not just some random hater, right? They're not a troll or a hater. They're a fan who's been supporting you since the Kickstarter crap era. They've been supporting you since you made a NFT of your ball sack. I've been subscribed since the Overgrowth Let's Plays. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to more Overgrowth. Just want to say that this video really missed the mark. Hope that you can do better. Hope that you can do better is such a great thing to say. It's like, you're a piece of shit. Part of the reason I want to share this is...
Which is funny because, this is a context that was brought up by Nicholas DiOrio and some other drama and commentary people, is that's what he did to Ethan Klein. His entire video was like, I hope you can do better. So him doing that and realizing it, his previous video essay taking down Ethan Klein was effectively an hour-long concern troll. Eben says, Idubbz legit might be the dumbest person to be around on Earth for a long time. Listen, man, this is why I'm supremely confident in our long-term ability to create content, is because some of the most successful people on the internet are wildly stupid and uninsightful. It's actually amazing. Grassroots will say, I will tell you, I make what I make because I never sleep. There you go. Raymond says, I'm bi. Love you all, partisan. Cool. Chase says, this feels like a manic defense video. Brother read some criticisms that set him off. Actually, that's the point that I wanted to address, Chase. So for me, I deal with comments all the time. Comments on the politics stuff tend to be more passionate than the Warhammer stuff. But even with the Warhammer stuff, lots of people are super passionate about Warhammer stuff. And so they'll leave me like paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs. And so if it's something that I feel is like said that I have like feedback on that I like a lot, then I'll give them like a paragraph of feedback because I want them to know that their comment was seen and appreciated. If, however, it's something that's concern trolly or it's just concerned in general, it's like, Sweaty, can you please, hold on, did I lose the internet?
Because I know.
Yeah. So if it's like, Sweaty, can you please make your react box a little bit smaller? It's making me not able to see all the action, and I don't want to see your giant forehead. If I get something like that, then I just type in like N-O period, enter. Because I'm not going to waste energy arguing with you about copyright, react videos, any of that kind of stuff. And on top of that, it's my channel. I'm going to do what I want. So basically, like, and then in reference to politics, some people will have like really long drawn out arguments that some of them are good and worth engaging, but also with some of them, you can just tell it's like a schizo post and it just goes on and on and on and on and on. So anyways, what I'm basically recommending to you is that if you want a creator to engage with you in the comment section, number one, 90% of creators don't even engage with their comment section for their own mental health. But number two, keep it short. Keep it punchy, keep it to the point, and then also use empathy, which is a skill that we should have all learned by the time that we're 30, in order to understand what will piss off a creator versus what would actually be feedback that they might consider. You know, it's not hard if you don't have autism. Excuse me. Melody says, well, was more than 95% of the video was pooping on Ethan and the last 5% was saying he can do better because the therapist didn't agree with him, lol. Well, Melody, you might be right there. But I think it was a setup for a concerned troll, even if he didn't even think it was a concerned troll. GRT says, prodigious forehead, gang, unite. True. Whenever 4690 says, the more Idubbz speaks, the more I dislike him. Maybe I should throw his girlfriend a few dollars. Rude. For those of you who don't know, his Anissa Joma, Idubbz's wife, does OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? Does white labor equal native labor? No. We got native Hispanics, we got native Asians, we got native black folk. Nine says, spoilers, he made this video because someone joined his Discord and server and criticized him, which is funny because that's the title of the segment. Valor Media, not gonna lie, we need a Giga Chat emote for moments like that. True. I need to get you guys some emotes so you can spam them whenever we get raided by Knobson Cobson. Yeah, his wife is a garden tool. Indeed. 5 heads, we don't dream, we IMAX. True. Native labor versus foreign labor. When I'm talking about that, I'm almost exclusively talking about like citizen versus immigrant labor. That's what I mean by that. Spatula emote. True. Anyways, let us continue.
No, there are a lot of creators out there who have to deal with this on a regular basis. They have to be the ones to differentiate between authentic and inauthentic. And a lot of the time you just gotta fucking flip a coin or just ignore it outright. And it's really easy to say like, I would handle that really well because my policy is to not give a shit about any of it. But obviously, if you do want to have some sort of relationship with your audience or the internet in general, you do have to give some percentage of attention to what's being said online. That's going to be different for everyone. Now, some people might be worried that I'm giving new strategies to all the trolls out there. But don't worry, they already know these strategies. This is kind of like I think this is in all of us, right? Like, if you want some attention, you're going to figure out a way to get the attention. If you want to fuck with people, you'll figure out how to fuck with people. This isn't like some secret sauce, really. There's a few different strategies of dealing with concerned trolls. You can obviously, try to look into their post history, and if they don't come across as credible, if all their post history is wiped, then you can just say, I'm going to err on the side of you're trolling me. When I listen to Tim Pool, he has like a little bit of a theory on, the left versus right and who is doing more concern trolling.
The right has their concern trolls, but it's rare. It rarely happens. On the left, it's endless because people like Patton Oswalt don't care about principle.
Now, I don't fully buy into what Tim Pool is selling here. You can kind of look at the political spectrum as like a spectrum of concern, and people on the left seem to be generally more concerned than people on the right. You can say that people on the right are mostly concerned about themselves. That might be like a fair assessment. If you're somewhere over here where Tim Pool's at, all you gotta do to concern troll him is take one step to the left. That's it. I think concern trolling is an...
Hold on. I actually think this is an okay analysis. And Idubbz, again, I think we're kind of realizing he's not as smart as people thought he was back in his drama days. But I do think that this is real. So if you guys have ever seen, there's a heat map, conservative empathy heat map. And what it basically says is that conservatives, and it's like a temperamental, it could even be like a hormonal thing. But conservatives have, it's kind of like J.D. Vance's Logos of Amorous or whatever, or Ordo Amorous, which is like the order of love. And what it effectively says is start with yourself, then work with your family, then your community, and then you can branch out to the stranger and all that kind of stuff. Whereas liberals and progressives, they will sympathize and empathize with like rocks and trees and animals and shit. And so it's a psychological heat map that's popular on the internet. Yeah, no, not Logos Amorous, Ordo Amorous. I was just speaking Latin for no reason. But the point is that if we take this information, that conservatives are more empathetic the closer you get to them, and then liberals and progressives are empathetic across the board, and then we take this kind of thing, then liberals and progressives are very often very concerned with like fairness and social order and all that kind of stuff. Whereas conservatives will be like, you know, get wrecked, idiot. You know, that they'll basically say like, well, if you're not a part of my tribe, then I don't care about you. As a matter of fact, it's funny in reference to the labor conversation. That's kind of how it is, because I was saying that I also care, you know, on the left wing side, let's just say, I care about immigrant labor from Central and South America. And they were saying, lol, who cares? I only care about Americans, right? So that's actually like a fairly interesting analog to this analysis. Now, I think the reason why that Idubbz is not quite articulating, but he's almost articulating, is that the left is not concerned trolling. They are genuinely concerned. Whereas the right wing is concerned trolling because they're pretending to be further left than they are in order to get the left to freak out about stuff that the right wing doesn't care about at all. So, reading chat. Silver Jacket says, the funniest thing is the comments on this video are 100% concern trolling intentionally. There you go. K Soko says, do you have a moment to talk about the 5 spices of girlhotism? Based. Chase, yeah, the leftists typically pretend to care about issues for points more than the right. Are they pretending though? Because some of them genuinely do care, and that makes them almost more annoying. Yeah, it's not Logos Amorous, it's Ordo Amorous, O-R-D-O, the order of love. Wait, somebody think of the rocks? Won't somebody think of the rocks? Yeah, that's me. I love me some rocks. Dashing Rogue says Ordo Amorous and Logos is Greek. Oh, good point. Okay, good point. That's what I get for using complex words. Silver Jacket Man says, I legit sympathize with the tree once. I was a whole bunch of hallucinogens at the time, and the tree looked like it had a sad face. Well, I mean, I don't blame you, man. Like trees do feel. Plants do feel. Plants can have stress. Now, is it as complex as a rabbit or a human or a wolf or whatever? Absolutely not. But is it still a living being that is capable of dealing with like stress of dehydration and soil richness and, you know, the wind and heat and pressure and all that kind of stuff? And weirdly enough, if you think about it for more than 30 seconds, trees do feel something akin to pain, something akin to dehydration, something akin to richness in the soil, like food, that like hunger almost. And then they also do experience death. So in a lot of ways, we kind of think of trees as like living and yet inanimate objects, but they're actually more complex than we give them credit for. So vegans are wrong in a way. Yeah. Plants do, they don't like being eaten, you know. If they had the ability to articulate preference, they probably would not like being eaten. What's interesting though about fruit is when it comes to fruit, I think it serves a dual purpose. Fruit is the energy sac that's put around seeds. And so with a tree, if it drops a fruit, what it's trying to do is it's trying to drop an energy sac amongst the seeds so the seeds can grow in the ground. But it already knows that 99% of the seeds and fruit that it produces are not going to yield more trees. So it's kind of just like throwing it out there and then seeing what happens. But what's interesting about fruit is that it has like a dual purpose, where not only is it an energy sac in order to provide energy for the seeds, but it also incentivizes propagation, where animals come and pillage the energy sacs, which is what fruit effectively is. It's all sucrose, it's all energy. And then as a result of that pillaging of the energy, it spreads the seeds. And if they accidentally ingest the seeds or ingest the seeds on purpose and then they poop the seeds, then the seed is still in the energy, like a energy sac. And so what's interesting about that is that fruit is actually a way that you can get food from a plant without killing or harming the plant. I think that's so cool. I think it's so cool that there's like natural ways to get food that don't involve harming an original living creature. I still eat meat, by the way. I'm saying all this and I eat meat. But, I still try to have like a minimum amount of harm to living creatures as maximally as possible. Cameron Mosley says, Connor, don't look at this map. Look at the stuff about the tacos video on it. No, don't get too distracted. We're already too distracted. Biz D says, you're getting dangerously close to summoning vegan gains. I know. He's like Beetlejuice, right? Eben says, fruit is perfect, not living and perfectly ethical. Exactly. I don't like being eaten. Makes itself delicious. Bo Dickerson, that's what I feel like cows are. Is like, please don't eat me. I just taste really good, though. Right. Conservative liberalism mentions that there are certain fruit that seem to be designed to be consumed. Exactly. Wowman542 says, I'm sure trees and plants feel stuff. I just care more for other humans. Of course, you should care more about more complex creatures. Cameron Mosley says, Dev, short fat tacos videos on the heat map. Sweet. Some plants do have self-defense mechanisms to prevent getting eaten. Yeah, like thorns or like poison ivy and poison oak or smell bad. Yeah, 100%. My energy sac has 2 big seeds in it. Unironically, bro. Unironically. All right. Did you know that most plants are poisonous, but we built up an immunity? I did not know that. But anyways, let's get back to the content. But the point is that as dumb as Idubbz is, he's pointing to something real, which is effectively that the right wing is more capable of concern trolling because we don't care as much. Whereas with the left, they often do substantively care. Now, I think that this does map onto some cannibalization, though, where lefties will be so concerned with the purity of the intentions and ideology and its adherents that they won't do anything or get anywhere because they're empathetic to the point that they're not productive. And that's actually going to line up with the Destiny content we watch in a bit.
Control him is take one step to the left. That's it. I think concern trolling is in the eye of the beholder.
Sorry, this is an important question. Melody says, Connor, would you sustain yourself off of lab-grown meat if it was equal to regular meat? I unironically am a massive advocate for lab-grown meat, where I would be a part of the first generation of lab meat consumers, 100%, because I'm already almost 40. I'll be 40 in a couple of years. And what's going on is whatever I'm doing right now is going to give me the cancer that I'm going to get in my 50s, 60s, and 70s, right? So if there needed to be a lab-grown meat generation that consumed lab meat in order to see if you got more cancer than the average person in your 70s or 80s, I would 100% be like the monkey astronaut of lab-grown meat, and I would consume lab-grown meat the way that I consume meat right now, and then just let myself be a control in a lab-grown meat study for cancer. 100%. I love lab-grown meat as a concept. If we could get chicken and cow and fish, I don't care about fish as much, but if we could get chicken, cow, and fish cuts of meat that were as tasty, that didn't give you super cancer, I think that's like the coolest technology that human beings would have ever come up with. Yeah. Anyways, sorry. If I keep engaging with chat, I'm never going to get through the content. So let's get through the content.
This example, you have Tim Pool thinking that Patton Oswalt is being concern trolled by his audience, or a portion, maybe like a small segment of people.
This is what happens when you fall for this stuff. Patton Oswalt falls for it. He is a weak man.
But Patton Oswalt doesn't feel that way. You know, he sees it as authentic concern, which is why he addresses it in this Instagram post. By the way, the concern is basically...
No, Wowman542, you misunderstand me. He says, bro, how can you not care for fish? Grilled salmon goes hard. No, I love salmon. I'm saying I don't care. Maybe I'm just being racist against fish. I see the way that fish live, and I don't think that they're incredibly biologically complex creatures with a massive emotional intelligence. To me, fish, while being alive and capable of suffering, they don't seem that emotionally complex to me. I could be wrong, but yeah.
Just people were uncomfortable with his association with Dave Chappelle because Dave Chappelle did some transphobic or said some transphobic shit. But Tim Pool has such a fucking low emotional IQ that he doesn't realize it isn't a big deal to listen to what other people are saying and like adjust your behavior. It's all up to our own fucking discretion, right? Like if you aren't to the point, Tim, where, you know, you don't want to apologize for fucking anything, which by the way, it seems like that's a theme on your podcast is basically saying like, I'm not a problem. But acting like that's the way the rest of the world needs to operate, it's like, I think Patton Oswalt is doing just fine operating the way he's operating.
Wallow in it. Okay, Patton Oswalt? Never tell an offensive joke again. Never cross the line again. Good luck trying to figure out where that line is. Good luck. You won't find it. You give in to the concern trolls and you will never work again.
It's so fucking funny too because Patton Oswalt has been doing comedy since Tim Pool was in fucking diapers. What the fuck are we talking about? Can we please, like, I don't know. It feels like people like Tim Pool love to appeal to, like, authority all the time. In this scenario, can we please appeal to authority or acknowledge that this guy has tremendous authority over you in the world of comedy?
Unless you think comedy is saying, like, I went to a Jewish bakery the other day. They had bagels. Really good, really good, really impressed with it. That's the comedy you're headed for. That's the joke South Park made. And even South Park has started pulling its punches. Let me tell you about the real world, my friends. Get woke, go broke.
One of the reasons that
That phrase is so cringe, by the way. And it's not because there isn't something to be said for annoyingly progressive media that shoots itself in the foot. However, it's overused to the point that it's used for like black people being in video games. And I just don't give a shit. AF does something really funny that almost made me spit into my bike. He said, I don't drink water, fish F in it. And that's a reference, correct me if I'm wrong, to the TV show Archer, where they have this entire thing where the butler for Archer, who's like an American James Bond, his butler that he mistreats horribly is actually a World War I veteran who fell in love and had like a homosexual crush on one of his battle buddies. And his battle buddy gets like shot down over the what would you call it? The dead man zone, the no man zone. I forget what you call it in World War I with the area between two trench lines. But he gets shot down in it, and so the butler, before he's a butler, runs out into no man's land, no man's zone, something like that. And then the guy's last words, because he gets shot by a sniper, is, I never drink water, fish F in it. It was horrifying, but excellently executed comedy. Sacred Snow says, to be fair, if the salmon don't get skinned by a grizzly, they turn into zombie fish. Yeah, dude, like dying in nature sucks. Like being a deer and trying to die of old age, even if you die in old age, you better hope that you're dead before like some horrible predator finds you and consumes you while you just like kind of lay there half sick, or like a vulture, like what do they call those? The carrion, the carrion vultures. You better hope a carrion creature doesn't find you before you actually die. You better hope your heart stops before you actually get consumed by one of those creatures, dude. Yeah, dying in nature is actually horrifying. We're lucky that we get to die. Heart attacks are terrifying. Strokes are terrifying. Cancer is terrifying. But we're lucky we get to die from that instead of we just run around in nature until a predator or a carrion creature consumes us, because that's what deer do. That's what fish do. Marvin says, Tim Pool does not respect authority figures on a topic. Huge misstep by Ethan. Yeah, I didn't understand that appeal. Andrea Shirkov says, hey, everyone, first time catching alive. Well, welcome aboard, and I'm sorry if I offend you. I'll put it that way. Welcome to the 75 people that we have on the stream, by the way. Like the stream if you haven't liked it already, and I'll chill for you to do donos when we get remonetized. Dashing Rogue says, Patton Oswalt was kicking it in with the woke right Satanists back in the 1990s. True. Harmonic Fox says, what if I watched Tim Pool to see him get obliterated by facts and logic? That's a good way to spend your time. Then a carrion feeder is what you said, or detravores. Marfin42 says, yeah. Conan the Barbarian. No, okay, cool. All right. Anyways, no, there's a class of creature that eats, like, carrion definition, the decaying flesh of dead animals, and then what kind of diet do vultures have? Feed almost exclusively on carrion, which is the carcass of dead animals. And so there's a food for this. There's a word for this that I forget. It's very specific, but it refers to like hyenas and vultures and other like predators of opportunity, where they don't necessarily hunt and bring down their prey. They wait for their prey to die and then they take advantage. I forget what it's called, but there's another word for it.
Bringing this up is because after the content cop, I noticed.
Thank you. Jack Darko got it. Scavengers. Yep. K scavengers. Yep. You guys got it. Thank you. You nailed it. It was on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't find it.
Huge influx of concern trolls. They're trying to impact things in the real world. They're trying to, make people crash out, as I was kind of indicating in my video. But I will say, one of the concern trolls.
Hold on, we have to let we have to acknowledge what Seraph said. Lol, if I get cancer, I can walk into a ranger battalion and call them a bunch of pogues. My passing will be quick and ultimate. Imagine dying like a Spartan on Reach. If you guys ever played Halo Reach, like all the Spartans die there by like fighting like a dozen bad guys, and that's how you go down, is like the Halo Reach final fight where you're killing like a bunch of elites, but it's actually just like ranger bat boys that you're knocking out as they're trying to kill you. That'll get you into Valhalla for sure.
Was super fucking obvious to me. They came into the Discord. I'll read you what they put so you can kind of get a vibe for what a concerned troll might sound like. Now, this comment is in reference to me saying,
Miles Otwell, you might want to get checked. Sorry for interrupting so much, but Miles Otwell says, I quit eating meat recently only because I just woke up repulsed by eating meat. One day eating cheeseburgers and the next, no way. Miles, you might want to check and see if you got bit by a tick. I don't know if you've been out in the wilds or camping recently, but there is a tick that can bite you, and part of the symptoms are an aversion to meat. So you might actually want to ask your doctor about that. Now, if it's just like a dietary preference, my wife was vegetarian for a very long time because she actually does have an aversion to meat. And then she had her second child, and then boom, something clicked where now she's just like a partial carnist. So I'm not saying it's anything serious, but you just might want to ask about it. And it's a quote from W.C. Fields. Who's W.C. Fields? American actor and comedian. I'm assuming gastric hemorrhage. Poor bastard. He bled from his stomach. But I guess he's a famous actor and presumably an alcoholic. Well, good for him. Good for him, I guess.
That I think he needs a good ass whooping. What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. They say, just being for real, this line in the video was pretty strange. Red flag number 1. At worst, it's a call for physical assault. At best, it's very toxic masculinity-esque. It just comes across as parody, right? This was literally no one's concern ever. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. Either way, it doesn't seem to align with Ian's mentality towards being more progressive and against harassment. You see what I mean? It's trying to like insert like a little seed of doubt. Whoa, you might have been irresponsible here. You might need to take accountability for what you've put out on the internet. Never mind the point that you were making in the video. I think you need to repent for your call to violence. I don't think any creator should make that kind of statement unless they have a very good reason.
So hold on, we're actually getting into the meat of the conversation, but chat, as always, is being more interesting than the content we're consuming. Jack Darko says, have you seen the voice actor from Archer, H. John Benjamin, calling into the Majority Report? Apparently he and Sam are friends. Dude, it goes deeper than that. Bob's Burgers. H. John Benjamin plays the Bob, right? And then Sam Cedar, Bob's Burgers, he does the food inspector. So I forget what this guy's name is, but well, apparently he does a few. So he does a couple of grandpas and he does the food inspector. I forget his name, but it's a really classic name for a food inspector. Hugo. Sam Cedar is Hugo. But anyways, so I'm going to let you guys get through the reveal, but I don't think any creator should make that kind of statement unless they have a very good reason to do so, morally speaking, because you never know what one of your fans might do. It's quite dangerous, so you would have to point to me exactly what Ethan did to warrant a statement that could be perceived as a call to violence. So let's check this out.
Reason to do so, morally speaking, because you never know what one of your fans might do. It's quite dangerous. I mean, to someone who hasn't been through the ringer of concern trolling, I'm sure this could, like, upset or confuse someone, but this is just fucking drivel. I honest to God just think his vid and the whole intention would have been better without that in it. I don't see why he said that. Ugh. Of course, this is a new user to our Discord, so no post history. So we gotta get creative. You reverse search the username, and you find that they have a Twitter. Their Twitter is suspended. The Blue Sky account, though, has tweets like, so how long until Destiny gets banned from this app? Hashtag DGG. Hashtag Daliban. Hashtag Destiny. Tankies are already terrified of arriving Daliban forces. Following back all liberals. Hashtag DGG. Now, the reason that these posts are relevant.
Okay, so Bud123, I'm wondering if you're concern trolling me by asking this question. So concern trolling, because this video could have been 5 minutes long instead of 30 minutes long. Although I just turned it into an hour's worth of content, so I guess that's my fault. But anyways, the point is that concern trolling is pretending to care about something that you don't care about in order to get somebody to police their behavior. So what ended up happening was DGG concern trolled in Idubbz's video saying like, oh, why did you say that you might hit Ethan? He needs an ass whooping. Isn't that scary? Meanwhile, they're a fan of Destiny. And let's just say that Destiny has some spicy comments, okay? Destiny can say some spicy things.
Is because Destiny is quite famous for saying very unhinged, offensive shit, and he doesn't really seem to care that much about it.
Don't pretend like you care about mental health or any of that cringe shit. Just be based. Tell people to kill themselves. Make fun of people who are on SSRIs. Make fun of people who have depression or anxiety or GD. Just do that. Just embrace the I can't say the words on stream anymore. All the slurs and everything you used to. Just do that. Go full in on it.
Now I'm gonna
based. So like the reason why, part of the reason why I watch this, okay, and sorry if I lose a few of you, especially the Valor people, okay, is listen, is that good behavior? Obviously not. Is that what we should expect out of adults? Obviously not. But I think people just need to be honest, man. They just need to be honest, okay? So if somebody's annoying you, you can tell them to buzz off. If somebody's being annoying, you can tell them some rude stuff, you know? Like that's all we're really saying at the end of the day, right? So that's where I think the reason why concern trolling is so weak and so hated, and part of the reason why I wanted to watch this content in the first place, is because I would rather you just insult me than you say, sweaty. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I would rather you just say something bad about me, right? And I think at the end of the day, most of us would, okay? Most of us would. Bud123 says, honest question. I don't know the definition. Yeah, it's actually just pretending to care about something in order to police the behavior of somebody else, but you don't actually care about the thing that you're policing their behavior on. Machiavellian gaslighting. Yeah, kind of. Is this the biggest one guy? It kind of is, because he created a 23-minute video off of one person in Discord saying like, sweaty, I wouldn't say that Ethan Klein deserves to get fought. Pretty funny. Cameron Mosley says Noble Six's last battle against the Covenant is the most gangster masculine thing ever. Yeah. And Emil, the Spartan with the skull carved onto his helmet, he went down fighting too. It was awesome. Whatever 4690 says, heard Blue Sky was destroying itself from purity spiraling. Not surprised. Commander Haircut says the best clip of Sam Cedar is him trolling the scam caller by giving them H. John Benjamin's information. Based. GRT says that sounds out of context. The tone seems to like he's trying to make a point about dishonest communication styles. Yeah, that's probably it. Way too based. Base and SSRI pilled. True. And then Bud123 says Connor, the silverback centrist grill hottest. I mean, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. But I'm going to show real quick since we're at the almost towards the end of the video. Don't worry, we got plenty more content coming our way. I'm just talking about this segment. So like the stream if you haven't liked it. We've actually broken 80 a couple of times on Valor Media Network, which is so based, man. It's so based to have all of you guys here. It's so based to be hanging out with dozens of 3,000 IQ Giga Chads who are handsome and pretty. It's so nice to hang out with you guys every single day. So a round of applause. Round of applause for the audience because they're so based.
Go out on a limb here and say that I don't think this user is actually worried about the language I'm using. I don't think that they're concerned about me being toxic masculinity-esque.
Make fun of people who are on SSRIs.
And I kind of don't think that they're worried about a call to violence. I actually think that they wouldn't mind me doing a call to violence.
Tell people to kill themselves.
They actually might even be encouraged by a call to violence, if I had to guess, I can only speculate based on hashtag Daliban, which is just some racist Twitter group. Ultimately concerned.
I wanted to point this out too because I do think it's funny. Racist Twitter group. This dude is like, he's just behind, man.
It's just some racist.
All right, hold on. Let's check in the comment and then I'll address what he just said. Literally dozens, indeed. And well endowed brings up Melody. That's another thing. So not only when you join the Grill Hottest, when you join the Counterpoints family, okay, not only does your IQ go up to 3,000, not only do you become incredibly insightful and rhetorically gifted and intelligent, but also you become more well endowed in whatever your secondary or primary sex organ of choice. So if you're a woman, you can pick whichever one you become more well endowed in. And if you're a male, obviously we know what's going to get more well endowed. So the truth is that there's no downsides. There's no downsides to being a part of this community, right? TS Phantom says, heard something that you're touring with Destiny. Is that right? I'm not touring with him. Although if he did say, hey, Connor, I'm going to pay your bills, come with me to all the debates across the country, I would do that. But on Saturday, we're actually figuring out the logistics right now. My wife just bought my train tickets a moment ago. I'm riding a train down to South Florida. I'm spending the night with my parents. Steven and I are going to go to the gun range. We're going to blow stuff up for a few hours. Then we're going to go back to Miami. We're going to do an AMA. Then we're going to hang out and get dinner. And then after dinner, we will, I'll ride a train. Train is not a euphemism. I'm being serious. There's something called the Bright Line. It's a real train. I'll be riding the train home. K-Soko says, thanks for recognizing my chatness. You're welcome. You're welcome. Wowman542 says, insert Obama awarding Obama medal meme here. True. That's me. Joe Vasquez says, racist Twitter group coming from Swastika Boy is rich. True. And then what is the Daliban? The Daliban is Destiny's, it's a sub-community of Destiny. So just to explain this real quick. Destiny is a liberal commentator, okay? He says edgy stuff. He's kind of like a gamer edgy boy, but he still believes in liberal principles like freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, redistributive economics, helping out minorities, helping out the gays and the transes and all that kind of stuff. But he does it in the edgiest way possible. And so he attracts a lot of young, edgy, intelligent, underemployed people who are a member of his Reddit and Discord community, DGG. And I think that the GG thing comes from good game from the gaming community, because Destiny originally was a semi-professional or professional StarCraft 2 player. And so DGG has its roots there. Well, the Dalaban is the most extreme part of the DGG that kind of volunteer to do gay ops with and without Destiny's, like him calling them to do it. And so DGG, the Dalaban are Destiny's most fervent fans. And just as an example of one of the things that they did, which I found funny, if a little cruel, was Dalaban attacks Hassan Piker's dog. Hasanabi Daga, no, that's not it. There was this thing that was so funny, and I don't know where the clip is, but there's some like public art where you can like draw stuff. And so what happens, it's on Reddit and it's like a live painting. I forget what it's called, but effectively you can change the colors of the pixels on the screen by like clicking them and selecting the picture. And so what communities do on that painting is they coordinate what pixels go where in order to make a painting. But because the community has to do it and it's a live painting, anything that you can do can be reversed by another member of the community. And so you effectively have to have thousands of people creating this painting in concert in order to dominate it. And so Hassan Piker's community drew Hassan Piker's old dog who died, unfortunately. And that's sad. And I love dogs. So on some reasons I empathize, or in some ways I empathize with Hassan. But what DGG did, the Dalaban did, is they attacked the live painting. They turned it into Destiny's symbol. They erased Hassan Piker's dog, and they launched it in waves where Destiny called out different birth months in order to have them go in waves in order to create the painting. And so Hassan live reacted to the painting of his dog being destroyed by the Dalaban. Destiny live reacted to that, laughing his ass off. And then somebody clipped it out to like a 2-minute short, and they set like Hezbollah style jihadist music to the background. And I don't want to say that is like, that's not the birth of the Dalaban. The Dalaban was a thing long before that, but that was one of the Dalaban gay operations. Gay ops on the internet just means that you coordinate with people in order to do something silly. But it was one of the first Dalaban gay ops that I'm aware of that was pretty funny. So I don't know where the clip is, but it exists. So basically, some smart aleck from the Dalaban made one comment to Idubbz and then spawned a 25-minute video. Oh, my ears are getting bigger. What the hell? Hopefully not. I am not underemployed. Well, good. Good, Gen X. I'm happy you're overemployed. Yeah. Exactly. K911. I'm going to see if that pops up on... I'm going to see if that pops up as a short, because I could show you guys rather than describing it. I only described it because I would prefer to show it to you. Destiny K911. Up. Is that it? Uh-oh. Okay, so that's an hour-long video. Is there a short? This might be it.
Oh my god, guys, you chill. What the? Oh yeah.
Son was so mad.
April, May, June.
Son was so mad over this.
Hungry, maybe because you said Orban is bad. Whatever, I don't care. I don't care. It's literally pixels, okay? It's pixels, and you did it. You fucking killed it.
Oh my god.
So anyways, they were very mean to Hassan Piker in a way that I find funny. I'm going to engage with chat because I understand that this might have been a little bit of a spicier thing before we move on to the end of the video. So I just want to check in with chat and do a room temp check. Drakeel says, really? I thought it was because the internet address IDGG for the HTTP address. No, I could be effed up on that. Yes, but I think that they picked the HTTP address based off of GG being a good game, common thing said in the gaming community. Kesoko says, employment has nothing to do with being a Destiny fan. Listen, man, there's plenty of well-employed and overemployed people. But if you think you're not underemployed, you know, if you don't think there's broad swaths of Destiny's communities that are underemployed. And by the way, I should be clear about what I mean by underemployed. What I mean by underemployed is that these people are super smart, but they're working dog shit jobs. Like there's some, like, I guarantee you there's thousands of Destiny fans who have like Rain Man style autism where they're like super geniuses who can count like 700 matchsticks on the floor instantaneously, but they work as stock clerks at a local grocer. That's what I mean by underemployed. K911. Yep, there we go. Gen X says, I know it was joke. K911, Reddit spaces, r/pace. It was so good. God, I got so many DGGers in here. GRT says, unironically, one of the best R-Place events of all time. Buys the Pixel Wars. Yeah, so lots of people remember this. You had to be there for it. Well, I mean, you don't have to be there for it. It's still pretty funny in retrospect. Pelican says, oh, Connor, that was not the first. I'm sure. I'm just not a DGG lore head. BizD says, I'm a Victorian child, and that was the last I heard before I died. Goodbye. I want to time travel and explain this to somebody born in the 19th century. Dr. Zaya says, Nasheed. Yeah. Sacred Snow says, I'm just the right amount of employed. Excellent. Dalaban, inshallah. BizD says, I forgot about the terrorist music. Yeah, exactly. Inshallah, peace be upon his name. Funky Mix, lurk in chat. Okay, you got now I just have a bunch of DGG terrorists in my chat now. Line of Extra says, am I late to seeing you go over Destiny's venture into a TikTok panel? Nope, we're still going to do that in a bit. Pelican says, fully employed DGG are here working from home on critical medical infrastructure. Okay. Sacred Snow says, you got to load the Malding clip after. No. We're done. You know, that was enough. Okay. We gave DGG their props. I don't want the entire Dalaban to come into my chat. Okay. I mean, they're welcome. But, you know, I don't want to, I do want to be my own culturally independent thing while still maybe having some crossover with the Dalaban. So, yeah, Dalaban Grill Holidas. Yeah, Grill Holidas could be a subcomponent of the Dalaban. That's okay. So, anyways, let's wrap up the video. But in summary, because we've reached the climax of this video, Idubbz screwed up a boxing event. He imploded a multi-million-dollar charity event. Then he goes on to explain concern trolling. Then it looks like a member of the Dalaban infiltrated his Discord and triggered him into creating this video. And then now we've gotten to relive the fact that Destiny has a very passionate community with a subset of digital terrorists who like to bomb pixels on screen in order to make fun of Hassan Piker, which is funny. All right. Anyways, let's continue.
Twitter group. Ultimately, concern trolling is just saying something in bad faith. It's very similar to tone policing or sea lioning. But I didn't really want to talk about those because those feel different to me for some reason. Specifically sea lioning. That shit isn't even intuitive.
Is a type of trolling and harassment that consists of pursuing people with relentless requests for evidence, often tangential or previously addressed, while maintaining a pretense of civility and sincerity and feigning ignorance of the subject matter. Yeah, I didn't think that that's what sea lioning was. I was listening to this video earlier, and I thought sea lioning was where you just like endlessly praise somebody, where you just like you just clapped for them endlessly. That's what I thought sea lioning was, in order to encourage them to engage in more and more cringe behavior. That's what I thought it was.
You know, I've looked it up, I think 3 times now, and I still don't fucking... I mean, I get it, I just can't recall it easily. So, in my mind, that means it's stupid. It's not working. I can't bust it out in the middle of a heated argument and say, you're sea lining me. See? It's because you grew whiskers in the middle of this debate. That means you're sea lining me. You started flapping your arms and going, oh, oh, oh. Therefore, you are sea lining. I mean, there you go. It feels like 2 people getting into a shouting match is more an accurate descriptor of sea lining than whatever the fuck it is. I think the least problematic part of being a concern troll is them taking a moderate position, potentially. Because at that point, you're just being a party pooper. Or like a killjoy. A buzzkill. Like, we're familiar with these types of people. They're just constantly reeling people in because they're worried that they're using, like, too crazy a rhetoric, or they're getting a little too excited, right? And I think we all could use people in our lives to, like, reel us in a bit. The aspect of concern trolling that bothers me the most is the role-playing aspect. There isn't really a lot of incentive to not be anonymous online. There are some people...
Harmonic Fox has got to go to work. Have a great day, chat. Well, thank you for hanging out again, Harmonic Fox. We do appreciate you. Mega Zero says, anyone else catch the coach trauma dump yesterday on H3? Yeah, Mega Zero, my takeaways from that were that Idubbz didn't treat his coach appropriately. And then here's another embarrassing thing about it. Is so Idubbz was doing training so he could participate in the Creator Clash boxing events, right? And apparently with his coach was chastising him for whatever in order to get him to train. And Idubbz actually confided in the coach, which might be too private, but I also think it's funny, that he reminded him too much of his verbally abusive father. And so he needed to phrase the way that he coached Ian differently so he didn't trigger his childhood trauma. And it's like, bruh, like, you know, you always talk about going to therapy. How about you do whatever you need to do at therapy to the point that somebody trying to coach you while you're boxing isn't triggering your childhood trauma? How about you figure out that behavior before you do anything else? But also, Anissa Joma had a crush on one of Idubbz's sparring partners. And then also Idubbz and Anissa Joma treated the people who trained him for the fight like crap. So, yeah. Did Mike from PA strike again? Not recently. Yeah, coach, not couch. Yeah. Yeah. I have never heard of jacking. Good to know. You explain something I chat with. Yeah. Just asking questions over and over again. Absolutely. Pelican says, is Ian just admitting he doesn't know how to read? The description of sea lining is really not that hard to understand. Yeah, but even right now, we read it, like a second ago, and it was just jacking, right? JAQing. But for me, like sea lining means something else. It basically means just showering somebody with praise. And you could probably use showering somebody with praise in order to get them to do a cringe thing. So, I mean, I would use it differently, effectively. Anyways.
Out there who've made the unconscious choice to be like, my online profile is just an extension of who I am in the real world. And then there are all the people who consciously decide to stay anonymous. Now, for some of these people, it's just like, I want to be safe and I really don't want to take that plunge. Fair enough. But then there are the people who are like, not only am I not going to be myself, I'm going to be someone else. You know, I'm going to be someone else so that I could fuck with this community of people. Now, every time I see these characters, the image that pops in my mind is not like, oh, like you're a clever, smart guy who has infiltrated the opposing faction. You're like the spy in Team Fortress 2. It's like, no, that is a fantasy. What you actually are is you're like Steven Crowder in a wig at a women's only event, thinking that they're making some kind of grand point.
Hi, I'm Stephanie with all the frequencies of feminism, and I am here at the Women's March in Austin.
We quickly found out that nobody questions, criticizes, nor runs security background checks on trannies.
Hands up our pussies!
The reason someone like Steven Crowder gets into this position is not because of his cunning. It's because people are like, oh, you're a fucking weirdo freak. I'm staying, 20 feet away from you at all times. Or I'm going to be a very non-judgmental person, and I'm not going to ask any questions about whatever you got going on here.
We could get away with anything. Go anywhere, act any way we wanted, and we were really able to learn what today's progressive issues are all about.
And I guess in this case, it's a massive own. He's proven that people are tolerant of him. Having said that, I think we can end this video on a positive note.
Bo Dickerson says, isn't that Crowder bit like a decade ago? Yeah, Bo Dickerson. And Melody says, that's your guy, Connor. Dude, I hate Steven so much. So I tried to watch Steven Crowder because I figured that he was probably the kind of conservatarian that, you know, I would typically align with before he started simping for Trump. And so I tried to consume some of his content. But the one that just drove me crazy, he went to like a Home Depot and there were like 40 and 50-year-old day laborers, and him and I think Not Gay Jared jumped out pretending to be immigrations and made them run away and basically have a heart attack. And I was just thinking to myself, it's like, is that funny? Maybe, but at the same time, like, it's actually kind of gross. Like, these guys immigrated here in order to work their asses off. They're waiting to bust their ass for $10, $10 an hour in order to go roofing or construction or whatever. And then you're basically making them think that they're on the verge of getting kicked out of the country. That was like actually so cringe and cruel that I was like, fuck this guy. I never want to watch him again. Bo Dickerson says, isn't that Crowder bit a decade ago? Yeah, but like Ian only learned empathy within the past 2 years. And so as a result, he has to look back at all of his previous created content and all of the social media circles that he was swimming in. And he has to go back and like flex his progressive bona fides. Kingslayer says, not going to lie, that Crowder video was hilarious. Well, there you go. Different opinions and humor. I right there. AF says, over here, Gooner. Come on, guys. You guys are overusing jacking for sure. Eric Summons says, Dan Connor, 200K like tweet from yesterday. Yeah, and it was absolutely nothing too. It's not even one of my best tweets. It was me just asking how much does American, construction labor cost? And everybody was like, you hate white people. And I'm like, not really. Not really. Light of Extra says, I think Crowder is unironically actually racist. Anyone remember Hennessy Tree? No, I don't, but he does say some crazy shit. So, anyways. Bona fides. Yeah.
No, I'm proposing that fucking...
Yes. Wowman542 says something very pertinent. Isn't Ian just a peak example of internet trolls' remorse? Yes.
With people might be a way for some of these concern trolls to indulge in things and lifestyles that they never thought were possible because they're so opposed to them. So by pretending to be the very thing that you hate, you might actually gain some sympathy, or you might be like, oh, actually, the people in this community I kind of fuck with. All right, guys, that is going to do it for this episode of Idubbz Complains. I hope...
All right. So in summary, Idubbz imploded a multi-million-dollar charity event. Then he figured out what concern trolling was. And then it was revealed that the reason why he figured out what concern trolling was because a Dalaban DGGer went into his Discord and concern trolled him about him threatening violence to Ethan Klein. Then it turns out that Destiny is a bad guy because he says, own your business, which I actually think is pretty funny and pretty Chad. And then I'm trying to think of what else we discovered. Right-wing trolls are bad sometimes because they weaponize empathy and concern trolling in order to mess with lefties. I guess that's what we were supposed to learn today. So, good for you, Ian. I'm happy that you're doing more essays that I can watch and enjoy, but I do think it's actually quite funny that a random DGGer got you so triggered that you made a 24-minute video out of it. Good for you, King. Good for you. So, moving on. Eben says, Connor, the folks you're looking for are pretty much liberals or never Trump Republicans. Yeah, Eben, I'm actually I'm trying to think of how to do this. How do I make an alliance between conservatarians who don't care about government, but like they don't care about whether or not a government exists. They just think the state should be minimal, but they hate Trump and think he's an incompetent moron, which is never Trump, right? That's like never Trump Republicans effectively. And liberals, and then we create kind of like an anti-far left, anti-right wing alliance. Are we going to agree on everything policy-wise? No. Are we going to agree on everything social issue-wise? No. But are we going to believe in a republic, capital L liberal values? And are we going to agree that the far left and the far right are cancers upon modern politics? Yes. And so I don't know how to build that coalition because weirdly enough, even though I'm on the right wing of that coalition, I still see that there's plenty of people to the left of me who are willing to go along with that message. So I don't know how to build that coalition. I don't know how to label it. I don't know how to market it. I don't know how to come up with catchy names for it. the best we have so far is Grill Hottest, which kind of appeals to like a centrist, a centrist appeal to normalcy, which I think is like a good start, but we need to work on it, obviously. Bo Dickerson says Chad Silent King over Virgin Emperor of Man. The Silent King is cool, but you know what's cringe about the Silent King, Bo Dickerson, is the fact that he wants to turn to biological matter. He wants to reconvert the Necrons back to biology. I think that's crazy. Kingslayer says, that was for the video Idubbz presented, not the one you described. Gotcha. Whatever 4690 says, you failed to share your art yesterday, Connor. I'm not sure which art you're talking about. Sacred Snow says, I picture Connor being in the military with a bunch of degens, like interacting with chat. Connor walks into a military orgy. Come on, guys, you're going too far. That unironically happened. I wasn't there for it, but I mentioned this. I mentioned this in a different stream. There was this girl named Nichols, because Nichols, and the reason why I have no problem saying it is because I think that anybody with that name should probably disown that name because of the way this girl behaved. She was caught giving 2 handies in the break room. Like, she was making out with 2 dudes and giving out 2 handies at the same time. And if my daughter did that, she would be disowned from the family. AF Racing says, how long till people start calling him Sam Seether? Nice. That's actually a good one. Severin says, have you seen the Crowder wife video? It's disgusting and probably worse than people remember. I did see it, and I do think that Steven Crowder is effectively a big baby. Now, I do that too. Like, I whine and complain, and my wife puts up with my BS and all that kind of jazz. But I don't think I would ever say, like, but honey, I need to go to the gym, and I need my steaks and cigars. If I ever say that, I'm going to dox myself, and I'm going to order you to euthanize me with a hammer. Okay? Don't ever. If I get caught on a Ring doorbell saying, but honey, we share a car and you need to pick up the dog poop because it has, even though it has medicine in it that's bad for the baby, you agreed to pick up the dog poop, even though I'm a multimillionaire and I can afford a landscaper. And we only have one car, despite the fact that I'm a multimillionaire, and I need my steaks and cigars and I need to go to the gym. Euthanize me with a hammer, please. Commander Haircut says, Connor the kind of guy who'd be like, ha ha ha, Che, a massive gay orgy would be funny, and then walk in on his chat doing a massive gay orgy and say, you guys are just having fun. Yeah, you guys have too much fun with the gay orgies. It's true. Sapien says, don't label it liberal, at least. The word is way too loaded these days. Agreed, Sapien. Sacred Snow says, if preserving the greatest nation in the history of man doesn't do it for conservatarians, I don't know what will. True. Call me Mr. Grill Hottest. All right, Grill Hottism so far. Are you a neocon or a different type of Republican? Yeah, I would say neocon is probably fairly accurate. Neocon and then also Burkean conservative. That's what I used for a while, but nobody knows what it is, so kind of sucks. Eben says, I'll help brainstorm and send you some stuff on Twitter. I'm DBL there, and we've done a bit of info sharing there. Person turquoise riding headphones. Cool. Seraph says, we play War Thunder and the libs and conservatives can build good faith, and then we can build the altar of Grill Hottism. Agreed. Grill Hottism seems like a good start. Chat seems to like Grill Hottism. Light of Exer says, personally, I think just being supportive of LGBT generally while being kind of right-wing otherwise, but anti-Trump would go a long way. Like neocons that are okay with the gays. Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. She was skiing. She was. Clowns to the left of me, fascists to the right. Here I am. That's me. Disowned for dual wielding. Yeah, actually. Exactly. I will be there for you, Marine card. I will return with the proper authorities. Sounds good. Can I order one of them too? All right. Anyways. I'm quite literally a rhino. Lol. Good, Gen X. You and me both. Yeah, we don't like each other, but we're not fascists. Wouldn't that be a beautiful coalition? So, anyways, TS Phantom says, sorry for sending the terrible Canadians. Crowder does not represent us. That being said, please keep him. People say that about
two different CQB.
Lauren Southern, I think Gavin McInnes is Canadian too. I forget, but Lauren Southern, Gavin McInnes, and who is it? Not Drew Carey. Come on, liar. Why can I see his name? Jim Carrey. There we go. They're all Canadian. I think weirdly enough, Ryan Reynolds and Paul Rudd, Jordan Peterson as well. Yeah, there's a lot of Canadians. I think Canadians get sick of being in Canada and then they come down because they're tired of just like hanging out in a chill, picturesque, cold place. What is your policy on women in sports in Child's Drag Hour? Yeah, drag queen story hour I think is cringe, but I don't necessarily know if it should be illegal. I think it should just be culturally frowned upon or culturally disincentivized. Also, there's different kinds of drag queen story hour, right? So let's say drag queen story hour. Let's look at it, okay? This is kind of cringe, but whatever. This is like cringe, but I don't care, right? Because it's a gay man in a woman's outfit reading books, right? So would I bring my kids to this? Absolutely not. Do I think that cops should show up and arrest these people? Probably not. But this, weird. You got the boobs covered and a child's touching you. That's weird to me. Bearded lady, kind of weird, but whatever. Hairy dude with a dress, kind of weird, but whatever. Whatever this is, though, this is obviously the most famous one. Like the actual demonic head dildo, frazzled hair, white face shit. Whatever the fuck this is, I'm just going to tell you. I'm going to tell the gays as a straight, don't do this. Okay? Don't do this. If you're going to be like a drag queen, dress modestly and just read kids' books. Don't be a dude with a demon head on with spiked dildos on top of your head. Like what? Why? This is the kind of thing that I wouldn't go to personally, but I wouldn't care if it was happening. I wouldn't care if this was happening. Those other ones are kind of on the margin, and then the demon dildo head, I'm absolutely against. You asked a different question though. Crowder does not represent us. I'm a Trinity liberal. Interesting. Women in sports. Yeah. And then also for me, if there was some sports middle, trans sports, if there was some middle ground where you could prove that a male, an AMAB, taking estrogen for 2 years made it so they didn't have a competitive advantage, like badminton or some shit, like a team sport, like even volleyball to some degree. There's like the 6-person volleyball. They're one person on the team and they've been taking estrogen for 2 years. I think that would be fine. But when you're talking about like combat sports or running sports or weightlifting, I'm sorry, I'm sorry to say it. This is just me. I'm not representing Valor. I'm not representing Midas. I'm talking about my perspective. I think trans people just need to focus on a higher priority. Okay. Maybe you can't be an assigned male at birth MMA professional fighter. Okay. Maybe you can't be that, but you can be 10,000 other things. Okay. Anyways. Not my best marketing stunt, but it's a start. We'll work on it. Kingslayer Damocles says, as a conservatarian, I find the claim of preserving the greatest nation hilarious when the last M candidate wanted to gut the Fourth Amendment and harm the Second. Well, that just because some Democrat did something bad doesn't mean that it's not a good idea to preserve the greatest nation on earth. Kingslayer says, you can't offer me a candidate like Kamala or Waltz and tell me you want to preserve the Constitution or the Bill of Rights as a part of the Constitution. Okay, we'll work on it. I'll get Mark Kelly and Pete Buttigieg to be pro-gun. All right, we'll work on it. Slanesh, exactly. Why do they do this stuff? Because they're stupid. It looks like pleasure seeking. Oh, same thing with. Sorry, I'm going to be a little bit transphobic, and I'm not actually being transphobic, right? I'm just Lily Tino. This woman, this trans woman, went to Disney in Orlando and decided that it was a good idea for them to not only go into the women's restroom, which, okay, you look like a woman, whatever, go into the women's restroom, you do your thing, you're dressed like a woman, you're presenting as a woman, etc., etc. But then she was like, I peed standing up. There's something fucking wrong with her. Okay? There's something wrong with her. And I think the trans community should effectively disavow her. Okay. I think they should say that this is like random, weird, psychotic, attention-seeking behavior, and we don't think that trans people should be doing what Lily Tino does. I think they should effectively disavow Lily Tino because Going to Disney as a trans person, okay, whatever. Trans people exist, right? Going into the bathroom as a trans person, go into the bathroom that's going to cause the least amount of disruption, right? If you think you look more like a man, go into the man's bathroom. If you think you look more like a woman, go into the woman's bathroom. Leave everybody else alone, right? Don't talk to anybody. Go do your business. Wash your hands. Leave, right? That's what everybody should be doing in public bathrooms, by the way. Go in, do your business, wash your hands, leave. That's what everybody should be doing. So then, her saying that she stood up to use the bathroom, she's courting negative attention, and she's effectively saying that there's something wrong with my brain. So, Lily Tino, I think trans folks should effectively disavow this person. Yeah. Gen X says, there were actual women dressed like that on the House floor at my legislature yesterday as Dolly Parton imitators. Sure, but, you know, I'm a modest man, okay? Melody says, if you're anywhere around kids, please be modest. I mean, that's my opinion. Modest Mrs. Doubtfire, exactly. Whatever says, nope, can't get behind drag hour. It just seems a bit noncy. That's fine. You do it. Don't. Number one, whatever. If you have kids, don't take your kids to Drag Queen Story Hour. Number two, you can protest Drag Queen Story Hour. The only thing that I wouldn't endorse is cops showing up and putting people in handcuffs for a moderately dressed drag woman reading kids' books. You heard it here, gays. Keep it straight. Indeed. That's my opinion, not Valor's. Mine. Commander Haircut says, I'm pretty sure there are numbers already studies that show that. Not sure what we're talking about. Light of Exor says, trans community should get into NASCAR. There you go. There you go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. All right, I'm just trying to catch up with chat real quick because it's kind of popping off. Oh, you guys are going crazy. I can't even catch up with chat. Okay, I finally caught up. Holy crap, I was scrolling for like 5 minutes. K-Soko says, we really need to separate the trans from the larger gay community. We are not the same nor have the same goals. I don't agree with that. I don't think that you have to disavow old trans people just because there's a cringe trans person. Conservatism says, are you seeking attention? Seeking fetishists aren't helping the cause? I'm shocked. Yeah, rereading that. Are you saying that attention-seeking fetishists aren't helping the cause? I'm shocked. Well, and that's where Lily Tino, I'm not even going to speculate about what their motivations are, but the point is that they should not, that behavior should be 100% disavowed. And honestly, I would applaud Disney if they banned her from the park. There are only stalls in women's bathrooms. Who cares if she was standing, says Jack Darko. I care. I care. Why don't you care? Number one, you're less accurate when you're standing. Number two, you're announcing to the world that you're a male. Why are you announcing to the world that you're a male and you might cause some concern or some panic from people? Why don't you just sit down and do your business and get the fuck out? Sorry, Jack Darko, you and I are not going to agree on this one. How many people are going to notice when they're standing or sitting? It depends on how high the stall is. If the stall goes all the way down to the ground, you're not going to notice. But if the stall is a foot off the ground, you're going to notice. Dude, Jack Darko, this is... Sorry, I'm getting mad. I'm getting mad. Why can't you take a fucking W and walk away? This pisses me off, actually. Progressives insisting that as a male, you need to be able to piss standing up in a women's restroom. Sit the fuck down. Shut the fuck up. You think that's the battle for civil... Oh, sorry. I'm about to have a stroke, actually. About to have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna go use the restroom myself. That's Jack Darko. I'm just saying we're not gonna agree, and that is crazy. That's crazy that you can't see. Like, trans people can use the bathroom. Cool. Sit the fuck down and piss and get the fuck out. I can't believe that's not like a common sense position. I'm not. Oh my god, you guys are just trying to piss me off. Okay, all right, I'm ignoring you. Fuck chat. You guys are pissing me off. Anyways, we're gonna watch this real quick as a segment palate cleanser, and then I'm gonna go use the restroom, and then we're gonna start the next thing.
Methods to enter rooms: running the rabbit and pushing the threat. Pushing the threat means that the number 1 man comes into the room moving directly around the corner, and the number 2 man has to earn his shot so he avoids risking friendly fire. Let's test in the game. The number 1 man is killed 7 times and wounded twice. Only 1 time did both make it safely through the situation. Running the rabbit means that the first man into the room will quickly move along the wall while keeping his muzzle towards the unknown. This presents a lateral moving target, which is more difficult to hit, and the number 2 man can engage faster because he does not need to earn his shot. In this test, we did not suffer a single KIA. The number 1 man is wounded 3 times. Both operators make it safely 7 times. In the right situation, it can be a lot safer. Running the rabbit gets 2 guns into the fight faster and presents a moving target that is harder to hit. 2 different.
So anyways, that's a room clearing technique that I heard about from a SWAT team member 5 years ago. So no, I'm not watching myself. So yeah, dude. Anyways, so yeah, you broke the neocon liberal progressive alliance by talking to me about trans people needing to stand a piss in the woman's bathroom. Yeah, that was like a crazy fucking point. Yeah, crazy to me. But anyways, I almost want to punish you guys for that. I almost want to just leave you in silence for 2 minutes. So yeah, so sit and think about what you did, chat. Think about what you did while I go use the restroom and come back. And if I lose some of you, it is what it is, okay? We're going to come back and we're going to watch the TikTok, okay? We're going to watch the TikTok video of Destiny debating a bunch of progressives. But I'm just going to leave you in silence for the next 1 minute and 20 seconds so you can think about what you've done. Be right back. Oh. Okay, I'm back. We only lost a couple. That's good. So anyways, I'm going to, Jack Darko, I'm going to share something from the heart, okay? And this might come across as harsh, and if I piss you off, I'm sorry, but I'm going to share this with you, okay? There's real problems with the trans community, okay? And what I mean by that is they don't have access to equal rights. They don't have access to equal access to sports. They get treated like shit. People call them all sorts of horrible names, and people treat them terribly, and sometimes they get beaten up and killed, okay? And every time that a trans person goes out and does something fucking crazy, all of the trans people get blamed, all of them. So as an example, within conservative circles, the mass shooting that happened at that church school, the private school where they killed like a couple of kids and a couple of like parents or whatever, I still hear about trans mass shooters all the time. And then same thing with, I'm trying to think of, it's probably just Lily Tino, to be honest. But Lily Tino, she also talked about like, she used lightsaber as a euphemism for a penis. And then she was talking about her penis in front of kids using a euphemism as her lightsaber. So when I think to myself, you know, what is best for society? And then same thing with like the drag queen story hour. So we saw some chill versions of drag queen story hour, but then we saw an actual like pale faced demon with like dildos on their heads. Right. And so whenever somebody in the gay community or the trans community does something extreme, then the entire community gets painted with that brush. And so that invites hostility and violence to this sub community. So when we're talking about somebody being able to use the bathroom, I would consider myself a representative of the normies. Even though I'm terminally online and I hang out with you guys all the time, I consider myself a pretty normie person. I pay my taxes almost on time. I pay my bills almost on time. I'm in a heterosexual monogamous relationship. I have a couple of kids. I think of myself as like a pretty normal guy, despite me being addicted to online politics, right? And so when my compromise is, you're a trans person, so you look like a woman or kind of look like a woman. So go into the bathroom, do your business, and get the fuck out without drawing attention to yourself. And you say, why can't they use their woman penis to piss into a toilet? What you're effectively telling me is you want trans people to go into the bathroom to get videotaped by their neighbors who are freaking out that there is a male, assigned male at birth, pissing with their penis, standing a foot away from the toilet and probably splashing. Let's be real. That is not as accurate as pissing sitting down. Pissing onto the fucking toilet, making a fucking mess, drawing attention to themselves, and then leaving the stall. What you're effectively saying is that you care about optics so little that you don't care if gay people or trans people get the shit kicked out of them for being aggressive about existing in the real world, right? That's what you're saying. So to me, you can be like, well, shouldn't a trans person have the right to piss with their woman penis into a toilet without anybody being hostile to it? I don't know. Maybe. Is it that big of a deal? I have dudes piss next to me all the time. Is it that big of a deal? No fucking idea. But at the same time, the fact that you can't even consider optics for a single fucking second, and we're talking about people getting beaten up and killed, it just tells me that you're not even thinking about that as a calculation. So what the fuck, man? And no offense, but like, you saying that, in my opinion, makes you look crazy. Sorry, I'm actually having like a muscle spasm in my neck. And then I look crazy for trying to cater to you. So you fuck both of us. It's bad, man. You got to stop that shit. You got to stop that shit. That's the kind of like weird, freakish, progressive bullshit that fucking yokes this entire thing up. So, sorry, man. If we don't feel the same way, that's totally fine. If you think that's transphobic, it's totally fine. If somebody else thinks it's transphobic, that's totally fine. But to me, it's like murder and trans people getting the shit kicked out of them balanced against sit down when you piss. Sit down when you piss, please, for the love of God. Anyways, all right. So let's move on. And I'm not going to read chat because some of you guys are trying to steel man me. Some of you guys are making fun of me, which is fine. But if I read it, I'm actually going to get pissed off because right now your carotid artery is on the front of your neck, but I'm having a muscle spasm between my shoulder and my jaw, and it feels like my carotid. So like I'm either going to stroke out or I'm going to have a muscle spasm. So let's not blow a blood vessel. Let's move on to the next segment of content. Holy shit. Okay. AF Racing. What's easier, rebuilding all stalls to go down to the floor or trans people sit down when they piss? Please tell me which one's easier. Tell me which one's easier. Let's do an intro. All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am also a never Trump Republican who is trying to build a coalition of sane people. My chat is not helping me with that, but I'm trying to build a coalition of sane people in order to, make the world a better place. And so what we're going to be watching today is Destiny, a liberal commentator, fighting progressives about building a lib-left progressive coalition to actually go up against Trump. And it doesn't go well, but apparently there's some very funny moments in it. So without further ado, let's bring him on screen. Let's watch it together. I'll be pausing intermittently in order to break it down.
That's not it. You're so wrong. You're actually...
All right, hold on. I'm just fast forwarding to whenever he actually starts talking to TikTok people.
I didn't say he. I said I came here to be productive. When I was invited up, I came here to be productive. I really wanted to know, what is your plan for outreach tomorrow? Because it's not just white people and it's not just young white men who voted for Donald Trump. You're going to run across all different types of people. There are gay people who voted for Donald Trump. There are transgender people who voted for Donald Trump. There are disabled people who voted for Donald Trump. So how are you all planning to actually address these communities when you can't even have a simple conversation about an action that you took yourself? That people called out and said was wrong. You can't even take accountability for that. And you don't think that anything is wrong there. It's not just about getting votes. It's not just about that, Z. And I've been trying to tell you that.
Then what is it about? If it's not about getting votes, what is it about?
They're not gonna. Okay, let me make this.
Whatever 4690 says, Connor, can I see your best base screen model at the end of the segment? Ask me again.
Clear. You're not going to be able to change people's minds if you're not able to relate to them. That is the main thing that you're able to do. Is to
This is relatable.
You think that you're being relatable? So what you guys want to do is be antagonistic? Is that what y'all want to do? Y'all want to be hostile? Because literally, I told you that I came here to have a productive conversation.
Apologies.
I literally came here and said I came to have a productive conversation. Why do your sentences keep meeting mine, Clarkson? Like, are you okay? Is everything okay at home?
It's literally just the white fragility. Clarkson, you
Wow, man, 542 says, I just want to say props to Destiny, the gamer bro, for putting on a suit and tie like a proper adult. I think it's because he's coming to court, bro. I think it's because he's coming from court. And then also in reference to this debate for a little bit of setup, just to let y'all know. So there was a political action group. I don't know how they're formed, but they were trying to do the Un-F America tour. And they got half a dozen progressive and liberal creators that they were trying to build a coalition around. And they were going to go to like college campuses and public events around the United States. And they were going to talk to progressive and liberal kids, you know, young people from college about voting and progressive and liberal initiatives and electoralism and all that kind of stuff. Well, what ended up happening was Z, who I think was the person who was running the Un-F America tour, had some black women who were criticizing the lack of diversity in the creators who were selected to represent the organization. And then also the lack of diversity when it came to like admin and volunteer groups. And they were also criticizing some of the organizational issues. And so Z basically said like, okay, well, if you're so excited to help out, how about you volunteer for this or volunteer for that? Or how about you reach out to some POC creators that are big and help them get on board? Because otherwise you're not helping, you're just complaining. And so as a result, in my opinion, the person of color critics freaked the fuck out and imploded the entire tour. And as a result, they got Dean Withers, who was the debate guy that we watched yesterday. He dipped out from the tour and he was one of the most clouded up people. And so as a result, the tour kind of floundered. I don't know if it's still going on, but Steven, I think, has expressed some interest in taking over the tour. And so he's coming into the space in order to fight the far lefties who have imploded the political momentum. And so what we're hearing is we need to let it play out a little bit more. But my suspicion is that there's you can actually see it on screen, Un-F America. You can see Un-F America tour representatives who are enthusiastic about getting it done. But then there's still POC members of the tour who are kind of dragging everything down. So that's going to be the fight that we're doing. Woo! Anyways, chat's probably still going to screw with me, so I'm just going to play it.
No, it's not about you seeing a person of color. It's your white fragility. Like, you can't embrace anything that anyone is saying. Literally, they're trying to have a conversation with you, but you're so locked in on being a condescending asshole that
I can't hear anything, but I heard white fragility, so we're already off to a bad start.
you won't even let anyone speak because you have a problem.
No, it has. Excuse me, guys. That's
it has nothing to do with your skin color.
The Santana guy is a little bit
This is Destiny's VOD, by the way.
problematic. He keeps bringing people's race up for no reason. It's really weirding me out. Can we not have him use racist, please? Thank you.
You are absolutely irrelevant in this conversation. No one knows you.
You just got in here.
Slap nuts.
You are?
Yeah, I know you don't. Don't worry about it, Clarkson. Good.
Right, so then how
I'm
do you
just
know
figuring
that
out who you are.
You don't matter much.
Yeah. Oh, Z, do I not matter?
I never said you didn't. I said based on your
Z.
topics or tour, but I don't think that like everybody should know you as this like
But
renowned.
my point is, do I have more of a point in this conversation than whoever the guy was? That's it.
I mean, I don't know who that person is.
And that we're already off to a losing start. So I understand that I might fast forward a little bit so we can get to Destiny talking. However, we have some POC, sounds like a dude, not going to lie. I can't really see the light up. I could look for it, but he's like, I'm more relevant to this conversation than you. It's like, wait, so we care more about clout? What if this person with 8, I don't know if this is like live viewers or whatever, but we got 1.6K, 111. Destiny has 40, by the way. So he has the lowest people in the live, although he probably has tens of thousands of people on the live stream. We got 237, we got 2.3K, 2.6K, and 8. Well, what if Amdir down here with 8 viewers has the best idea? Are we going to say because he's white and he only has 8 viewers that somehow his opinions are less valid, even if he's the one with the best ideas? What if everyone who has clout is a effing idiot, right? That, clout has nothing to do with intelligence. Clout has to do with like charisma, right? It has to do with charm. It has to do with appealing to a built-in political tribe, right? So if that's the case, but Amdir is bringing up the best ideas, we should listen to Amdir.
But you were on one tour stop, so I'm not sure like what.
Light of Extra says something important. Steven is officially a part of it now. They have an event scheduled and everything. Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, acting like there's been more. Like, come on, Z. And stop acting like the darn on tour stop was the tour. I use quotation marks whenever I say it, was derailed simply because we decided that we didn't want to be a part whatever it is you had organized. That's not the reason, Z. That's not it. It was because you didn't take accountability, and that's all that people were asking for, Z. That's it. And again, I'm going to say this for probably the 5th.
See, if I was Z, I would say I'm still not taking accountability. Bye, and then I would kick them from the live.
Time. I came here to have a productive conversation because I've been in the groups, I've been in the circles where people are simply just wanting to know, how are you going to talk to different people? How are you going to talk to people that aren't white? That's it. How are you going to talk to those people when you all...
I'm going to be rude as hell, and I'm just going to say it like it is. That dude, this fragility, that somebody said white fragility earlier in the conversation. No offense. I got black viewers, right? I have a black viewer, okay? There's like 2 or 3 of them. This is black fragility, okay? We need to constantly walk on eggshells in order to have a conversation, and then we're talking about something that's more important than you. So let me tell you what's more important than the feelings of black folk. And this is going to be rude, and I understand that some people might not like exactly what I'm saying, but let me tell you what's more important. PEPFAR is an organization that provides AIDS treatment in North and East Africa, and I think South Africa as well. They are credited with saving, like, I don't know, what is it, like 20 million people over the past like couple of decades? I'll actually pull it up because if I'm off by a 0, I don't want to be caught, exaggerating. How many people has PEPFAR saved? It is estimated that credited with saving 25 million lives since its inception in 2003. So saving Black lives in Africa from AIDS is more important than Z giving you a microaggression. That's true. And if that hurts your feelings, I don't give a shit. Same thing with Ukraine. Now, these are white people. So, a weird thing. I care about people regardless of whether or not they're white or black. But Trump has screwed over the Ukrainians to the point that thousands of civilians and thousands of Ukrainian servicemen who otherwise would not have died have been killed by the Trump admin. So if you ask me, what should I care about more? The feelings, let's just assume for a second that it's Erica Shante is the one that's talking. I'm not saying that it is, but if it is, what's more important? The feeling of Erica Shante or the few 100,000 Africans who are going to die as a result of Trump being in office? What's more important, Erica Shante's feelings or Ukraine getting thousands of their civilians killed because the Trump admin has been slashing at their care packages? What's more important? I'll tell you what's more important to me. You can tell me what's more important to you. Her feelings or hundreds of thousands of lives. Severin says AK or M4? M4.
Can't even listen to what it is that we have to say. You take everything that we say as an offense to you and you get defensive. You're always on defense, Z. Open your mind and also open your heart so that you can actually have these conversations.
No.
That's all that I am asking for.
Wait, when you say we, who is we?
When I say we,
Yeah.
when I say that's all we're asking for,
Yeah.
or you. We as in black people, as in the people that I've spoken to.
Okay, but weren't there other black people that were involved in this actual event? Why are you speaking for all of them?
One is here. Another one is here.
I'm gonna like this, I can tell. Kingslayer says you can count me as a black viewer, a white viewer, and a Korean viewer. Based multiracialism.
Yeah, but I just don't understand why you're like the.
All of the black creators that were a part of the tour.
Have you? You know what's funny about that comment?
No, I have not spoken to every single person in the world. I have not. No.
AF, you wouldn't know Connor's black viewers. They go to a different school. True.
So if we actually start to speak, then we are in a line with something that the other people are saying. So yes, Erica's had this conversation with multiple black creators, including the actual black women on the panel that, you know, where this whole thing started with Z.
Well, so the black panel women were not women that were involved with the event, though, right?
Again, I said including
Uh-huh.
those black women that were on the panel with Z that started this whole situation. I didn't say they were part of the tour. I said including.
All along, Buttercup.
No, I got it. Please don't black explain what that means. Thank you. I can understand, even though my white brain is very slow. Okay, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best here. When you say that Z needs to take accountability, what does that mean?
How was that black explaining?
Yes. What? I'm sorry, black explain?
Why did?
Holy shit! I love this so much because all you're doing is you're taking their language and inverting it, and then you're forcing them to deal with it. So if they're like black explain, you know, obviously it's an inversion of white explain. So when it's like, oh, don't white explain stuff to me, it's kind of like the mansplain thing, but racialized. I haven't really heard it used that much, but to be honest, like this is perfect because the progressive circles always do the mansplain thing. Like, oh, well, don't use your male privilege in order to explain this to me. I already understand everything about it, which number one, horrible attitude. Number two, you don't know everything, right? Like I'm gonna be an asshole. Okay, I'm gonna be an asshole as if I wasn't already. I love my wife. My wife is an excellent human being, and I'm not always up for a hobby project. And so she wanted to hang some stuff from the wall, and so she was like, you know, hey, can you do it? And at first, I was like, yeah, I'll do it. Hold on, did I lose internet? Fucking dog.
Did you assume that I didn't know what in addition?
Oh, sorry. My wife wanted me to, you know, hang some stuff on the wall. And eventually I was like, no, you know, it's late. I worked my ass off. I'm not hanging shit from the wall. And then she was like, okay, well, I'll do it myself. I'm a strong, independent woman. And I was like, okay, fine. Fucking have fun. Right. And then in the initial phases of it, I gave her suggestions on how you would do the process. And then she was doing something different. And I was like, listen, you're going to have to do what I'm telling you to do. And she's like, yeah, well, I'll figure it out. Go fuck yourself. And then 10 minutes later, you know what happened? Chat, do you know what happened? Can you guess what happened in chat? What do you think happened after 10 minutes after she told me not to mansplain things? I'm not going to move on until somebody guesses in chat. I'm literally not going to say anything else. I'm going to sit here in silence. She had to ask you how you would do it. Yep. Exactly. Nope. Yep. There you go. Think of how much time we wasted. She had to ask you on how you would do it. Yep. She saw the face of God. Yep. She asked for help. Yep. She asked for help. Yep. She put a hammer through the wall. Yep. Dude. So here's the thing. This is why like white paternalism, I'm sure it's annoying, right? I'm sure it's annoying to have like a white dude explain shit to you, but how about you just listen to what the white dude has to say? And if it's good information, you take the good information, and it's bad information, you don't take the bad information. Easily. She called her boyfriend for help. Fuck you, Bo Dickerson. She watched a YouTube video on how to do it? Nope. Did it? Did my internet die? Did my fucking dog bump into the internet again? I hope not. No, it's still showing okay on my end. So yeah. So the point is, like, this whole white splain, black splain thing, all that Destiny's doing is he's inverting the language, and he's making progressives deal with how annoying their own language is. That's what's going on.
Matt.
Which is so based, by the way. Taking progressive verbiage and then jamming it down their throats. Awesome.
Okay, Because he said including, and you said that they weren't a part of the tour.
Do you think it's more likely that I just didn't hear that because multiple people are talking, or do you think I don't know what including means?
This is silly. Statement to derail it. How about we actually?
How? Excuse me. Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait. Do you think I don't know what in addition to means? Do you think I don't know what in addition to means?
Would it be whites planning if Anne made the same?
I'm not sure if you know what including means.
You don't. So you legitimately don't know if I know what including means, really? And this is a productive conversation. If you want to be snarky, that's fine, but just don't be upset when other people are snarky back to you.
I love this so much.
How about we actually have this conversation instead of getting into semantics?
Sure. What is taking accountability supposed to look like in the case per se before the event explodes?
Taking accountability and addressing the actual concerns that members a part of the tour and observing the tour had with it.
You just said nothing. I'm asking you, what does taking accountability mean? And you said taking accountability.
You said before the tour happened.
No, before it exploded. Before it exploded.
Those concerns were, how those concerns would be alleviated, and what specific steps would be taken to alleviate them.
Okay, my understanding is, you can tell me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that these concerns were made public by a group of women on a TikTok live before they were ever expressed privately to anybody with the event. Is that true or is that not true?
That's false.
Okay, so can you tell me specifically, wait, this is so easy. This is a question of...
You know what's funny, and I'll give you a bit of a pass, bud, because I watched Z come on your live stream and speak to you live and completely mischaracterize everything that happened. She lied, she obfuscated, and she did not tell you everything that happened. So if you've only gotten this information from her and what you've been able to piece together, you don't know what exactly happened. And I'll give you a pass for that because she didn't tell you the full truth while speaking directly to you.
Okay, so tell me, wait. So that's...
Lido Vexer says TikTok panels are like the drive-through version of Hippy Dippy panels. Destiny's going to do great there. Dude, if this is like the rebirth, if what happened is... Because what happens with Hippy Dippy is you have to book 8 creators, and creators are all smug, self-centered assholes, and so they don't want to, commit to a time, stick to a time, show up, all that kind of stuff. So booking's a pain in the ass. But if TikTok Live eliminates booking, because if you have clout, you can just show up and start debating, and then people will jump in and out, where it's kind of like a fucking live panel format, and you can just have somebody moderate it where you can mute people and all that kind of stuff. That's got to be so based. Like that might actually be something that we dive into. I gotta, obviously the problem with debates is you can get really spicy and really heated really quick, and you can say some crazy stuff. So I would have to double check with Valor about what they want us to do. But at the same time, if they were cool with us diving into this, I 100% would be diving into this.
So easy. If it's a factual disagreement, then just tell me, what were the claims that were brought up privately or expressed privately before that TikTok live that weren't being addressed?
One being security, another one being the lack of representation when it came to different demographics that were on this tour. 3 being the strategic behind it, and if people would be compensated for their work, would be compensated for their travel, amongst other things.
So when you say that these concerns weren't addressed, are you saying that they weren't expressed, that they weren't addressed to your satisfaction, or that the person just didn't agree with you when you brought them up?
These would be, that would be a question for those individuals that raised those questions. But those, to my knowledge, are the concerns that the people had.
Sure, but you understand that just simply having a concern doesn't mean that your concern is correct. It could be that you bring up a concern and that concern is addressed, and you might just have a disagreement with the organizer about how to address that concern, right?
I understand that. And those answers that Z or whomever provided would be adequate given the person who asked those questions. I didn't ask those questions, though.
Wait, so then if her responses were adequate, then that means that these concerns were addressed. The people just weren't happy with the answer?
Again, that would depend on who raised those concerns. If Erica's specific concerns were not addressed or were not answered to, that would be within her answer.
Sure.
Same would be
okay.
Santana.
Sure. So I'm just trying to focus on one thing at a time.
Because I didn't raise that.
Sure. Was Erica part of the event or just part of that TikTok live?
Yes. I mean, you followed the event pretty extensively, have you not?
No, there's a lot of new names that I just don't recognize.
Okay. Well, you should know Erica. She was a part of that tour. So was Santana.
Cool. So Erica, what was a concern that you brought up that you felt like hadn't been addressed privately?
A concern that I had, and I was told that I would get a phone call from Z, is in regards to the live that she went on, where I felt that she needed to apologize to those young women. Because I did tell her in a Signal chat when she went on that live, I said, you need to change your tone. You're being very hostile right now.
I'm sorry, hold on. Let me rephrase.
question earlier. No, I'm not finished. You asked the question earlier. What does accountability look like?
Wait, no.
So she said, I think that you need to apologize to these people. Well, what if Z doesn't feel like she needs to apologize? You're at an impasse. And on top of that, the point is voting. Like I get it. Let me tell you why I don't like electoralism. The reason why I don't like electoralism is because we spend billions of dollars on marketing in order to get Democrats or Republicans into office. And what they're able to deliver as representatives is 80% less than what they claim to be able to deliver. And so as a result, because they have to negotiate within the Republican framework in order to pass legislation. So what I would rather do is I would rather take the billions of dollars that are being invested in campaigns, and I would rather do direct community outreach where we start doing disaster relief, where we start doing community events, where we start doing, gun training classes, where we volunteer in the community, all that kind of stuff. I would rather take all those billions of dollars and have direct community impact. But the problem is, so far, it seems like I'm the only person that feels that way. And so we have to continue to interact with the political machine as it currently exists in order to reduce the harms that are happening through electoral legislation. But we just need to keep in mind that if this 10 viewers on Valor turns into 50, turns into 80 now, turns into 1,000, turns into 5,000, turns into 10,000, and we get our own money, then we can't complain about how nobody does anything. We have to take our money and turn it into something real, right? That would be my thing. That's part of the reason why I want to do this, is because I want to spend the money that these people make, which is crazy amounts of money, and I want to spend it on things that I feel are tangibly real. That's what I want to do. That's my life goal. That's my dream. So, but when it comes to electoralism, in order to get the political attention, in order to get the clout and capital that you need in order to make anything happen, you have to participate in these spaces. So we have to concede that elections have consequences. We are suffering disastrous consequences because what happened in the last election. Therefore, if Democrats want to be politically relevant, they have to figure out how to stop fighting each other and how to work towards electoral ends. And I would view Erica and Santana as completely counterproductive personalities to the point that they're almost better off being ignored than they are worth incorporating into a political coalition.
We're not doing the accountability thing. I'm just trying to factually. So my question was, no, wait. I had a very simple question.
Because I literally
don't roll your eyes at that.
Well, my question was,
don't roll your eyes, Destiny. What is this? Are you my mom? Are you my dad? Are you about to wash my mouth out with soap? Who are you? You're some asshole on TikTok. What are we talking about here?
This is what concerns were brought up privately prior to the live. You're bringing up concerns that happened after the live. My question was, what concerns were brought up prior to the live that you felt like weren't adequately addressed?
Prior to the live?
Yes.
You mean the live that Z joined?
Yes.
Maybe I wouldn't have anything to do with that because that was literally the same day that I joined the Signal chat. That was literally the same day that I joined.
Wait, so then you weren't part of this tour event.
Again, I'm sorry?
So you weren't part of the touring event, were you?
Are you not listening?
Santana and Erica were both a part of the event.
Okay, let me restart.
What Destiny's asking, he's asking what were the concerns that were pushed through before the tour even happened, before my live?
I can't say because I wasn't a part of that. I wasn't a part of that part of the conversation. I only know what happened basically as the live went on and afterwards. And in regards to concerns, those were for like yourself, Geek, along with the women on the panel, and for other people. I can say that.
Yeah.
In regards to accountability, what accountability looks like, all right, and what it is,
stupid dog.
for the person who is taking accountability, Destiny, is for them recognizing, acknowledging the person's feelings, letting them know that they hear you, and then also mapping out for that person what they want to do and how they're going to go about changing. Because accountability, again, is changed behavior. I hope
Okay.
that answers your question.
Sure, I can kind of agree with that. Was there any accountability for the women on the live that were publicly airing their grievances and then being incredibly aggressive and rude to the organizers?
Just to clarify,
Oh, that sounded like a long way of saying no. Okay. Okay.
It was.
I just didn't hear it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's directed towards Geek, but Geek, before you answer that, quick question, Destiny. do you think the burden of responsibility is placed on people who are on a TikTok live randomly having a conversation, or an event organizer who is trying to put together what is being called a movement and leading an actual group of people to unfuck America? Like, who has more of a burden and responsibility, a random people on a TikTok live or an actual?
Yeah, and by the way, this is another thing that drives me crazy. We can act as bad as we want because we don't have any real power. This is another massively counterproductive perspective that just sucks. It's like, you know why? You know why the right wing, this is actually really funny. I was watching a Chud Logic bit the other day. So I'm not going to lie, just sharing. I don't know if you guys watch Chud Logic, but he's a drama YouTuber. I actually think he's quite funny. But I haven't been watching him as much recently because he hasn't been covering the Ethan Hassan Destiny drama because he doesn't care about it. But I actually kind of do. So I've been watching more Nick DiOrio recently. But he had an interesting segment where he broke down the drama. He's been breaking down all the poor leftists who have, been begging for money. And then he broke down the golden one, who's actually like a neo-Nazi. He's like a Swedish neo-Nazi. And he was going over their apologies. And the Swedish neo-Nazi was taking more responsibility for being broke than the leftists. The leftists were like, oh, I got long COVID. I'm disabled. I can't work as much. I can't do this. I can't do that. I'm not going to give you any new content. I'm not going to do any new merchandise. I'm not even going to promise to even make anything. As a matter of, this is in reference to, I forget who it was, but this guy wrote the like alt-right playbook, which is like a video that was really popular like 8 years ago. And that guy was like, oh yeah, now that you gave me $150,000, I'm going to go on a sabbatical and I'll let you know in like 4 or 5 months if I'm even going to continue to create YouTube content, which was absolutely insane. And then the neo-Nazi was like, listen, guys, I took on a bunch of expenses that I didn't, calculate fully. The business dropped off. I got demonetized on YouTube. But you know what? It's my fault because I have principles that I'm standing for. And half of the business opportunities that fell apart were because of my own choices and the content that I choose to create. So as a result, like, I understand if you think that like lol skill issue, that's my fault. And I agree with you to some degree. But if you can help me out, please buy my merch. And that was the fundamental difference between a neo-Nazi, who I'm not saying is a good person, but and the leftists was the golden one isn't a neo-Nazi. Whatever. We'll talk about this in a second. Oh my God. But then he's like, it's my fault. I'm taking responsibility. And that was a difference in the apologies. The golden one isn't a neo-Nazi, whatever, 4690. He says that Hitler is misunderstood. He says that, European countries are exclusively for Europeans. He's for remigration, which is effectively kicking all of the brown people out of European countries. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Holy shit. A guy can come out and say, actually, Hitler was kind of based, Europe for Europeans, kick out all the browns and blacks. And you're like, well, actually, he's not a Nazi. And it's like, dude, what else would he have to do? Hostility to Jews, ethno-nationalism, ethno-supremacism, Nazi apologia. What else would he have to do to be a Nazi? Would he have to put on a Waffen-SS uniform and actually carry around a Car 98 and say, like, anti-Jewish racial slurs? Like, what do you need in order for a guy to be identified as a neo-Nazi? Oh, pre-transition ContraPoints. Yeah, dude, the original golden one ContraPoints video was straight fucking fire. There has to be an archive out there. Seraph702 says, stop picking on Connor. You're gonna give him a stroke. Yeah, stop picking on me, guys. You're bullying me today. He's catching shit from his inner circle for covering certain things. Okay. Drake says, it's such a childish way to go about enacting political activism change, right? Like, this all sounds so selfish and petty. Like, they can only see 5 inches in front of their face instead of 50 feet. Yes. Didn't he get 150K for that? Yeah. Whoever did the alt-right playbook. Let's just take a look so I can use his name because I forget who it was. But this guy said, hey, I'm broke and I didn't pay tens of thousands of dollars in taxes. Can you please bail me out? And then everyone bailed him out. And then he just walked away with the money and he said, I'm on sabbatical for 5 months. I'll let you know if I'm still a YouTuber in 5 months. I could not imagine being handed $150,000 and being like, okay, I'm going on vacation. See ya. That's crazy. Innuendo Studios. This is psychotic. As if this wasn't, I can't believe this. People have done a calculation on this. I'm not saying this is, I believe in the free market to a greater or lesser degree, but people did math on how much YouTube content he actually put out. 8 minutes, 13 minutes, 2 minutes, 6 minutes, 19 minutes. And then this is a year old, okay? So add this up. 19, 24, 26, 39, 40 something. This guy did 45 minutes of content over a year. And people gave him $150,000 because he was broke. That is crazy. Crazy pants. We're going to do more content today than Innuendo Studios did in a year. Holy fazoli. You can obviously point out the qualitative differences, but it doesn't take a year to do 45 minutes worth of content. Melody says, I agree with whatever Connor says. Very based. Didn't know about the Hitler apologia. Okay, I'm sorry for freaking out on you, whatever. I'm not trying to freak out on you. Just, I'm just trying to say it's close enough that I don't think we should split hairs on it. Okay, that's all I'm saying. He isn't a groiper. He's just a Swede who wants to protect Sweden. Yeah, by remigrating all of the Browns, even the nice ones. Whatever, 4690. Okay. LB says, I could not imagine being that stupid to donate money to a dude's taxes. Well, there you go. Plenty of lefties did it. Your people, lefty. LB. Your lefties. Your people, not mine. I did not give $150,000. And I don't mean black people. I mean leftists. LB and I spar. It's what we do. Anyways, LB, you're probably going to hate everything I say in this segment, but what else is new? All right, back to the infighting.
Organizer who is putting together a multi-level event.
It doesn't have to be an either or. Everybody can have responsibility for how they behave in a given environment.
More the responsibility lie, Destiny.
It depends on the situation. It depends on the scenario. I would say that the responsibility lies on people not starting a live and then trashing an event. I would say you don't have to do that. It's nothing to do with the organizer, but.
I know respectfully, why isn't she having this conversation? But she never has conversation between.
Dude, this is what I love about Destiny being smaller on TikTok but massive on YouTube is people can pull the clout game and they can be like, who's this Destiny guy? He only has 300 viewers on TikTok. Meanwhile, they don't know that they're live to like 15,000 people on YouTube. God, I love this. I love that he has enough clout to bash these people with his clout like a cudgel.
Someone on TikTok, right? And where there's random people on TikTok all the time hosting lives. I mean, I was there. Geek had 62 people. Again, Z was responsible. Z was responsible for some of the biggest names. Not you, right? I mean, you weren't involved, but some of the biggest names on the left that's on TikTok. And she decided to make a decision, and she made a decision to actually join that conversation and then escalate the conversation. So I personally feel like the burden of responsibility lied on her, not on the random TikTok creators who had 62 people in the live before it started.
Sure, but let's say,
as though she's not here. She's very much present.
Sure, that's fine.
She should be facilitating these questions and should not be relying on Destiny, as fun as you are with one another, and having this conversation.
Cool. Why can't wait real quick? Why I don't understand. Why can't the I can speak for myself. Thank you. The question is yeah, thank you. Okay. So the question is, why can't the response to her joining the live, why can't the response just be, oh, hey, you shouldn't have done that. Like, it didn't go well. Why can't that be the response? Why does it have to be this massive, World War III tier?
That was the response.
It absolutely was not. There were racist remarks made by the people on the live. It obviously exploded out into a huge thing that caused multiple content creators to drop from the event. That clearly was not the response.
Wait, hold on. Some misinformation. Nobody dropped after the event. My live happened on the 18th.
Dean Withers dropped from the event.
The tour, the first event happened on the 22nd. Nobody dropped out.
All right. I love LB, so I'm going to get her caught up real quick. Plus, we yapped a whole bunch, so I'm not exactly expecting people to track if they're just coming into the live. So what we're watching is There's an event called Un-F America, and it's being organized by Democratic and progressive creators in order to go on an America-wide tour in order to recruit people for the midterms effectively. That's what's going on. And what happened is very early in the tour, the organizer, Z, was accused of microaggressions by a series of black creators. The black creators freaked out, said that Z needed to take accountability, et cetera, et cetera. It imploded the tour, made it very difficult for it to get organized and off the ground. And also Dean Withers, who was one of the biggest names of the tour, pulled out of it as a result of the ensuing drama because he took the black creator's side in the drama. That's what happened, Z. So what we're watching is Destiny has volunteered in order to join the Un-F America tour. And now he's bullying the woke progressive creators who imploded the tour because he thinks it's funny, and so do I.
My live didn't create any type of like I said, traction originally. And
People dropped out afterwards as a result of the live.
Video. So I'm just correcting the misinformation just a little bit there. Nobody dropped out until after the fact, like days after the tour, and that necessarily didn't have anything to do with me. I believe that more had to do with the fact that the people on that tour felt.
Max Thrax says, it's not actually true that Dean dropped initially. He demanded Z be fired. When they refused, he pulled out. I would see that as a distinction without a large difference.
Like that was the best thing to do. I don't like, for me or any of the other creators, whether you're calling us messy or not, to be pushed blame on that, which that was not anything that we did. Let's break something down. First and foremost, nobody asked within on that panel. Destiny, I know you watched it. Nobody asked on that panel for anybody for Z to step down from our own organization.
Well, Max Thrax says, so he would have stayed, but they wouldn't fire Z from the event. So that's the event not caving. I can agree. And not just that, I respect the event for doing that. In order to have events go off, you need competent organizers, and they're not going to be they're not always going to be perfect people.
That was never the case, okay? That happened after the fact. That happened after the first tour. Just to clarify.
Yeah, but it happened because of events that happened on the live, correct? Right? Didn't it happen because of events that happened on the live?
I'm sorry, you're talking while I'm talking.
Yeah, because you're saying things that are incorrect and then you want to build off it. But didn't people drop? I literally, that's why I'm asking a question. Didn't people drop off of the event because of what happened on the live prior to the event?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. So then it was related.
You were saying they dropped before the tour even happened.
No, they didn't, but they dropped afterwards, but they said they should have dropped before. They did make that statement. They said that if I would have known the totality of what had happened, they said, well, they shouldn't have even gone to the event, right?
Okay, so yeah, sure. I mean, ultimately, I still don't think that, let's be honest, Steven. Or I'm sorry, do you go by Destiny or Steven? I'm looking at your name, I want to make sure.
Steven is fine, sure.
Okay. So first and foremost, I mean, yeah, that could be the case that they dropped because of my life. I'm sure that's mostly the reason why. I'm not going to deny that, right? But my issue is that we, the women, me and the women on that live, are getting blamed for the way this all happened. Nobody asked you to come up. I mean, or at least, I'm sorry, let me correct myself. Nobody.
No way. Listen, I know that not all VOD viewers or live stream viewers watch the screen. They often have us running in the background, but I'm going to read this to you. Razzle Smasher says, Z, the event organizer, said that Dean, the TikTok creator, asked for Starbucks, but requested that it be put in a different cup so his followers wouldn't know he patronized a boycotted company. Dude, if that's not performative progressivism, I don't know what is, man. I don't know what is. If that doesn't perfectly encapsulate online progressive pundits, bro, that is just too perfect. Max Thrax says, yeah, that's the only distinction I was making. Afterwards, Dean was complaining about money and funding, so ultimately Dean lost funding. Okay. He can get bumped, you know? Suck it. Oh my God. Wow. Forever imprisoned in soy. Yeah. A gilded cage filled with soy.
Force D to come up on my live, to be fair, right? We were perfectly fine with talking to just the people that were just going to be on that tour, not the lead organization. We had decent conversations. We all got different answers from these people. It was so disorganized, right? Just based off the way that, you know, they were getting all different answers from like different questions that we had for them.
Okay, hold on. So Light of Exer is going to steel man it. I don't think Dean asked for Starbucks, but that's just what was brought to him, but he did request it to be poured into a separate cup. Okay, that's not as funny. And that seems like a pragmatic choice where maybe the event is being run by liberals who don't care about boycotting Starbucks, but progressives actually have to care about aesthetics. I'm okay with that. That's not as funny, though. So Light of Exer, unfortunately, you suck the wind out of how funny that is.
And second of all, in regard
Old School says, you want to tie your fortunes to these neurotic losers, Connor? Well, yeah, dude. If the other option is, because it is a binary, ultimately American politics is a binary, right? So Old School. These guys are neurotic crabs in a bucket who slice out each other's legs any opportunity they get. That's what these people are. But on Trump's side, they are supporting deporting people without a trial to a gulag in Central America without due process. And if you don't want to call it a gulag, you can say incarcerated without due process for the rest of life under suspicion of being involved in a gang, if you don't like the word gulag. So they support that. Then they also support tanking the international economy through the tariffs. They also support squandering international American soft power and hard power. They support backstabbing the Ukrainians and getting thousands of people killed. And they support defunding PEPFAR so they can save $18 a year on their tax bill, which is going to kill a few 100,000 people. So if I have to choose between killing a few 100,000 Africans, a few thousand Ukrainians, deporting people without due process to a gulag, and then the other side is cringe. Yeah, I'm going to pick the cringe people, right? Because the cringe people aren't knowingly doing evil shit. Not even to mention all the corruption with the $400 million Qatari plane. Not even to mention Jared Kushner running a $2 billion sovereign wealth fund on behalf of the Saudis. Not even to mention Trump and Melania doing the meme coin and rug pulling their own base. What's so funny is there's so much evil shit that, not to mention Steve Bannon saying that Trump is running for a third term. Dude, there's so much casually evil shit in MAGA that you just kind of get numb to it after a while. LB says, hey, you lay off my soy nephew Dino. He's a pretty good debate and he's not there to defend himself. Yeah, I guess. Razzle says, whether it was brought or he asked, he definitely asked for it to be poured in a different cup, which is the real story here. He's fine with drinking it. He just doesn't want you to know he's drinking it. Yeah, it's just not as funny. It's just not as funny as Dean Withers waking up and then the event organizers being like, hey, Dean, we're going on a Starbucks run. You know, you want something? And he's like, actually, yeah, I want a quad shot, mocha, matcha, espresso, latte, venti, iced with caramel. But can you put it in a different cup? Like that's funnier. That is funnier. Like, even if the point stands, or even if Dean has a logical defense, that vision of effectively Justin Bieber, like a 2000s Justin Bieber at the peak of his boyhood fame, ordering something but wanting to virtue signal to his audience, that's funnier, right? That's funnier. So with sprinkles and soy. Yeah, exactly.
To the quote unquote the aggression that you're saying that
gotta let the dogs out. I'll be right back.
I would say that was like kind of built up when we're specifically talking to Z, right? I don't know about you, Stephen, but I've seen you go after people that completely deny the work that you've done. Because I used to watch you quite a bit in my, when I was a little bit younger. I've seen you snap at people after they consistently deny who you are. So I'm not understanding why you are like, you're the type of person to call somebody flat out an R word,
You mean R slur?
Blah, 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 blah. Crazy shit, right? After that. but you're upset that one person, by the way, one racial comment saying lipless, assless, white, kuncho kitchen, like you're upset about that. I think that's...
So to be clear, I'm not upset about that. What I'm saying is I don't understand how this entire event got nuked as a result of the live. If somebody were to get upset as a result of things that were said, or they felt like Z didn't handle it a perfect way, that's fine. Or if she could have done something, can I please respond real quick? Can I please respond real quick? Listen, I talk quickly, I can respond fast, I can't respond. Okay.
Yeah, no one can hear you. Like you're talking to your phone and we can't hear you.
Yeah, because you started talking right after.
I hear you. Yeah. Hey, so you would say that like you don't understand how this whole thing got nuked. Would it have been something that would have been avoidable even if Z was on the panel? And Z, I would love to hear you actually come off mute and speak for yourself instead of having people defend you. Weird. Anyway, but wouldn't it have...
Were you part of the original live? Why are you defending them? What do you...
So Sycamore, it says, no, Dr. Pepper isn't on BDS. It's 100% on BDS. That was so funny. So for those of you who don't know, there's a boycott, divestment, and sanction list of companies that's on Israel's shit list because they give, actually on Palestinians' shit list because they do trade with Israel. And so Dr. Pepper... the owners of Dr. Pepper are the Ryman family, are staunch Zionists and support the Zionist state with investment and donations through something. So Hassan Piker got called out for drinking Diet Coke because Coke is also on the BDS list. And then he switched to Dr. Pepper thinking that was going to get him away from criticism. But it turns out that Dr. Pepper is just also on the list. Whatever 4690 says, no point in me arguing MAGA side. I am outnumbered and nobody cares. Well, thank you for being charitable enough to not fight us tooth and nail, whatever 4690. I appreciate that. If you ever want to talk about it or debate it, or if you ever say, hey, Connor, I feel like you've been straw manning the Trump side too much. I want to explain it more or something like that. We can do that. Just bear in mind, some days I'm going to be more grumpy than other ones. So I might jump down your throat some days. And some days if you say, hey, Connor, I really want to talk about this, then I'll try to be as charitable as I possibly can be. Lidu Vexer says, separate example of Dean being soy. He's avoiding talking to Destiny, but did try to confront Tom Foolery on stream, but Tom refused because he's rather Dean talk to Destiny. See, I would rather that Tom talk to Dean, because if Dean is debating Orbiters and then he gets blown out by Orbiters, I think that would be just as funny as him talking to Destiny, because that effectively means that like you can't even deal with Destiny, but you can't even deal with Orbiters. That's funny. Keep restarting the Fanatic method. Who let the dogs out? Me. I don't know where that cringe came from. AF Racing says, debate should be required curriculum. Imagine what a whole country of 3,000 IQ, handsome chads, and you know what? But see, that's the thing is, if everyone was a debate bro, every conversation would be annoying as hell. Although I do think that it would improve TikTok debate to a massive degree. We got a bunch of 20 words when 5 will suffice. True. Although I'm guilty of that as well. Sycamore says, Tom Foolery, Connor, and Steven are the new virtual Asian crusade. I don't know what that means, but good for them. Coke also distributes Dr. Pepper overseas. Makes sense. Boycotts are the best way to voice your disdain. Drink more water. Sure. I'm not criticizing the concept of BDS. I just think that it's funny that one of the most prominent pro-Palestinian voices on the internet, to the point that he simps for terrorist organizations, can't find a soda that doesn't support the state of Israel. I think that's funny. Sycamore says, Connor, do you know the whole story about the Russian general who got black market custom Coca-Cola with a star on it? I don't. Dean is pretty good at debates, and Tom, I don't think, can handle that. That's actually true. Dean did really well against Nick Fuentes, so Dean might actually be able to do quite well against Tom Foolery. LB says he doesn't know Destiny. They met once, and he doesn't need Destiny. Honestly, I'm more of a Gen Z debate fan than Destiny, but they're both good at their jobs. Okay, cool. Yeah, obviously, like, just coming up as a Destiny orbiter and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to be, also, dude, I'm a boomer, right? That's the other thing you have to realize. There's a generational gap between me and the TikTokers. So I'm going to prefer YouTube debate bros over TikTok debate bros, because I grew up knowing all the YouTube debate bros. You know what I'm saying? All right, back to it.
You just speak over me.
Yeah.
So,
wouldn't it have been beneficial if, while Z was up on the panel, she had someone that had direct insight to not only, the whole black euphoria, but just understanding what was happening on this TikTok live. If she had someone adamantly begging her to stop the conversation and get off.
Thought you were Gen X? No, I look old as shit. So I was born in the late 80s, and I just have silver in my beard and silver in my hair. Wait, you're a boomer? I'm technically an older millennial. Jeez. You guys are ageist as fuck.
For the live, like that could have saved these before it escalated to that point, right?
I'm not, oh my God, guys. Stop having autism, okay? I'm not a boomer literally. My parents are baby boomers. I wasn't born through the 40s through the 60s. Boomer is a mentality, okay? Boomer just means not with it, not hip, not cool, okay? So I think I'm cool in the fact that I don't give a shit whether or not I'm cool, but I'm pretty sure there's plenty of TikTok bros that would watch my content and they'll be like, oh, this boomer fogey wants to talk to us about shit. Fuck this guy, right? There's probably a whole swaths of Zoomers who will never engage with my content because I seem so old and antiquated by comparison. That being said, I do think what I have to say is more valid than the crazy shit that they're saying. So I'm hoping to get some Zoomers to listen to me. I just think that they're still going to think I'm a fogey or a boomer, you know? 87 over here, bruv. Yeah, we're pretty close. We're pretty close. Valor said, or Wowman542 says, Connor is the spirit of a boomer trapped in the body of a millennial. Exactly. No, it also means you're 50 and don't know anything. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. I'm 50 and I don't know anything. Now, I'm actually late 30s and don't know anything, but I do my best, you know? All right, stop making fun of me and also steel manning my position and also straw manning my position at the same time. Let's let the woke progressive black folk fight with Destiny, who has a more black name than the woke progressive black folk.
Maybe, but it doesn't need to escalate to that point, right? You could just there's no reason for this to have gotten as big as it did. I just think it's incredibly silly.
To clarify, I don't think anybody would be denying that. I'm actually surprised that everything blew out the way that it did, right? What we all asked, right? So there's two things about this. Originally, all we were asking is hey, we thought that was a little bit inappropriate, right? That was originally what we were saying. We weren't asking anybody to step down or any creators to get off the fucking tour, right? That would be stupid because we still believed if you...
LB says, Steven, how is that black? That's not the black name. It's Destiny. LB, even if you're racist against white folk, I think you can admit that Destiny is the name of an African-American pole dancer.
You guys did watch my live. We still believe that this movement could be a perfect opportunity for us to get pushed out there, right?
I think when you guys are saying that the organizer is racist, that there wasn't enough representation, when that one Jalen or whatever Jaden guy made videos saying that black creators weren't being paid, I feel like it's very dishonest to say, oh, nobody was saying that somebody had to step down. It seems like after that live, the goal became for a bunch of people outside.
What other people said. Now,
because it's all part of a big thing, yeah.
I don't know if you watched my live, Steven. I unfortunately don't know, but let me make this clear. Me and a few others on that panel actively were saying we don't care. Oh, I hate to say this. We didn't care about the representation. We actively said that over and over again. We said, hey, if anything, we said the representation might cause harm, which is why security even got brought up.
Sacred Snow says, I love how Connor treats chat like a single entity, like it's a hydra where each head is doing doublespeak. Well, I love each and every single one of you as my parasocial, my parasocial friends. I love each and every single one of you. However, it is hard to track every single personality. Knowing that Razzle Cherry is different than Razzle Smasher. I know Silver Jacket Man. I kind of know Jack Darko at this point, although he said something that triggered the fuck out of me. So I'm assuming he's, uber progressive. Sacred Snow, I'm assuming, I can't just see a name. Every time I see a name, I have to make a series of inferences based off of your chat on what your approximate political alignment and personality is, right? So it's kind of hard to deal with, 80 individuals. It's easier to kind of just form a community, I guess, that has vague overlap on a few things, but then fight in a fun way over other things. So Razzle Smasher says, Connor, unrelated but FYI, Lonerbox versus Doobie and Prime Kites tonight on Israel-Palestine should be a killer debate. Might be good for tomorrow's content. Maybe. Yeah, that could be fire. I'll see if it explodes. What am I, boss? Eben? I have no idea. You seem like a nice person. All right. Anyways. So far, all that's really happened, it's been entertaining. But I think what Steven is wrestling with is there's Santana and there's Erica and there's a few other progressive black creators who have leveraged criticisms at the organization, but have also said that they're not trying to cancel it. They're not trying to destroy it, but they also need things from it or else they're going to criticize the shit out of it. And Steven is trying to say like, okay, well, what do you actually want? And then they're kind of dancing around that. That's basically what's going on right now.
That's the main reason why security even brought up, because we were like, we
Jack Darko says, haha, I'm ironically not actually that progressive. No offense, dude. You want trans people to piss standing up in the women's restroom. That's pretty stinking progressive. Like you maybe your economics is more Democrat than it is whatever else. Maybe you're a little bit racist. I have no idea. And I'm not saying racist as a derogatory term. I'm just saying like descriptively. Like maybe you got some, you know, some spicy opinions on Puerto Ricans or something. I got no idea. But at the same time, wanting trans women to pee standing up in the bathroom, that is crazy pants. That is crazy pants level of progressives.
fear for the black creators that are going on this tour, considering the fact that this is going to be in one of the most extreme conservative universities that exist on
Seraph says, 10th Mountain chair assault here, sit cold. That actually does sound like what 10th Mountain does.
America, right? We actively said like, hey, like we're not comfortable, we're not necessarily comfortable with that. We also, now there was people on my panel that disagreed, right? If y'all listened to the fucking live, you would see that we were actively even disagreeing with each other with our own critiques of the tour, right? The reason why it even started to like pop off is because other creators that were going on the tour started to even come on my live, right? There's so much misinformation out there that I feel like not necessarily.
Like what? You haven't said anything
again,
yet.
I understand that you reached out to Z and she told you however she felt about it. It is what it is.
Well, just to be clear, I think I watched like 3 hours of your guys' content, like the live and everything else before.
Okay, so if you did watch it, then you would know that I'm telling the truth.
I mean, I saw a bunch of people getting really, really, really mad when she joined, and then it seemed like from there, everything kind of snowballed out of control.
To be fair, no. Let's clarify. She came up on my panel, Steve, and then she immediately was starting to speak like when I was trying to like actually calm down the panel, right? So, and
You might have been, but other people were being pretty provocative, no? People were starting to shout at each other.
That's exactly One second, Santana. That's exactly why I was trying to calm down the panel. As the host, I feel like I needed to do that. She came on and was provoking it even more by interrupting when I'm trying to tell people to calm down and like stop over speaking each other, that it was overstimulating.
Hold on. Jack-o'-lantern says, I'm a pro-American empire liberal. It's very small tents over here. Well, unironically, Jack-o'-lantern, this is kind of my brand as well, I guess. In neoconservatism, if you read it, that's effectively what it is. It's liberals who are repulsed by the far left, who think that republicanism and liberalism, capital L, are based, and that we should promote it through hard and soft power. And so Jack-o'-lantern, you and I are probably in like 60 or 70% alignment. I just also like Jordan Peterson. So, you know.
I don't think the issue is just over speaking. And also on a TikTok live with like 9 people.
The thing about all of this is, yes, Geek, you were keeping it very simple. I watched the whole thing. And Destiny, again, I'm not necessarily blaming you because for some reason Z has put you and also this Ann person and also Clarkson as a shield in front of her. Mercedes was doing it before, but Mercedes seems like has taken too much of a bit of heat and has pulled back. So the thing is, Geek was actually keeping it really cool. Hey, Z, come off mute. I got a question for you. Z, while
Yeah.
Hannah... Z,
Jack-o'-lantern says, I miss pre-coma JBP. Me too, brother. Me too. It's like when your dad, not my dad because my dad's based, but it's like when your dad gets too addicted to Fox News and he falls down the rabbit hole. That's kind of what's happened with JBP, except for with JBP, he just started hanging out with the Daily Wire bros too much.
Do you guys want me to play a portion of the live? Because this idea that...
No, I have a quick question for it.
1 second. Because before the live even started, the introduction to Z was...
Hold on. I'm going to say something gross, even though sometimes Ken Harbaugh and my mom watch this. So I told my wife a series of phrases that she's never heard before that she thinks are really funny. And the one that she loves the most is water off a duck's ass. Okay. And then AF Racing says, I use soft power when I can't stay hard. Obviously, this is like a genital euphemism. So if you don't like gross things, then, you know, plug your ears temporarily. But in reference to being soft downstairs, but still trying to do work with something soft, I use the term pushing rope. And I think my wife laughed for like 30 minutes because she'd never heard it before. So water off a duck's ass and pushing rope. If you've never heard those phrases before, add them to your rhetorical toolbox.
I will let you speak, or you will speak when I let you. Like, to think that this line being added from a...
Wait a second. I said that. But let me clarify. You played, so last time we had this...
Wow, man, 542, I unironically agree. The centrists need Helldivers type of branding like democracy and rule of law are non-negotiable. Yep. It's like the lib left neocon meme. Lib left neocon meme. Actually, I love this meme. It's like the lib left neocon. No child labor, a free press, religious freedom, and gay marriage. You're damn right I'd kill for this country. I don't like that it says lib left, but besides that, this is me. Okay? I don't like child labor. I think a free press is cool. I think freedom of speech, freedom of conscience is cool. Religious freedom is cool. Gay marriage, you know, meh, I could take it or leave it, but gay people being able to live their lives to the maximum degree possible, I think that's based. You're damn right I'd kill for this country. Yeah, this is unironically me. Christian Blair says, Giebert, liberal American myself. I love American hegemony while disliking the French, but appreciate the necessity to wash my butt effectively. True. JP is a grifter. It's just that simple. No, he's not. He's actually delusional. Big enough to fill a pram. That's interesting. Then best one I heard is you are smarter in the ass than hog in the head. Interesting. Found the Brit. Kesoku says, yeah, that's the phrase. Face it, your lib left now. Nah. I'm gonna hold on to. I'll tell you what's gonna keep my fascism going. Pro law enforcement, pro American military industrial complex, pro capitalism, mixed economy capitalism, which could be argued to be center left, but still capitalism. And then I'm basically a Fed, former cop, former military, and I'm trying to think of what else. And then I love Jordan Peterson. I loved Jordan Peterson prior to his coma. So no, I'm gonna be a fascist. I'm a centrist fascist. Missed the joke? Nah, I probably got it, but I'm gonna take it seriously because I feel like it.
Conversation about 2 weeks ago. To be fair, Mercedes. So you watched the full thing. Okay, if you're gonna play it, how about you play like the 15
hatred for sex work and degeneracy? Yep, that's another thing that LB and I would not agree on. I'm quite hostile to sex work.
She speaks. So the first thing that she says.
I muted my mic, bro. My brain is rotting. This is like the least shit I've ever cared about in my entire fucking life. Oh god.
Okay, so all I say is yo, calm down. I don't appreciate the fact that you said that, especially when considering that I'm like trying to talk to the panel.
The first thing that was said.
Seraph says rad mod. Yeah, radical moderate. Unironically, like Helldivers. It's actually just Helldivers, like managed democracy. That, managed democracy is basically actually what I want. Not the AI votes for you, but the whole like patriotic militarism, freedom shit. I actually think it's so based.
About her before she even paneled, like she was paneled up, she had not spoken at any point yet. The first thing that was said was you made a joke saying she can speak when I let her.
She was actually already on the panel. Well,
she had already spoke before that.
She was already on the panel.
No, hold on. He had already spoke before that. Z, come off of mute. Z, did you send a message to one of the people that was on the panel, specifically Hannah, telling her to make a comment?
Oh my god, I'm gonna fast forward a couple of minutes because they're still just like litigating what happened on the panel, and I want to get to like the meat of it. I don't want to miss any memes, but I do want to. Holy shit, they're just talking about the panel still.
Was this? Oh, were you talking to yourself? Then you should mute your mic. Why do you think it was?
Oh shit, I can't fast forward.
He had already spoke before that. Z, come off of mute. Z, did you send a message to one of the people that was on the panel, specifically Hannah, telling her to make a comment that actually...
Kay says, I used to be okay with sex work, but then every single person I know who did sex work was so broken and fucked up by it, I was forced to change my position. Listen, you know, that's a funny thing, Kay. Like, liberals often learn conservative lessons through freedom. You know, like when you leave people free to do what they end up doing, they either, like, so for instance, if you do hard drugs, you're going to learn one way or the other that hard drugs are bad. You're either going to lose it because you're either going to learn it because you destroy your life, or you're going to learn it because you run away from it screaming and on fire, right? Same thing with the sex work thing. Like, listen, could there technically be some kind of ethical sex work? Maybe. Do I know any ethical sex work, though? Nope. In almost every sex worker who has ever done personal interviews, ever, like seriously, it's got to be 80% of sex workers have some kind of childhood sexual abuse. So I'm not saying like hot people doing porn isn't a part of our economy and them monetizing it, I guess, good for them to some degree. But at the same time, like, if they're actually sexually traumatized and then they engage in unhealthy sexual behavior because of their trauma, and then they monetize it, so they're incentivized to engage in the behavior even more, that's probably actually not technically healthy, right? In almost any sense of the word. What about whorehouses and westerns? I think they were an integral part of society back then. Yeah, sure. I think I said that I would ban sex work, prostitution, and pornography in 97% of the country. And then I would say that whatever that county is in Nevada that legalized prostitution, if you want to go there, go there. And the sex industry can create an entire city called Goonopolis, and you can all suffer the consequences of your degenerate behavior in Goonopolis, right? That's my thing. What was the Helldivers phrase? Managed democracy? Yep. So I would be like managed republicanism. That's what I would do. LB says, so people like being whores, strippers, porn, etc. Yeah, I'm nowhere near as progressive on sex stuff as you guys are. Wait, lol, is OnlyFans not ethical sex work? It's arguable because it's the least amount of harm, but also with OnlyFans, if you do like hardcore content, or if you do content where you show your genitals, there's obviously all the harassment that comes from, you know, showing your genitals on the internet. Nye County, says Seraph. Nye County will be the seat of Goonopolis. It'll be the twin cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, but instead of Sodom and Gomorrah, it'll be Las Vegas and Goonopolis. Dr. Zaya says, I'm not fundamentally opposed to sex work, but I think it usually ends up in tears, STDs, and should generally be avoided. There you go. Whorehouses are an integral part of society now, Connor. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, that's what I said. Move to Goonopolis. Death Lily 76 says, industrial sex workers reduce harm and track abuse. It's not about moral structure. Immoral sex acts without tracking will happen. Of course. Move to Goonopolis. Connor is using classism to keep me from enjoying brothels. How is it less harmful than Pornhub or Street Hose? I don't know. I don't care. I'm not gonna, if there's a topic that's related to sex culture and sex work, we can have a full chat debate on it, but that's not what this is. This is woke progressive POC fighting destiny. That's what this segment is.
Elevated the actual lie. Did you tell her to bring up a traumatic?
Okay, wait, hold on. But this is all. I don't know why we're litigating every tiny issue. I'm just curious. Do we agree? Wait. Do we agree that it was good that this? Do we agree? Respectfully, no one cares. To be honest, like literally nobody cares about every single micro issue that you guys are bringing up. The question is on a macro level. On a macro level, did you text somebody on January 2nd and send them a mean text message and say these 4 words?
Dude, he just needs to do a Fanatic, man. This is Fanatic. I learned one terrible debate tactic from Fanatic, and it's actually fantastic, and I'm going to teach it to you now. So if you're talking, I'm going to go full screen for this because I want you guys to remember this, and I'm going to look you in your beautiful eyeballs while I do it, okay? If you're talking to somebody and you're in a debate and you're having a contentious conversation and they're not letting you get in, and let's say that you both start talking at the same time, then what you would do, let's say I was talking about Goonopolis, then I would say, then you should move to Goonopolis is what I'm trying to get out. But LB is yelling over me and she's saying, well, if you hate sex work so much, then why don't you do this and why don't you do that? And don't you know the statistics in Norway are this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and LB, because we love her, is going on a 5-minute rant about sex work. But I want to get this idea out, and I've already listened to 5 minutes of LB talking about sex work. Then what I do is I say, So move to guna. So move. 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 And when you repeat that phrase, it becomes so annoying to listen to that not only is the audience kind of checking out because they're like, oh, God, just let him say whatever he needs to say. But also the creator that you're talking to is also like, oh, God, that's annoying. But what ends up happening is you hold on to that sentence in your line of thinking where you don't lose your place. Because typically what's happening when people are doing what's called a Gish Gallop, where you just hit somebody with 50 points so you lose your place, is it's a rhetorical strategy to get you so turned about that you don't even know what you're arguing anymore. So when you say, so move to Goonopolis, so move to the Goonopolis, so move to Goonopolis, so move, so move, so move, so move. When you say that, you hold your place in your own chain of thinking, and you basically interrupt them and annoy them to get them to shut up. So free advice if you ever get into the debate scene. I learned that from Fanatic, and I actually think it's a fantastic blood sports debate tactic when you want to get in there and your opponent's being annoying as shit. LB says, so if you fudge after a good date, does that make you a whore? No. Why would that make you a whore? I don't think that's a whore. I think when you're a whore is when you're specifically exchanging money. I think that's when you're a whore. When somebody pays you and you would otherwise not have a romantic or sexual relationship, but then you do it exclusively because you're getting paid. Positive Nation says, I don't know about now. I just mean the lowness of the frontier was resigned by a little bit by the whores. Sorry, I just latched on to Lonesome Dave. That world is not derogatory back then. I don't care. I love Deadwood. Deadwood is a fantastic frontier show where like some of the major characters are Swearingen, who is a brothel keeper. And then I think his bottom B, I think her name is Trixie. And so Trixie and Swearingen are two awesome characters. So I'm not saying that like whores can't be cool people. Some whores are cool people. I'm just saying that I think that there's some detrimental secondary and tertiary consequences of sex work, and we should limit it. I can put aside my differences on state brothels to fight Trump. Good. Christian Blair says, that's true. Fanatic would would up his gain and get closer to his mic. Yeah. It's very annoying. Very annoying. Very effective. Victory through sheer annoyance. You must have kids. I learned this from Twitch and YouTube politics. I don't even do this to my own kids. I actually see this tactic as incredibly annoying. LB says, I don't know too many straight dudes that can out-talk me, but a gay boo with that is no contest. Dope. Mr. Wu is my favorite character. Mr. Wu was awesome. Wu. Swearingen. Yeah, I love Wu. Deadwood, the show that have more Fs and cocksuckers than any other show. True. Yep. All right. Anyways, sorry. Back to the show. Just taking a little break in order to share a sweet, tricky debate tactic. That's it. I'm moving to Squidville. All right. Back to it.
Yes, true. Santana, shut the fuck up. Why? Okay, was this event worth being nuked? Was this? Oh, you're talking to yourself? Then you should mute your mic. Why do you think it was worth it that the entire event was it worth it that the entire event was nuked over this issue?
Guys, if you keep talking over people.
That's fine. I have the loudest microphone anyways. Can you please respond to Santana?
No, I'm going to let Destiny speak.
Why can't you?
AF says, when someone starts to change the subject when answering your question, Destiny will say, you can finish, but I'm going to ask you the same question again. Another great tactic that illustrates so much. No, I love it. I love that's going to happen later in this conversation. Santana is going to do that where he's refusing to answer questions. And Destiny's like, okay, you didn't answer the question. I'm going to ask it again.
I'm not speaking for anybody. Excuse me, that was a very misogynistic comment, Jaden Cross. Okay, yes, it was very misogynistic. It was very misogynistic. If she said it, then she had internalized misogyny, and she needs to deconstruct her internalized misogyny. I'm not here to speak for anybody. Okay, I have some investment in the success of these events. Why do you keep talking over me, Jaden? Do you need to go to an audiologist and get your ears checked?
You haven't spoken to any of the black individuals as part of the organization.
Yes.
You seem to be in a.
I'm listening. I'm learning and listening. I'm just learning and listening right now. I'm just asking questions. Was it worth it? Is this how all of these go? You just bring on a ton of people and you just like scream over people the entire time? Is that? Yeah, but nobody cares. The result of the question doesn't matter. Like, excuse me. As a Christian, that was offensive to me. That felt like there was a microaggression. Okay.
This is so unproductive.
It is unproductive. Yeah, I agree.
Why are you here? Exactly why are you here, Destiny?
Because I care about these events failing for dumb reasons. I feel like these people eat themselves alive for no reason. I don't know why.
Absolutely.
Wait, hold on, but that's the issue, Steven. You keep on asking us, and we keep on hearing, and I feel like...
I haven't asked you anything because you've interrupted me along with Santana every single time I try to talk. I can barely get a word out.
Well, wait, hold on. Let's not put me in there, to be fair.
No, I am putting you in there.
Very fair. Come on. Let's not... Come on, Steven. I've been here. Come on. Let's not do that.
When, you know, white men raise their voice, so, ooh, calm down.
And Hannah, like, I'm just... All I was trying to tell you is...
White boy, calm down. Stop being so racist. Dude, kick these people out. Kick them out of the movement. 100%.
Wait, are you capable of, like, looking at anything in the world without using, like, the lens of, like...
It's fine. See,
So hold on, bro, please, everyone, please. Z, you have the floor.
Okay, I want Stephen to finish what he was saying. Because he's been trying to respond to you, and then I can respond.
Exactly what I'm talking about. You guys need to deconstruct your haterade, okay?
Santana asked him a question, and then Steven was like, wait, no, hold on. So, I don't...
Okay, does everybody here think it was worth it that this whole event got self-destructed over the resulting event spawning from that live and the reactions to it? Was that worth it? Was it a good thing that event got entirely...
Yes.
Okay, why?
Would you like to know why? Sure. The reason why it was worth it is because this entire event was put together on dead ground that had no actual footing, because from the very beginning, the point of the Democratic Party is having multiple people under one umbrella. That's our...
Listen, I get it. Building a coalition on a bad foundation is going to lead to cracks in the foundation that then collapse the entire superstructure. I don't think these people are sufficiently complex enough in order to build a good foundation. Now, I'll listen. If they say something smart or insightful or good, then I'm going to call it out. I'm going to say it's good. But so far, it's there were half a dozen black creators who were in a TikTok live. They had 60 live viewers. They were criticizing the event. Z jumps in. They're rude to Z. Z is rude back. It explodes, and then they lose one of their biggest creators. That's what I've heard so far. And we've been talking for like 45 minutes. So, like, I don't know. If you want to actually be effective with your politics, these people are the antithesis of effectiveness. LB says, no, it was stupid to tank the event, whatever event, because you effed everyone's money. I don't think it's just about the money, LB. I think it's about the fact that they actually are trying to do something like get Democrats involved in the midterms, which you desperately need to win if you want to stop sending people to fucking gulags. So, these people? What you mean, these people? Matter of fact, I'm going to call out Robert Downey Jr.'s. I'm going to call out Robert Downey Jr.'s microaggressions, okay? What is it? These people, Tropic Thunder. LB, avert your eyes. Don't watch this. This is white people being racist as hell, okay?
Where the hell are we?
Dan Crook River.
Yes, sir? How do you know that? How you sure?
Only one way to find out, dude.
What do you mean, you people? Huh?
For those of you who don't know, this is Robert Downey Jr. in blackface, okay? Now, it's supposed to be like a play on actors who take themselves way too seriously, but Robert Downey Jr. is he's a method actor. So he actually tattooed his skin, like went and lived in Louisiana, studied of the character, not actually Robert Downey Jr., studied the syntax for like, a couple of years in preparation for this role. And then this is an actual black hip hop artist who's looking for like a big break into Hollywood. And so they keep beefing because Robert Downey Jr. keeps playing like a super stereotype of like a Southern black man. And it keeps pissing off the hip hop artist. So anyways, that was my microaggression against chat. Okay. That was me. I hope this clip doesn't get copyright. We'll close it out before we get it demonetized again. Yeah, maybe. LB says, you know why it's not racist and funny? Because it's not malicious. Racism is hilarious sometimes. I love Tropic Thunder, by the way, Connor. Progressives are not a monolith. Okay, good. Good. The first time I watched it, I kept saying to myself, where the fuck is Robert Downey Jr.? All right, let's not get demonetized. Let's push through the content. But again, I'm getting frustrated with these people. I'm looking for the good moments. I'm looking for Destiny to own. I'm looking for him to own in the marketplace of ideas. But these people are so distracting. You know, what do you mean, you people? But these people are so distracting where they're just talking about the drama instead of talking about like, okay, how do we get on the same page? How do we achieve a real world result? That should be the question you ask yourself every time you wake up is, how do we get everybody who's trying to do the same thing on the same page? And how do we get a result that's good for everyone? Penguin says, what do you think of Destiny's comparison of his court case to Lauren Southern fighting to keep her son in family court? Penguin, I'm not going to lie. I would like to talk to Lauren sometime, about it, because in my opinion, Lauren did get shafted by Steven in this drama because for some reason, I probably know the reason. I'm just guessing. But Destiny was probably upset by the breakup, and he shared that with the girl with whom he was having relations with, right? But all of those text messages between him and Lauren, or all those Discord messages, they were emotional, not sexual. So it wasn't gooning. It was probably him complaining about what was going on between him and Lauren, which is so weird to like confide in a random 19-year-old girl that you had like you were in love with someone and then it didn't work out, right? And so in reference to that, there's a part of me that thinks that he wanted it to leak consciously, subconsciously, whatever. He wanted the Lauren Southern stuff to leak so he could, basically get some level of revenge. Now that could be subconscious. It could be totally subconscious. Like it could just be like, yeah, I don't care. Fuck him. Right. But either way, I would want to get Lauren's vibe on that because she said the same thing to me, that effectively, like, she felt like she was getting gaslit for 2 years because her husband was being a fucking asshole to her. And she kind of blamed herself for the implosion of their relationship. And it did take the court in order to validate her perspective. So Stephen was completely correct with the characterization. I do just find it strange that he brought it up because I hope they're on good terms. But I do feel like him leaking the Lauren stuff was kind of fucked up, is what it is. Commander Haircut says, good racial humor is the skit where the white dude and the black dude are in a rap battle and the white dude hires a black man to say the N-word for him. Exactly. And I think somebody said that earlier, where racial jokes do not mean racist jokes. And somebody earlier in chat said that malice is the other component. And I think that's interesting. Are you telling the joke because you're trying to point out the absurdity of racism, or because you're trying to have a joke that like everybody can laugh at, including the target of your jab? Or are you actually trying to make somebody feel bad about their identity? And I think that the intent matters for racial humor versus racist humor. And even with racist humor, are you intending it because you're trying to hurt somebody's feelings? Or are you intending it because you're supposed to laugh at the absurdity? Penguin says, yes, he literally just said this at the start of his most recent video about the court case. Yeah, I saw a clip about it. That was truly R-slurred on Destiny's part. Yeah, on his channel. It sounds like messy drama stuff. I'll pass. Well, that's half of this scene. So Sapien says, therapists are expensive. 19-year-olds are cheaper. True. Christian Blair says, F me. Destiny got a persecution complex sometimes. Happens to the best of us. Melody says, sounds like the common Republican family. Lol. Hey, stop that. Penguin said he could release a feeling vindicated in court due to the date he sent the video because Lauren Southern told him about her family court experience. Yeah, and that could be coming from a genuine place of like, Lauren was one of his best friends for a long time. Regardless of whether or not you had the emotional and physical affair, they were good friends and liked and respected each other for a long time. So I wouldn't be surprised that he would just like bring that up off the cuff, but I don't know what their relationship is like these days. Whatever 4690 said, heard the new Black Panther is white. I don't know if it's a troll. That's a troll, bro. That's a troll. Anyways, back to the content. Just as usual, chat is more interesting than the content.
Strength, right? Leaning into progressive things. When you have someone who is leading not only a quote-unquote movement, but a group of people who does not have the ability to, one, not make decisions like hop on a TikTok live and completely derail the event that's happening, and two, can't take accountability, and three, for some reason can't properly communicate what's happening to the people that she is directly quote-unquote responsible for, and then four, goes out and shits on so many people afterwards. Like, what are we talking about? So, yeah, the actual overall premise premise of the the tour. I still think the premise, as far as counter programming, is a good thing. That tour specifically, no, it needs to burn in hell.
Okay, so the reason why, so hold on. So if you have a disagreement on a
Get him out of here! Get him out of here! I'm gonna play the Trump "get him out of here" quote. In my opinion, they should milk Erica and milk Santana for content. But this is my attitude towards Santana and Erica in reference to the un-F America thing.
Get him out. Ready? Are you ready? Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get the hell out of here.
Live as an organizer, and then you get super attacked by everybody from it, and you disagree with how that live went, then that's grounds for destroying an entire tour. I'm just as a curious question. Can you think of a single right-wing tour or a single right-wing movement that has been deconstructed over something even remotely similar to this? I'm just curious.
No, because they don't hold the same morals, values, or standards as the left. But do we want to be like the right? Are we okay with leaning into conspiracy theories?
Who's talking about conspiracy theories? Do you know what I want to be like? Well, hold on. When we talk about do we want to be like the right, do we I didn't say we don't have to be the right. We want to organize.
Do we want to win? Do you want to win?
Organize like the right though, right?
We have more morals and standards than the people on the right.
Morals don't count for anything if you can't enforce them. Standards don't count for anything if you lose elections.
So you're good with being the right.
I never said that's the only thing you can do. Having people that don't have to be nuked from an event because they disagree on a live means that you've become the right. That's the difference. It's Donald Trump, and the only thing that separates Donald Trump from a left-leaning organizer is whether or not that organizer takes accountability because they got screamed at on a live? Really? Do you really? Hold on. I want to hear you say that. Do you really believe that's the only difference? Santana, do you really believe that the only difference between Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump and people on the left is whether or not they can take accountability on a live? I want to hear you say that, yes or no.
Why are you muting? It's weird. Bessie and I are going back and forth. Why do you keep muting me?
You guys gotta talk about interrupting, and Santana, you keep interrupting.
Hold that same standard for Destiny.
You had to mute him one time, and to be fair, we've been talking over each other. Like, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it's whatever. But to answer your question specifically,
It's okay. She's a little hypocritical. It's fine.
Just work on the lack of interrupting.
I want to win as a socialist, not to lose as a socialist. To some degree, yeah, you have to be politically pragmatic. I know that the drama frogs, I know that Nick DiOrio, like they're like, oh, so you're saying that you want to compromise your morals in order to win elections? Yeah, to some degree. Do I want to commit murder? No. Do I want to commit sexual assault? No. But do I want to work with people that I kind of dislike? Yeah. Because I'd rather win. There are hundreds of thousands of people who are dead now or who will die over the course of the next few years because of the outcome of the 2024 election. And they didn't have to die. And that's partially, I'm one of 330 million people. I'm probably one of 150 million people who voted. It's partially my fault. It is 150 millionth my fault. Womp womp.
Because what happens is when you guys start interrupting, someone else's mic just completely cuts out, and you can't even hear the conversation. So the audience is just listening for one side because depending on whose mic decides to cut out, it's not. That's really what I was gonna say. Thank you.
You were gonna say something? That'd be a first.
Jaden, I talked to you for the first 45 minutes of this live. What are you talking about?
Oh, boo. I just wanted to ask Stephen Gill. Well, first and foremost, I actually wanted to address Stephen's question that I feel like I already answered. You asked us earlier, and you did ask me directly as well, if it was worth it. Santana already answered. I'm going to say that I don't think I think it's worth for things to be exposed. Yeah. But yeah, I still wish that the tour went on. As a matter of fact, I think I made multiple videos. I think I even consistently went live. I went live during the tour event, was literally saying, I hope that this, is successful. And I can I'm pretty sure I actually posted the video, right? The live on my YouTube, to be fair.
Sure.
There's two things about it. I think two things can be true at once. Did I wish, or did anybody wish that this was that it blew up the way that it did? Not necessarily, right? But I do think that you would also say that we as the progressive, because I don't know who's a liberal, who's a leftist or not, or a Democrat here, the progressive should still hold each other accountable. And like I said, we within the panel, we're not trying to demote Z from her position or anything. We within that panel weren't really asking for anything. We didn't expect shit from my life, to be blunt with you. Really, quite really didn't. The people on that tour decided.
Bud123 says, would you work with Darth Vader if it meant you would win the 2028 election? I would work with Darth Vader just to work with Darth Vader, man. That dude is sick. That guy is badass. Have you seen him kill all those rebels in the hallway? That was fucking dope. Now, if he was going to blow up Alderaan, and there was a candidate who wasn't going to blow up Alderaan, you know, I hate Alderaanians, but do they deserve to die? Probably not, right? So if the choice was vote for Darth Vader, but you get to hang out with him, but Alderaan doesn't get blown up, I'm voting for Darth Vader. If, however, it's Darth Vader's going to blow up Alderaan, and then Luke Skywalker isn't, even though he's cringe and soy, I'm going to vote for Luke if Alderaan is going to get blown up.
Decided to do what they did, right?
Excuse me. Vote for Luke. If I didn't say it correctly, I'm going to vote for Luke so Alderaan doesn't get blown up, even though he's cringe and soy.
Sure. Okay. So my question is, when you say that it was worth it for things to be exposed, I'm just curious, on a scale from like 1 to 10, where 10 is somebody actually lynches somebody and 1 is like somebody calls somebody a big meanie, how bad was everything that happened? Like when you say we exposed bad behavior, like where on the scale from 1 to 10 are we rating this?
Well, I think that it should be, I don't think I should be rating it, right? Because if you were to like say something inappropriate right now, I probably would call you out quite literally in this moment.
Wow, man, 542 says, you actually found the limit of me working with someone. Would you work with Hassan if it meant you'd win the 2028 election? No. Okay? Because that's actually what that's what LB's getting to, is like, well, if you throw away all of your principles, what's the point of winning? And so, no, like, if there was an event, I'm actually going to give you a very specific example. Let's say that Un-F America has the opportunity to have Hassan let's say that I started working for Un-F America. I don't, but let's say that I did. And then let's say Un-F America has an opportunity to bring Hassan Piker onto the stage, and that's going to get tens of thousands of more eyeballs. And what they're bringing him on to say is some normal, like normie pro-electoral lib shit. Am I going to implode the event just because I hate Hassan Piker? Maybe, if I think that he's going to be a detriment to electoralism because he's so toxic. At that point, maybe I'd be like, I can't be a part of this. I got to go. But let's say that you could guarantee me that Hassan is going to bring more voters than he's going to lose. I wouldn't implode the event, but I would never be on a debate stage with him where the prompt was open and not talk to him about the way that he talks about jihadist terrorism. If I'm in a room with Hassan Piker and the event is not pre-planned, I have to talk to him about the way that he talks about jihadist terrorism. So, yeah. So no. The answer is pretty much no. I wouldn't work with Hassan in order to do it. And then in order for me to do it, you would have to give me guarantees. And then on a personal level, if there's ever an opportunity to fight him in public, I'm going to fight him in public. Maybe physically. I'll invite Sam Hyde. As a matter of fact, that's what I would do. I would go to the event, but then at the last moment, I would swap out with Sam Hyde. LB says, whatever 4690, the one thing a progressive will tell you is to be yourself and value your values. Just don't infringe on others and you're good. I mean, that's what the liberals will say. Sure. Jack Darko says, haha, this is basically, would you do terrorism to win 2028? Yeah, and the answer is no to that specific question. How do I join the ranks of the Grill Hottest? Well, you're already here, basically. Go to the Counterpoints channel. Bud123, I've seen you over there all the time. Check and see if you got a membership. Grassroots Hegemon probably gave you a membership. If you have a membership, awesome. And if you got $5, then, gift a membership. That way you paid it forward. Commander Haircut says, or any people making non-woke games featuring white dudes shooting minorities and effing women with big boobs. What are we talking about, Commander Haircut? You are crazy. Grillhotism, excuse me. AF says, Grillhotism is the mindset you're in, King. Awesome. It's cute you think Hassan would ever show up to potentially receive any pushback. True. No, in real life. Well, whatever, 4690. I actually think that Sam Hyde has done Nazi apologia and alt-right apologia. But you know what's funny, though? He's just funny. And then also that whole, like, I'm going to skin him and wear him, wear his skin like a cloak, like the ancient Irish, even though he's being totally psychotic. And that would freak me out if he was talking about me. It was funny. As somebody who's not being threatened with murder, I thought that death threat was funny.
What do I wish for you to be deplatformed and demoted from your position? Not necessarily. I didn't necessarily wish for, once again, Z to be deplatformed or demoted from her position. What I wanted was, or what we were at least hoping was, just to clarify, not wanting, because I don't think I really cared
Jonah Boy, it's both.
To that point until after the fact. What we were expecting is for her to at least, I guess, be a leader and be like, hey, yo, what happened was inappropriate. It was fucked up.
Sure, I understand that. But okay, so I'm gonna ask again on a scale from 1 to 10. On a scale from 1 to 10, how?
Oh, here it is, guys. Put your hands up. Here's the roller coaster ride. Put your hands up. This is like riding Tiana's Bayou or riding what's the other one? The roller coaster that I just did. What is it? Come on. Guardians of the Galaxy. This is like riding Guardians. Put your hands up. The next 1 minute is going to be like a roller coaster ride.
How bad was what got exposed? Yes.
How much racism is acceptable?
Yes. Yep. That's my question, Santana. How much racism is acceptable? What?
Destiny, none. No racism.
No Okay, Santana. Is there a single white person that has no racism?
There are white people that are actively deconstruction.
You notice how you didn't answer my question, Santana? Is there a single white person who has no racism?
Racism and acceptability, no.
Santana, I'm going to ask you again. Is there a single white person with no racism?
No.
Okay, then you just said that no racism is acceptable. So that means you're creating
I love that part, man. I love that. That's the clip that I saw, which is, it's so funny because in the context of the entire debate, it's just like a really small moment. But he's doing the thing. So no racism is acceptable. No white person is not racist. I love that. Thank you, Wow Man. Thank you, Kuro the Black Prophet. Thank you for putting your hands up for this really quick roller coaster ride. Oh my God. Yeah, that was a Light of Exorcist. TikTok meets Logic Lord debate, bro. Yeah, dude, I love that. I love it. Now, I'm actually more interested in the fallout from that comment, but it's like, this is the point, man. Like, that's why I showed you that Trump meme of like, get him out of here. Get him out of here. You know, like the reason why I showed you that is because that's how I feel that way. Santana is never going to be productive. Erica is never going to be productive. They're going to hurt you more than they're going to help you. Get him out of here, you know? And if they accuse you of racism, say, nah, we got like a few black people. They're just not a-holes, right? They're not a-holes like you. And they're like, well, you're racist. And you go, okay, well, I'm friends with LB. You know, LB's my friend. So, you know, I can't be that racist. Oh, man. Wow Man says, I want a refund. The roller coaster ride was too short for the ticket price. That was a high pay to play ratio. We had to get through a lot of cringe in order to get the exciting part of the stream. But you know what? It's good. It's good. Inshallah. Inshallah. Indeed. Indeed. All right. Let's see what the fallout is. Movement,
literally, that is racially segregated. No white people can be a part of the movement. You said that there are white people that are actively deconstructing their racism, which implies that there are no white people that aren't racist. So you're saying that your movement has no room for white people.
Yeah, that's not what was said.
No, it has room for buck-broken white people. And yes, I'm using the racist trope of sodomy against slaves in order to break their will against slave owners, against white people. Yeah, white people have to defer to everyone else, white men specifically. They have to defer to women and POC. And if they're aggressive about it, they're going to be called racist and nothing's going to get done. So what movement? They're talking about the On-F America tour specifically. Also, some people are just toxic as fuck. Political beliefs be damned. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is I believe that Erica and Santana, if they're a part of the Un-F America tour, they should be kicked out. They should just be kicked out. They're not going to be productive at all. Woke scolds. Thank you, Jonah Boy. These woke scolds are opposed to the fundamental structure of the country, so they have nothing to offer any serious movement. Not just that, but woke scolds is a term that the left used to use against these kinds of people, not black, but woke scolds, right? Jack Darko says, in the words of the wise philosopher Ye, when you don't feel like playing with a cat, that's racism. I don't know what that means, but good for it. Yeah. Commander Haircut. Un-F America. Bring back segregation. Wait. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Whatever 4690 says, funny that the Un-F America tour can't even un-F itself. That's unironically true. All right, let's see how it goes, though. I have faith. I have faith in Z. I have some faith in destiny.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's re-ask the questions. I'm sorry. You said that no racism was acceptable, correct? And then you said that no white person has no racism, correct? So tell me how does this syllogism not work? Tell me.
He's muted again. Ask me a question. Why do you keep moving? What is going on? If you can.
What is going on is a Cuban debate bro autist fueled off of prescription amphetamines is coming in and ripping apart your line of argumentation because all the other liberals and progressives and Democrats who you've been hanging out with on TikTok are too polite to call you stupid to your face. That's what's going on.
Mercedes, stop being fragile. You're being sensitive, Mercedes. Stop.
Everybody's being fragile. We're talking him as well, to be fair.
No. You can respond to his comment, that's fine, but just like stop interrupting in the process of him asking.
Sure.
Those of us want to hear what he has to say. We can't hear what he's even saying.
How about he put on like headphones or something?
You're doing it to me right now. We can't hear the premise of his question when you won't stop. Just like let him finish his question and then you respond. And vice versa, whatever. Just like stop interrupting. It's not that hard.
Is it the same for him as well, to be fair, Mercedes? Because let's be honest, he has been interrupting multiple times as well. I feel like that is sometimes.
Oh, Destiny was impolite to us. He was interrupting us too. Notice how they're not dealing with the context of what they said. So what Steven has pointed to this entire time is that Santana and Erica specifically are wildly unproductive. They're distracting from the movement. They're imploding the movement. They have no actual positive suggestions. And when they're asked what they want from Z, they say that we want you to take accountability and we want you to apologize. And Z says, no. So what's more important, your feelings or the hundreds of thousands of people who are going to die as the result of cuts to PEPFAR? Your feelings or the thousands of Ukrainians who are going to die, your feelings. I didn't even mention the Palestinians. How about the stinking Palestinians, man? The Trump admin is talking about deporting, because that's effectively what it is, 1 million Palestinians from Palestine to not Gaza, to Libya. That's his solution. He was signing off on an ethnic cleansing of Gaza. How about that as a leftist? Do you think that your feelings are more important than, I don't know, 1 million people being expelled from Gaza and the 200,000 people who are projected to die as a result of the military operations in Gaza? These people have no sense of scale. They're totally spoiled. Children and brats.
To flow the conversation. It's a little heated. Steven, Destiny, aka Destiny, he's admitted that he's been interrupting. I'm not understanding.
I see Destiny ask questions, and then in the middle of him asking the question, he keeps getting interrupted.
2 minutes ago,
the same thing.
Just from watching and sitting down, Santana is doing 80% of the interrupting.
2 minutes ago,
Jack Darko, you're an asshole, but Jack Darko did the meme. True. I don't even know why we're talking about the Un-F America tour when there's a genocide going on. No, very funny. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that if you're trying to build an electoral coalition between liberals, Democrats, moderate Republicans, and progressives, what do you think matters more? Whether or not an event organizer apologizes to you for hurting your feelings, for being too aggressive in a conversation, or actually getting people together in order to participate in electoralism. Crazy. Sacred Snow says, you already know that this would be, they would be like, and say Kamala would have been the same. Yes, they would. They'd be wrong, though. Dr. Zaya says, sending the Palestinians to Libya is effing wild, and yet the Gaza is speaking now. Bitch, people barely register a peep. Yep, it's because they don't want to admit they were wrong. Sacred Snow says, Kamala only wanted a ceasefire, so that's the same as ethnic cleansing. Yep. Well, they already stole the Palestinians' land. Might as well move them to the reservations. Typical Western expansion. I hope you're being sarcastic. You offer no attempt to find common ground with MAGA. Yeah, because you're killing hundreds of thousands of people. Why would I split the difference with that? Why would I split the difference with killing hundreds of thousands of people or ethnically displacing millions of people? It's just like objectively evil shit that 70% of the population wouldn't support if they saw it with their own eyeballs. Why would I support that in any way whatsoever?
Santana for asking Z a question, and then Stephen really jumped in and interrupted and consistently went back and forth with him.
Based.
Wait, you guys aren't going to be able to hear any of this at all now. What? How does this work, guys?
Ow. I got shoulder issues, so this hurts a lot. Was that it? Did he leave? Come on, guys. I wanted some more brain damage. What happened to the brain damage? There we go.
Like, Santana asks Z a question, doesn't let Z finish the question.
Ow.
You guys need to, I don't know where the respect is just.
Can I be honest with you, host? Can I be honest with you, though?
What is the blue? What's the little blue thing next to our names? Like, those are like coins or whatever?
You're funny as hell, Fart. Not really. Anyways, no, not a microaggression. The fuck? I was going to be honest with Mercedes and say, do you not realize that you're being hypocritical right now? The amount of times that, let's be honest, we have quietly all been interrupting each other, right? Stephen's been doing it. Like, this is just debate space. Now, I do understand it can be overstimulating, but you're being hypocritical and you're not being fair because all you've been doing, right, is muting and kicking.
Whatever says Israel's doing the genocide. Yeah, Israel's doing the genocide and we're enabling it.
The other individuals instead of Destiny. I understand.
Okay, you're getting edgy, okay? The only common ground we have is the literal ground. No, we're not talking about killing MAGA, okay? That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is MAGA is doing a lot of fucked up shit, and I'm not going to break bread on fucked up shit. However, if you talk in general about better jobs for the working class, better jobs for the middle class, social mobility, making sure we're not being taken advantage of on the world stage, limiting military adventurism. These are all things that could be good with MAGA, but descriptively, they're often hyperbolic and wrong, and prescriptively, their prescriptions suck. Right? So, you don't say, oh, like MAGA, we're going to kill y'all. No, that's not the solution at all. And the solution is let them hurt themselves a little bit, but then offer a better alternative.
He's like a big ass creator. I get it, right? But come on, you have to be fair. You have to.
I'm really trying to respond in like debate. Like I've seen Destiny debate, and I'm gonna tell you, like he is pretty good at letting the other person speaking, addressing the point. But for example,
1v1 though, to be fair, it's completely different.
Right now,
it's completely different.
Hold on. When Destiny was asking the question to Santana, and then I said, hey, let's stop interrupting, then Santana is like, oh, let me just dump that question out the window and start talking to Z and never even address Destiny's question. And this keeps happening. So, yes, I am going to mute or drop the people who don't want to have a productive conversation. And I don't know if it's like just the TikTok debate style.
No, it's yeah.
You're doing it again? Where you just braid.
I was just answering the question, my bad.
But it's not productive.
Well, yeah, and I like sure, like the way that Destiny talks to people typically, like when he's having genuine debates is 1v1, right? Or if he's like hosting it, he's really a fairly good moderate, sure, right? But realistically, this happens when it's a panel with 8 people. Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody wants to speak and everything. So I'm just saying, I think it was a little unfair, Mercedes, for you to kick the 3 black people. Yeah, I'm making a bad I'm making a bad mistake. You clocked it. You clocked it, Clarkson. You clocked it. So,
oh my God.
Pick her too.
No, I wasn't calling you racist. I was just saying I think it's interesting. Whoa, did I call you racist?
Yes.
It's interesting that you only kicked 3 black people. Awesome. Is that still Erica, by the way? So if they kicked Santana, they probably should have kicked Erica. I don't know who else they were kicking. But still, like, yeah, get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
Did I just call it? No. I said I think it's funny how how you have not been, the one person that he has also been interrupting, have not muted him or called him out once, but you did it to the 3 other Black creators. That's all I'm saying.
Guess what? He has more clout than you. He has more clout than you. He's more productive than you. He cares more about the mission. He's not as obnoxious, which is funny because Steven is quite obnoxious sometimes.
Am I lying by saying that?
No, I don't think you're lying.
Why are we pretending? What does that mean? I think it's funny. What?
If that is the case, why are you going to say something? I don't get that.
Yeah, honestly, and this is what I appreciate about Steven is calling out the passive aggressive bullshit, because the implication was obviously that the moderator was racist for kicking 3 Black people out. And then the second that she's called on it, she's like, well, I never said you were racist. And it's like, yeah, we all know that you were implying it, though.
Like, what is the deal?
Hello. I'm going to clarify it for you. It had nothing to do with skin color. I think the problem with your argument is that you're operating under the assumption that Destiny was interrupting way more than the other creators she muted. And I think that you might
didn't say that.
Well, in order for it to be fair and for you to expect Mercedes...
Okay, I think I'm good. I'm good. So let's summarize it. Let's wrap it up. Let's give it an outro. So effectively what was going on is I think this is the opening shots in a war. Okay? So I think Steven, if he's going to involve himself with Un-F America, and Un-F America is going to accept him as one of their creators, and also if his legal troubles are kind of wrapping up, then what's going to end up happening is he's probably going to dominate Un-F America. And as long as he's not revealed to be like a serial killer, murderer, and or rapist, I think that his reputation will always be damaged, but it's going to be rehabbed compared to the way that it was a few years ago. Or I guess within the past 6 months, because he'll be viewed as like a relatively productive person who's actually pushing electoral stuff forward. So I'm actually curious to see how this plays out. I'm also curious to see whether or not Destiny is revealed to be a serial killer. But, either way, if he's not a serial killer, if he's not a serial rapist, then I think he's going to recover, do good stuff towards the midterms, probably be politically relevant again insofar as his reputation was damaged within the past 6 months. And then as a result, all these TikTokers, they're going to have to bend the knee eventually. And they're going to have to bend the knee because all that like woke progressive, like I'm a different immutable characteristic than you, therefore I get to talk now. That's not going to fly in 2025. Effectively, people were tolerating that for the past, I don't know. They were tolerating it for the past like 5 to 10 years, especially with a Trump blowout of progressives and liberals. They're not going to tolerate it anymore. End of segment. So let's just hang out with chat for a minute. I do want to say that it was a beautiful day. We're currently at 60, but plenty of other people have gone live, and I understand that I'm not everybody's favorite creator, although you're wrong. I should be your favorite creator. And then number 2, I understand that people got work, family responsibilities, all that kind of stuff. We did peak out at 80, though, which is another channel record on Valor. On Counterpoints, my channel record is probably 150. But we were talking about the hottest drama of the day at a peak time slot with large personalities fighting each other. So my channel peak on Counterpoints was 150, but my average peak was probably around 100. So if I'm just kind of going live, doing a normal, I bounce between like 50 and 70. But recently we've been breaking, we've been getting close to 100. Like I think we were breaking like 90, something like that. And then we were scratching 100 a few times. And then here on Valor, bumping up to 80 in the middle of the day, man, that's fire. That's fire. Because 80 can become 100 pretty easily. 100 can become 200 pretty easily. 200 can become 500, and 500 can become 1,000. And then by the time you're streaming to 1,000, you're actually making, at least I know that Chud Logic streams to between 1,000 and 2,000 people. And he effectively said that he's not like rich. He's not going to retire anytime soon. But I think Chud said that around, 1 to 2K live viewers and consistent donations and memberships, he's projected to make 6 figures, low 6 figures, probably very low 6 figures, but 6 figures nonetheless. And I'm telling you, my bills are not 6 figures. So if I can pay my bills and then we have expendable income, we're going to do some crazy shit. We're going to build some science fiction guns. We're going to do some dog rescues. We're going to do some volunteer work. We're going to go out into the community and do shit. We're going to, try to organize with other people who actually have Scratch and do cool shit. So this is very exciting, guys. The fact that we're popping past 80 on Valor and popping past 100 on Counterpoints is really exciting. Yeah. We're averaging 60 plus on Valor and topping out around 80 to 90. Yep. It's all good. It's all good. We hit 92 yesterday. Yeah, that's amazing. It's amazing. They will tolerate it or will shove M4A, universal health care, affordable housing, and school zone down your throats, and you'll like it. Well, listen, there's some progressive redistributive economic policies that I think are good for people. But LB, if you want conservatives to join a part of the coalition so you have more people voting for those kinds of things, you have to sell it from a conservative framing. You have to say, don't you want better wages for middle class and working class Americans? Don't you want fathers and mothers to be able to spend time with their children? Don't you want them to raise their children so they have good morals and a good upbringing? Don't you want those children to go to good schools so they can get good jobs and bring in the innovations of the next generation? You have to sell it from a conservative entrepreneurial capitalist lens. And if you don't sell it, you're never going to get it. Jeff Lewis says the most powerful force in the universe is compound interest. Indeed. Christian Blair says with 500 to 1,000, you're going to need mods for this channel. True. Valor from Wowman says, I have a spiritual need for the lawgiver pistol from Judge Dredd. I do as well. So we are same. We are different, but we are same. What's up with the Discord? I pop in there sometimes and no one is there. How am I expected to talk smack if no one's there, Connor? We'll work on that. I was actually thinking with LB, I was actually thinking about, because I have one or two people who are like Discord mods. I was thinking about asking them to purge all the dead people. So if we have, I think we have 800 people signed up for the Discord. If 600 of them haven't been in the Discord within the past like 2 months, kick them out. That's what I was thinking about doing to kind of revivify the Discord. AF says, one day this chat will be like Destiny's and Connor will be forgetting us 7K messages a second. Well, then we'll do AF, what we'll do is we'll do like a members chat or a website chat or something like that. So it can be the hardcore, and then we'll have a website chat. I think it's wrong and dangerous to call MAGA evil. Okay. Well, whatever 4690, coming back to you. You can say that it's bad. It's probably bad politics, but you know, I hear demon rats and all that bullshit coming out of MAGA all the time. And then not just that, the way that I define evil is actually very specific. It's doing bad things and knowing they are bad. That is what I define as evil, because we all do bad shit all the time. I do bad shit, right? But I don't intend to do bad shit. Evil is when you know you're doing something wrong and you choose to do it anyways. And I think there are evil people leading the MAGA movement. I think Trump is evil. I think Jared Kushner isn't evil. Who's that psycho? Steve Smith, the White House chief of staff. I think that he's evil. I think JD Vance has sold his soul for power, which I view as evil. I think that Marco Rubio has sold his soul for power, and I think that's evil. LB says, I think progressives say that plenty. Conservatives say, but the gays and the minorities. Sure. So we got to get conservatives chill with gays and minorities, which you know what that means, LB? It means that when I tell you as a trans woman to piss sitting down, not you that you're a trans woman, but when I say trans women need to piss sitting down, you piss sitting down. That's what that means. That way you don't freak out the fucking normies and the conservatives. That means when I say that you need to kick out these psycho, like racist, black supremacist freaks from progressivism, you kick them out. That means that when, and I'm not saying like you specifically, and I'm not saying that Democrats are going to listen to me, but I'm saying if you want to win, you're going to have to listen to what the fuck I'm saying. Same thing with Hassan Piker with the simping for terrorism. That shit's got to die. It's got to die yesterday. There's no room for that shit with normies. Kyle says, I just showed up in Discord. Don't kick me. Lol. Gotcha. Quit doing evil shit, bruh. Indeed. Christian Blair says, liberals plus some progressives need to chill with the gun control assault weapons ban. Chill out with guns, too. That's another free tip. When Trump is shipping asylum seekers to gulags and joking about staying a third term, yeah, that's not the time for gun control, you stupid freaks. Hold your king accountable for sending people to gulags. Exactly. War is doing bad for a good cause. It is. It is. I agree. It can be. Stephen Miller. Yes, exactly. I don't want to effing hear about another unpassable assault weapons ban. Me either. Steve Miller. Yes. If MAGA isn't evil, I don't know what is. Well, the Nazis are more evil, right? Goebbels. Sorry, Miller. Yeah. Nosferatu Miller. You guys are being mean, but sure. Stephen Miller looks like Fenton from that 70s show. Fenton? I don't remember Fenton. He hates the Browns because Fez flooded his apartment. Oh, that's funny. Jack Darko says, I mean your cause of purge the dead people. Yes. It's time to sit your white trans ass down and put the gawk in the bowl. Dr. Zayas, unironically, that's a true statement. There's no urinals in the girls' bathroom. I know, LB, you weren't here earlier, but Lily Tino, a trans activist who harasses wait staff at restaurants, went to the bathroom in Disney and then laughed about how she stood in order to urinate in the women's restroom. You want to start transphobia? You think I'm transphobic? That TikTok alone is more responsible for more transphobia than I will be able to achieve in lifetimes of casual transphobia. Lily Tino has caused more competitive transphobia and transmisia, as some would say, than I will ever be able to achieve. That TikTok alone. Matthew Hayes said we just gotta go with Sunday dinner etiquette. Yeah. Be polite. Be polite when you're using public restrooms. Why is that so hard to ask for? LB says also the FBA crowd has zero power. Yeah, but they're mad annoying on TikTok, aren't they? And they can derail progressive and liberal movements, can't they? Miniature Space Marine time. Indeed. Indeed, it's Miniature Space Marine time. I got to share one more thing with you guys. Let me pull it up. I don't use my Instagram, so I don't think you should necessarily bother following it. But I have an Instagram, and it has my miniatures on it. And I'm going to show you that before I leave. Instagram. Login. Oh, I forget my login though. Is it this one? No, is it this one? I forget. I forget if they're linked to. I might have to. Yeah, that's not it. It's this one. Okay. Let's try that. Let's try this password. Sorry, chat. You're just going to have to deal with me for a second because whatever 4690 asked and I want to provide. That didn't work either. Shit. I don't know how to get into my Instagram. Can I just do an Instagram without logging in and then I can look up my old profile? Is that a thing? So Google, Instagram. Can I just go there? And then why can't I just look it up without being logged in? That's not my fault, guys. That's not my fault. Whatever, 4690. Can you DM me either on Discord or on Twitter, and I'll just send you some. I have great models. I'll send you them. They're beautiful. I promise. Also, there's just something about British accent sloids. Interesting. AF says Epstein Diddy. Jesus. Wyman542 says, bro, use a password manager. That is why we call you a boomer. True. Tech boomer. True. What 4690 says, you might have to just pick up and hold it to the camera. No, because you're not going to. Well, sure. I'll grab you a couple of my favorites. Why not? Give me a second. But this is not all of my favorites. Wait. So I'm going to do this, this, this. All right. Okay. So I'm going to show you guys this. I'm going to show you the smallest ones first. This is me. This is my guy, okay? So I'm going to try to bring it in. I can't tell if you can see it. You can't see it very well. Dang, how do I get it in focus but up close? Can I click on my camera? Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can get it focused. Although weirdly enough, that's kind of focused. Let me see if I can bring it in though and then focus it. Yeah, there we go. So hold on. Can you guys see that? Yeah. So with this guy, he's got a Victrix helmet. He's got a hammer and shield. He's got a Custodes body, which I know is anti-lore, but it's still very cool. And then he's got a sanguinary jetpack. And he's my Smash captain. So this dude is freaking sick. I don't know if you can see him. Then this is my chaplain, and it took me forever to get his skull color right because I didn't know how to get bone, which, believe it or not, bone is just a combination of kind of like tannish brown with tannish brown instead of like white. And then he's got a Chaplain jump pack, Custodian's body. He's got an Inferno, wrist-mounted Inferno pistol, and a Crozius Arcanum. This guy's sick. Then I have a Winged Hussar, Dark Angels jet bike. I got the Custodes jet bike, and I kit bashed Winged Hussar wings onto the back of him. And then I painted him as a Deathwatch Dark Angel, which I think is pretty sick. And then finally, although this is a very small amount of my collection, I have a Redemptor Dreadnought who I kit bashed into a Leviathan with twin storm cannon arrays. And he's a Raven Guard Dreadnought with Deathwatch pauldrons with twin storm cannons. So if you're a 40K guy and that doesn't get you going, I don't know what will. So whatever, 4690. I hope that answers your question. You painted these, right? I painted everything except for the Dreadnought. Use your white skin for a background. True. AF says, pardoning convicted fraudster and corrupt politicians. I mean, come on, you can't defend this stuff and be silent. Expect a seat at the table. Kind of. AF says, a lot of the MAGA schizos are angry about the Palantir thing, actually. Yep. Okay, that's pretty sick, says Deus Halcyon. Thank you, King. MAGA would dumping that Tesla stock? Probably. This ain't news, but Henry Cavill did say the Warhammer 40K show is happening. Agreed. Titans do it for me. Titans are dope. I'm releasing a Titan video tomorrow, a Titan breakdown of the new episode. So that should do really fire metrics. Dreadnought is dope. I agree. Like a kid in a candy store. Agreed. Cool. I never could be happy with my art. Well, you just got to get it 80% and then you got to call it a day. But anyways, we're still dancing around 60, but I don't want to bore you guys to death. I actually just want to, kind of sign off and wrap up. But it was a beautiful day. We did scratch 80. We did have a shitload of viewership compared to, where we were just a month and a half ago. So I'm actually ecstatic. I'm ecstatic with the response from chat. I might not be here tomorrow. I'm just going to share it. So I might not be here tomorrow because they're doing a June 6th Veterans Memorial March in Washington, D.C. So I could live stream on my home channel, but I also don't want to compete with Valor Media Network. So whatever people who would watch the live stream, I want them to watch the live stream instead of me. So realistically, I might just take tomorrow off and then make it a travel day since I'm hanging out with Destiny on Saturday. So tomorrow I just might call it. LB says 71. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but based. Sacred Snow says, I'm new to 40K and most of my knowledge is on the heresy. All about contemporary 40K is that Gilman is fighting against the Dying of the Light. Agreed, Sacred Snow. If you're interested, check out Counterpoints 40K, which is my main channel that makes the most amount of money for me. And take a look at that. I have breakdowns of all the cinematics and animations. Deus Halcyon says, I will watch your vid tomorrow while painting my Titanicus. Excellent. Christian Blair says, I don't know about Amazon, though. They just canceled Wheel of Time. I don't care that much, but that show was expensive as hell. Yeah, I'm hoping they'll still give 40K a shot because 40K could be a really banger. I mean, everybody knows Amazon released that Secret Level episode, and that Secret Level episode was amazing. Conservative Liberalism says, I know we said Asmongold isn't a good life coach, but he has lots of people listening to him, and he's apparently given Elon deference in his feud with Trump. Good. I'm not saying that Asmongold can't have a good political take. I'm just saying that him encouraging his audience to be neats, to me, that's almost as toxic as Vosh doing his doomer apocalyptic bullshit and Hassan doing his terrorist simping. It's almost as repulsive to me. Kingslayer says, did you see SCOTUS BTFO'd Mexico in the lawsuit against Smith & Wesson 9-0? No, but not surprised, and that's dope. Everyone have a good night, says Sacred Snow. Appreciate you, brother. Commander Haircut says, true Machiavellianism from non-MAGA would be boosting Elon's stock to make him quadruple down and destroy the big piece of stuff. Yeah, that'd be funny. Christian Blair says, what time are you hanging with Destiny live streaming and shooting? So we're shooting in the morning, and then I think that the AMA is going to be around 2 p.m. live in his studio. So that should be fun. Chris Smith says, last days to get that good Steam sale. All the 40K games are a good discount. Excellent. Just remember, Biden pardoned the kids for cash judges. Yep. Just because MAGA is more on a scale of 100 to 1,000 times worse than Hunter Biden and Joe Biden doesn't mean that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are clean. Don't presume that. Whatever 4690 says, Dawn of War 1 opening is awesome. Dreadnought action if you haven't seen it. I love the Dawn of War opening. I'm starting Darktide tonight. Dude, do it. Become an Arbitas. AF says, good game, chat. Fun stuff. Appreciate the perfect mix of maturity and immaturity. Thank you, brother. I try to balance it. Find your 50-51. March, June 6th. No Kings protest, June 14th. Okay. Been doing Darktide for a bit. Love it. I love Darktide as well. I treated it when it first came out before I got into 40K and couldn't get invested. Okay. Yeah. Try it again and do the Arbitas. That should be fun. Remember, chat, never simp for Terry. Yes. Snow. All right. I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for the excellent day. Thank you for the excellent metrics. Check out the VODs on the Counterpoints video. Check out Counterpoints 40K if you're into science fiction, political shenanigans, and analysis. I hope you have a beautiful day, and I will see you on Saturday for the Destiny AMA. Wow. If you're a dude, cover your lips. Don't let me kiss you. That's gay. All right. Bye, guys.